Good morning and welcome to the world's greatest health show and the NHPPA Charter Tour. My name is Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to welcome you to another day of the Charter Tour and the world's greatest health show. As Teresa and I are traveling across, starting in Victoria, we started on October 4th. Right now we're in Grande Prairie. So we had an event here in Grande Prairie, which I'll speak about in a moment. I have to say we feel absolutely privileged to be participating in what's going on. At every single one of these events, they're put on by volunteers. They're put on by people that just feel compelled to help in whatever way they can. And it's a lot of work to put on a local event, and it's a lot of stress for them. they have to get the venue, they have to get the volunteers, they have to work with us to figure out, what's needed, and they have to promote it. And we've been showing up at event after event, and people have been coming out, and they've been learning, and they've been sharing with us. The people that are stepping up to share their stories, those that you're watching online during the health show, and those that you're watching at the live events. It's a little scary to do that. It's a little scary to step out. And as I spoke at an earlier opening, we've had a lot of people back out. We've had people tell us up front, I'm too afraid of Health Canada. I'm too afraid to be associated with this. I cannot be attacked. I cannot afford to be attacked. The fear is quite incredible, isn't it? Here we are in Canada in October 2025, and Canadians are afraid to share that people are being helped. Canadians are afraid to share that, oh, wait a second, this person was sent home to die by the medical system and they're not dead now. Here's what I did to help them. Here's the protocol. Oh, yeah, there's all this evidence. This is known. You don't have to die of this stuff. People that have been disabled, totally, left. I'm thinking now of Justin Donaldson. Oh, a 32-year-old man. He used to be a super athlete, college-level football, invited to the national powerlifting team, and he's lost his ability to run. He's being told he's likely going to lose his ability to walk. He's becoming numb from the waist down. One of his legs is atrophying. It's literally shrinking. He's told he's going to become incontinent. His life's ending. He's the breadwinner for his family. He's got young kids. Too bad there's nothing we can do. And now he's healthy and well. But my gosh, we better not tell Canadians, or Health Canada will attack us and shut us down. In October 2025, we're having people back down from sharing the good news that you don't have to be sick, that you don't have to die, that there's other alternatives. And so I'm getting a little excited today. I wasn't anticipating on doing that, but I just can't believe the suffering that we're running across, and it's affecting us because all these stories have a happy ending. Every single one has a happy ending, but we know that there's, 10 more suffering from the same thing. 10 more that, they got restless leg instead of magnesium, which is what they need. They're being prescribed Parkinson's drugs, and their lives are being totally destroyed, and their families are being destroyed. And we got to stop this. This is all happening for the benefit of an industry that is, by design, keeping us sick, and we have to stop it. And I hope you understand, and where I was hoping to start with this is just say, we feel privileged. We're showing up at these events, and, there's people that are just grateful to be there. There's people that are grateful to be helping and volunteering and putting the word out. And we just feel privileged because it's so clear. It's just so clear that all of us here, those coming to the in-person events, those watching online, it's so clear that we're part of something bigger that's happening. This isn't about us just showing up at, live events. This isn't just us broadcasting to you the truth. There's something else happening here. There's something bigger. I'm not sure what it is, but I think that, literally, I almost feel like a poet here. I just realized the sun's rising behind me because, it's early here in Grand Prairie and the sun. So it was dark when we got out here and set up and contacted our AV team to make sure that the sound was working and all of that. We're outside. We've got my truck running to run the power, and it was dark. And now we've got the sun rising, and I think that's symbolic. And I'll share with you that my wife Teresa and we're asking others to pray that God will use this to shine light into the darkness. That's what will happen because Canadians don't understand what's going on, and what better symbolism is there than being in the dark? You can't see. You can't see when you're in the dark. You don't know what's around you. You don't know what's going on. And most Canadians will be shocked when they learn this information. They'll be shocked that they have no choice but to take personal responsibility for their lives, that their trust has been misplaced. So as the sun rises, as we give this opening, we, let's just talk about this. And we truly have been in darkness here. Our food supply, which is governed by the government. So, Canadian Food Inspection Agency and Health Canada, they have control over our food supply. And when they dictate, you do this, you're allowed to do this. And the reality is that our food supply likely could not be more toxic. Our food supply likely could not be more toxic without people waking up and going, oh my gosh, we've got to change this. I mean, everyone watching this, if we tested you, you have glyphosate in you. Courts, we spray that all over our crops. Heck, provinces are spraying it in the forests. It's complete madness. It's insanity what we're doing. But every single one of us has glyphosate in us. Courts are finding that it's carcinogenic. It's a carcinogen. It causes cancer. We know that it leaches the vitamins and minerals, or minerals primarily, out of our foods, and because it's a chelator. And so in your body, it can grab minerals, but it also destroys your gut flora, which is essential for health. And I'm just using it as an example. We all are filled with toxins and chemicals that deliberately have been permitted to be in our food supply. And you see, we go to the grocery store, we go to the restaurant, we think that our food's safe. We don't even think about it because Health Canada and the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, they're ready to go. Just hang on a sec. Teresa, there's a truck wants to go by. Sorry, my wife's standing in the middle of the road and a truck wanted to get by. So we believe that our food's safe. We don't even think about it. And why do we believe our food's safe? Because the government's taking care of us. These professionals that we pay big dollars to protect us, the amount of money spent on these bureaucracies is nosebleed. They're taking care of us. Well, they're not. As I say, our food supply could not be more toxic without us, turning the lights on and going, what's going on? Well, we're already there. We have to turn the lights on. We have to shine into the darkness. And we have to reveal that we all have a toxic load that is interfering on the cellular, molecular level with what's going on, and it's making us sick. It's literally like, we're on this walking journey. And the government, with all these toxins that they have deliberately allowed into our food. I mean, it's not a secret these are dangerous. It's not a secret. So the government has deliberately put them in our foods. And as I say, it's like you're on a walking journey and the government's put a knapsack on your back with a 100-pound weight. Because that's what toxins do, is they weigh you down. They weigh you down. They're a drag on your entire system. And it is likely that everyone here watching this, they don't even know what it feels like to be healthy anymore because you've gotten accustomed to this toxic load. My wife and I go to a third world country a couple of times each year, and about 10 days in, I start feeling better because I'm eating food that is better for me and less toxic. And the irony isn't lost on me that I have to go to a third world country so that I can have real food. So every single Canadian has a toxic load upon them. We're going to be sicker and we're going to die sooner, every single one of us, and this is by design. Like, just ask yourself, can it be an accident? Like, if you look into this, just start doing your own research. You'll agree with me, our food supply couldn't be more toxic without us waking up and going, oh my gosh, I got to do something. Well, that's what this tour is about. It's to wake us up. It's to start sharing the truth. It's so that people don't have to be sick and die anymore because we're afraid to tell the truth because we're not allowed to tell the truth. So what about this no nutrients in our food? If you've been watching the health show, it's so simple. I'm almost embarrassed to say it, but the truth is the human body needs certain nutrients to be healthy. And if we're not getting those nutrients, we're unhealthy. Who knew? We had Udo Erasmus attend in person at our Vancouver live event. And so we put him on the stage as a speaker. And this will be posted now, just so you know. When our days are finished, after a few days, we're now going to start posting them because we're having people coming up to us going, "Jeepers, I actually missed the show." And we want you to watch each of these openings. I mean, I'm deliberately sharing different things with you to try and kind of broaden this picture. And we've got experts on. But Udo explains to us at the Vancouver event, like there's this whole list of what are termed essential nutrients. And he clarified, he says, well, essential means you will die without them. So even one of these, if you're missing one of these essential nutrients for long enough, you'll actually die. That's why we call them essential. They're essential for life. And if you're deficient, you become chronically sick. The United States Department of Agriculture routinely tests the vitamin and mineral content of foods, and they've been doing this for a long, long time. And what they're documenting is as time goes by, our foods have less and less nutrients in them. I think it was their 1949 report. You can correct me on this. I didn't have the time before I left this tour to actually figure out which report it was. But I've got a paper copy at home, and I've read it. And what they do is again, they're documenting that, our nutrients are depleting. But they list, they say, well, if you're missing this and this and this nutrient, here's the chronic illness that develops. And if you're missing this and this and this, here's the chronic illness that develops, and so on and so on and so on. It's not a secret. It's not a secret that if we're malnourished, we become chronically sick. And you can actually predict which sickness based on the nutrients. Which is why, I shared with you, one of our speakers is, a young mom, 2 young kids at home, and she gets restless leg. That's what her doctor says, you have restless leg syndrome. And what she described is she would get, it's like electrical shocks into each leg, and the muscles are twitching. And this would happen, at the end of the day, she goes to lay down, well, she can't sleep. The way to stop it is you walk. So here we've got this young mom. I mean, it's already taxing having 2 young kids. We've got this young mom who's having to spend the night walking the floor to stop this restless leg twitching. And she's getting tired. She's getting run down. Her immune system's getting compromised. She's not of good spirits. Her family's suffering. She's losing the ability to do things as she gets more and more tired. And her doctor says, well, we don't actually have a treatment for restless leg, but I'll give you a prescription for a Parkinson's drug. You should be saying, oh, this is insane. He's making this up. How can this possibly be? I mean, I'm going to be talking about Karen, who spoke last night, and she's got rheumatoid arthritis, and they put her on a chemotherapy drug, and apparently this is like standard treatment. So here we've got this young mom with restless leg, and the doctor wants to put her on a Parkinson's drug that is extremely dangerous. And this synthetic chemical would just give her a whole bunch of side effects, and she's going to face the rest of her life being chronically sick and die a lot younger. So she goes to a naturopathic doctor who goes, oh yeah, you need magnesium biglyphosate, and bang, it's gone. She had a magnesium deficiency. And when I've shared this with other experts for this show, it's like, well, yeah, you're dehydrated, you drink water, you got muscle twitching, it's most likely magnesium deficiency. Like, try that. If that doesn't work, then we'll figure out what it is, but we'll solve it. We won't have to put you on a dangerous chemical and destroy your life. And why didn't the doctor know that it was a magnesium deficiency? And I'm just giving you an example about how this nutritional thing is real. You're going to see story after story where people are chronically sick, where they're suffering terribly, and the medical system just wants to give them chemicals to treat the symptoms. They're not, I'm likely correct when I say to you that most, if not like the overall majority of our chronic illness is caused by malnutrition, and our medical gods, the doctors, are not trained in nutrition. We've interviewed 3 medical doctors for this. Well, I've interviewed 3 medical doctors for this show. I don't know if others have been interviewed, but I personally have interviewed 3 medical doctors for this show. They've all practiced for over 40 years. 2 of them also became homeopathic doctors because they found it worked better. Another became just an expert in nutrition and became, more of an integrative medicine doctor. And I've asked all of them, well, how much training did you get in medical school? How much training did you get in medical school on nutrition? Well, maybe 2 hours. Like basically, we're not trained in nutrition. So here we have our food supply, which is deliberately designed to make us sick because we can't get the vital nutrients we need. It's no surprise you're not getting the nutrients you need to be healthy. You become unhealthy. You become chronically sick. And then the people that we go to, our government-funded medical system, our experts, the medical doctors, are not trained to even identify nutritional deficiency, let alone treat it. So it's what they're trained in, and it's not their fault. The system's captured. You're captured. It's not their fault, but they're not trained to identify nutritional deficiency and to treat nutritional deficiency. And we're just talking about how dark it is. In Canada, this nutrient thing is real. What about, Health Canada and their recommended daily allowances? So, you pick up a vitamin bottle or mineral bottle or certain articles of food and it'll go, oh, this, vitamin D, this percentage of your recommended daily allowance, 80%, 70%. We've all seen that on the bottle. And even the word allowance is interesting, like with this, because it's true, it's all the government's going to allow us to have. They set the amount of nutrients by law that manufacturers are allowed to have. So using vitamin D as an example, and I recognize I'm getting worked up this morning, sorry about that. Using vitamin D as an example, we have as one of the speakers, Dr. James Lunny, who explains how vital vitamin D is, not just to our immune system. Like, my gosh, what we call flu season. So in the northern hemisphere, when our days get shorter, when we get less sunlight, we call that flu season because we get more colds and flus. We know it's coming. Well, we should call it low vitamin D season because vitamin D is essential for our immune system to work properly. And you cannot, in the northern hemisphere, we don't get enough sunlight, let alone who's going outside in Alberta in 40 below to, get sunshine on their skin. It doesn't happen. So we must supplement. We must supplement with vitamin D in Canada during the winter. Well, Health Canada sets, by law, the level of vitamin D we can get is 2,500 international units. That's like micrograms. You cannot be healthy. You cannot be healthy. That's not enough vitamin D by a country mile. But no manufacturer can sell you vitamin D with a dosage recommendation that exceeds this legal limit. So it's twisted and sick, and I feel like I'm actually like we're in a movie and we're just faking this, that this couldn't be real. And like, who would even believe this? No government could possibly set by law nutrient levels, so you can't exceed them, that no one can be healthy. If you follow them, you'll be sick and die, like 100%. So that couldn't happen in the real world. This must be fiction. I've got to be kidding. I wish I was. It's so insane that it's incredible. Like I say, our food supply and our drug regulations could not be worse. When I say we need to shine light in the darkness and the sun's just about to peek up there, I'm not kidding. This is crazy. And here we are having to fight. We're doing this tour because Health Canada is imposing this self-care framework, and they're further restricting our products, our access to vital nutrients, and they're increasing the censorship, and people are getting more and more afraid to share truth with you, and we have to stop this. And you know, we're starting to get you to ask the questions. Why are there only chemical drugs in our government-funded healthcare system? Why is it? And watch the previous openings when I explain the drug model. Why is it that, like, we're in this world where by law we cannot use anything to treat ourselves? Everything's a drug. So if I was to say to you, oh, you look dehydrated, drink some water. I've made water a drug. That's a therapeutic purpose. Treat dehydration. It's illegal. It's illegal for me to give you water, even without you paying me. I can't give you water to treat dehydration. I'm breaking federal law because anything used for therapeutic purpose is a drug. And our law is all drugs are illegal. You cannot sell a drug without Health Canada approval in the form of a license. So that means all drugs are illegal, but Health Canada grants exemptions in the form of a license. So the only things we're allowed to use to treat ourselves, the only legal treatments, are ones that the government approves, that Health Canada approves. But for all but the most minor of conditions, so all our serious health conditions, the only drugs that are approved are synthetic chemicals that have had patents when they went through the process, with the exception of one drug in our lifetime. Well, we have to start asking the question. Remember, we're in darkness. You don't get good health outcomes by making it illegal to use anything but synthetic chemicals to treat us. And because they're the only legal drugs, and the federal government that has set this up by design, well, they force the provinces to basically have healthcare systems where we only use chemical drugs. They tax the heck out of Canada, and then they've got these bags of cash, and they say to the provinces, we'll give you these bags of cash for healthcare, but you have to follow our directions. You have to follow the Canada Health Act. So here, if any of us go to the hospitals for a serious health condition, we all know we're only going to be offered chemical drugs or surgery as treatments. Well, that's darkness. That's madness. Most of our chronic illnesses are malnutrition, which we solve by nutrition. As you'll watch on this show, I mean, natural remedies are far more effective than these synthetic chemical drugs, which are designed only to treat symptoms and not cure the underlying disease. The whole thing that we're doing is madness. I shared yesterday the third leading cause of death. Watch Professor Alan Castles. He did a presentation. I think we aired him yesterday. He explained what is easy for any of you to find out. The third leading cause of death in Canada are these synthetic chemical drugs taken as directed. If we wanted good health policy, our policy should be to discourage anyone from using a chemical pharmaceutical drug unless and until they've exhausted all reasonable natural alternatives. If we actually wanted good health outcomes, and we'd have better health outcomes, and our healthcare system, our costs would drop like a rock, and we'd be healthier. Of course, we got to get control of our food supply again. We've got to end all this toxicity and lack of nutrients, which again is by design. Like literally, the government, has allowed an agricultural industry that doesn't put back the vitamins or the minerals and vitamins that we need in our food supply. So we just fertilize with a few things to make crops large, and then we spray with glyphosate, which takes the minerals out. But if we were actually taught, and then we were all demanding foods that had the vitamins and minerals, well, then they would fertilize differently. They would use the soil differently. It's the government that is allowing this and designing this to happen. The whole thing's just crazy, crazy madness. And then we've got Health Canada, that's the enforcement arm for the pharmaceutical companies. I'm going to do an opening basically explaining some cases that I was involved with in court that will just shock you. You'll go, no, this can't happen. I'm going to read to you from some documents. And you go, what? No, Health Canada is the enforcement arm for the pharmaceutical companies. I'm going to be talking today about censorship, and you're going to see it. So to hide the truth from you, because we're in the darkness. Remember, if you can see what's going on, then you can be free. But if you're in darkness, you don't know what's going on, you can't make decisions that are in your interest, then you're being manipulated. As long as you're in the dark, you can be absolutely controlled. But if the light shines and you come to see what's going on, then you're free to make decisions that are in the interests of you and your family. So this censorship, like if people tell the truth, why stores are afraid to be associated with this show, why practitioners are afraid to share their stories, why manufacturers are afraid to share the stories, why, you know, some won't come on and even share truthful health information, like, okay, let's stay away from the stories. No, I've been attacked before. I can't be attacked again. We won't survive. Because Health Canada attacks when you share truthful health information, because there's censorship. So let's talk about that Health Canada censorship. It is going to just blow your mind. What I'm going to say, and I've been sharing these at the live events, this censorship issue, because everyone's got to understand it. Now, yesterday we're in Grand Prairie, and I want to share with you just some of the stories. And these are stories that can't be shared by those that know them. So the manufacturers of natural health products, people share their stories with them. Like when your life is saved, or you've gone from being crippled to, you know, disabled to being perfectly healthy, you feel gratitude and you share it with the manufacturers. Like it happens all the time. Or your practitioner, you know, your naturopathic doctor or homeopath or nutritionist that's helped you. Well, I mean, well, they know, right? They know. So, but they can't share this information. They will get shut down and hammered. So let me just share with you the stories from last night, because this is life and death. So we have Megan Everly come and share with us. And, you know, the one part that stuck out at me is that she was suffering severe postpartum depression and, you know, flare up of an earlier condition that she had. But the thing that really struck me is this postpartum depression. And she's discussing how really almost, these are my words, not hers, but almost how lost you become. Like you lose your direction, you lose your drive. She's got 2 young kids at home. She's no longer able to care for her kids. Like she's so depressed, she's no longer able to care for her kids. And there's just a complete absence of joy in her life. There's a complete absence of drive. You're depressed. And can you imagine how the family's suffering when, you know, young mom isn't able to care for her kids? So, like, this is huge. This is a huge issue for Megan and her family. Well, the doctors don't have the answer, but she finds it through nutrition. Oh, you mean these vital nutrients? It's not just our body, it's our mind. So she ends up on, you know, True Hope Empower Plus and other protocols. I have her share the protocols because we actually want other people who are suffering to say, oh, this is what worked for this person. It doesn't mean it's going to work for them, but they can get the message. Wait a second, if you're trapped in depression, keep looking. And Megan made that point. She's trained as a nutritionist now. She, you know, works at a health food store. She gives people advice, and she now has a specialty of working with women with postpartum depression. And she said, you know, I see people that they're on antidepressants literally that for years and years and years, and the expectation is they'll be on them for life. Well, you know, there's somebody in my immediate family that was on antidepressants for, I don't know, like 15, 17 years. And that antidepressant causes another serious illness. And it's a known side effect. Like, for sure, if you're on them long term, you're going to get this other serious health condition. Well, they didn't tell that. And, you know, the clinical trial for these psychiatric drugs, they tend to be really short term. They don't want to do a clinical trial for over 3 months because the placebo effect only lasts that long. You know, on average, it's got a cutoff date. And they also want the placebo effect to work for the chemical drug when they're doing these clinical trials. No psychiatric drug is approved for years of use. None. So they're approved just for short-term use. But anyway, the point I'm making with Megan is I mean, there's a whole bunch of women that she works with that are finding real freedom, getting out of the depression. And it's illegal for Megan to share that. she was very general because of that. She's not giving she's deliberately having to be general to try and avoid getting hammered, but she still might get hammered. There still might be consequences for some of these people sharing the truth. I want to talk about Karen Peters. And yesterday, it'll be posted eventually. Give us a couple of days. So, yesterday's charter tour, including the live event in Grand Prairie, will be posted. But, Karen Peters, she's, suffering for a year what's later described as, or diagnosed as rheumatoid arthritis. Like her hands are twice the size. She describes it as like walking on tennis balls on her feet, and like, especially her feet, like extreme pain. And the doctor puts her on a couple of drugs, one of them a chemotherapy drug. And so every weekly, she's got to inject herself with this chemotherapy drug, which then, for three days, she'd say at least, like, you are just so sick that it's crazy. I mean, so like you got rheumatoid arthritis and they put you on chemotherapy, and the doctor made it clear to her, like, there's no cure. There's no cure. So now psychologically, like, okay, I've got a terminal diagnosis, because he's saying you're just going to get worse and worse. You're going to end up in a wheelchair, and this is terminal. Like, so the message to her was, you're going to suffer, you're going to become crippled and die. And she's injecting herself for a full year weekly with chemotherapy drug that's making her sick as can be. Her life's hell. Her life's hell. She's in hell. And then she finds natural solutions. And she's perfectly well. She's perfectly healthy. And, she ends up going to a naturopathic doctor, but the naturopathic doctor had been a medical doctor first, got fed up with not being able to help people, trained as a naturopathic doctor. And so she goes to this naturopathic doctor, who the first visit, like she says, oh, I got an incurable illness. And he says, no, there's no disease that's not curable. And it's like, the light shone. It's like all of a sudden she's not in the darkness. There's hope. How many people are suffering with rheumatoid arthritis, becoming crippled, and believing that they're trapped, that this is it, this is the end? How many? How many are on Parkinson's drug when they're suffering from magnesium deficiency? And we could go on and on and on. And I thank Karen, thank you for sharing this, because there's people out there suffering, and they need to know that you found a way out. They need to know that you got out of the darkness, because it's darkness to be told that you've got a terminal disease, that you're now all you get to do is suffer and die. That's it for you. And to hell with your family. They can watch you suffer and die and suffer also. Good luck. And this is happening because of the Health Canada censorship. So let me tell you about that. So the way it works is, remember I told you, all drugs are illegal. You have to get Health Canada approval to sell a drug. So when they give you approval, they give you approval for a specific condition. And I want to use antidepressants as an example. So let's say you're a chemical drug company, and you get an antidepressant approved, then all you're allowed to say, all you're legally allowed to say to the public is this is an antidepressant. You're not allowed to say anything else. So that's it. So you're totally censored. Now let me share with you a shocking story that happened to me. I'm in a court case, a federal court case involving Health Canada. And the Department of Justice, Health Canada, they hire an outside expert for this court case. And this was a psychiatrist who ran a company to get antidepressants approved by, or psychiatric drugs generally approved by Health Canada. And so I'm examining him under oath. So it's being recorded. He's taken the oath to swear to tell the truth. I'm at him for days because, I mean, he had it was important. It was necessary to examine him for days. And at one point, he starts sharing with me something that, you know, I was really surprised he was sharing it with me, being recorded under oath. But, you know, now I understand that because this is common fare, like to him, this was just, you know, another day at the office type thing, right? It was shocking to me just because I wasn't aware of this part. So what he's sharing is he starts telling me how difficult it is to get new antidepressants approved by Health Canada. And remember, this is what he does for a living. He gets psychiatric drugs approved by Health Canada. And he's saying, you know, it's really difficult to get antidepressants approved by Health Canada because I've got to give them 2 double-blind clinical trials showing that their drug works. And you might think, okay, well, that's all fine and good. Now, first of all, understand that when he says, you know, clinical trials showing that the drug works, what he means is in a short-term trial, because they don't want to exceed the placebo effect, which also works on the drugs. In a short-term trial that's designed to just measure a improvement in symptoms, not actually treat depression, but, you know, people subjectively reporting their symptoms, with, you know, people that are deliberately selected so that the safety signals are low, and perhaps they're more likely to report positive changes, that then there's a statistical separation between the sugar pill and the drug, which we pretend, and I have to say that the word pretend again, which we pretend means the drug works. You know, in a later opening, I likely will go into the drug approval process a little more and just what an absolute fraud it is. But anyway, that's what he means. So he's saying to me, you know, this is getting hard. I have to give Health Canada 2 double-blind clinical trials showing that the drug works. And then he says, so to get those 2, I run 8. I run 8 double-blind clinical trials to get the 2 that I give to Health Canada showing that the drug works. Now, the other 6, they could be inconclusive. They could show that the sugar pill works better than the drug. They could show that the drug works better than the sugar pill, but the safety signals are too ugly, so they don't want to give them to Health Canada. They could be a combination of those things. Here's the fun part, because you're probably going, oh my gosh, this is shocking. The drug approval process is an absolute fraud. Yeah, it's an absolute fraud. We're in the darkness. I hope the light's starting to shine. If you trust any drug approved by Health Canada, you should be diagnosed as clinically insane. But don't you dare take an antidepressant approved by Health Canada. So, but here's the shocking part. Remember, all the chemical drug company can say is it's an antidepressant. It's illegal for them to share with you the 6 failed double-blind clinical trials. It's illegal for them to share the 6 failed double-blind clinical trials. They can't share with you the 2 positive trials. Now, researchers are free to publish. That we've got peer-reviewed journals and non-peer-reviewed journals. Researchers, they can publish. Now, it turns out that researchers paid by pharmaceutical companies to do research, for some strange reason, tend to only publish the positive research. So in this case, the 2 trials that show that the drug works, not the 6 failed trials. I don't understand why. Maybe you'll have to help me with that one. But my point is, it's illegal for the company to share with you the failed research. You know, people report to pharmaceutical companies deaths and adverse reactions. It's illegal for them to share that with you. Now, if you've got a child and they want to put the child on an antidepressant, do you not think you might make better health decisions if the law was that all health information for all treatments had to be made publicly available instead of this censorship? But this censorship is to protect the chemical drugs. It's to protect the government-funded healthcare system, which only uses surgery and chemical drugs. Because if light shone into the darkness, if you were able to understand what an absolute fraud this was, you wouldn't support the mainstream system, and then this pharmaceutical model falls apart. Now, this censorship hurts the natural health industry because in the natural health world, we're not worried about safety data scaring the public because it's just not there. Like the risks are so low that, it's not there. But the benefits are tremendous. I mean, I shared with you Megan and Karen's stories from last night. Two examples of lives absolutely turned around, which would be completely lost and destroyed in the chemical drug system. But they found life and hope now and health with natural remedies. And watch this show. It's just person after person after person. The natural health community is way better at treating sickness and illness than our government-funded chemical drug model. But they can't share that with you. So just staying with depressants. So another person we had as a speaker last night was David Stefan, who, works with True Hope. Now, True Hope, and we're playing on Wednesdays the Epiphany movie, which is the True Hope story. Watch it; it's going to shock you. But True Hope ended up developing a vitamin and mineral supplement. The first intention was to treat bipolar disorder, and it does. But it also treats depression and ADHD and all of that. But where I'm going is censorship. So there are over 30 peer-reviewed, published, government-funded. Did I say it was government-funded? All of this research is funded by governments around the world. I mean, I live in Alberta. The Alberta government coughed up money to run double-blind clinical trials out of Children's Hospital in Calgary, run by the Behavioral Research Unit, which is a branch of the Faculty of Medicine at the University of Calgary. Governments have been so impressed with the data that they fund research, and then this research is published in journals, and some like Blue Chip, Journal of Psychiatry, Journal of Child and Adolescent Psychopharmacology. Serious government-funded research. It's illegal for True Hope to share that with you in Canada. They used to have links on their website so that people could read government-funded, peer-reviewed, published research on their product, and Health Canada forced them to take it down because all they're allowed to say is the approved label claim. Now remember, we only approve treatments for serious conditions if they're novel chemicals. So for natural products, we only allow milk toast, they're called structure function claims. So all True Hope's allowed to say is something like, supports mental health and wellness. So if you're at the health food store and you pick up a bottle of Empower Plus and it says supports mental health and well-being, and your child, this is the child they want to put on antidepressants, and this might be the product that restores your child to health without side effects, and literally it's a cure, because the problem is in that case your child just doesn't have the proper nutrition for mental health. Watch the presentation of Dr. Bonnie Kaplan at the health show. She actually ran the Behavioral Research Unit, set up and ran it for 30 years. Watch her present on the research on the use of micronutrients with mental health. It will shock you. It will shock you what's out there. So, but my point is, it's illegal for True Hope to share truthful government-funded research, and so we can't make proper health decisions. And if you want to talk about darkness, I mean, just using this analogous, darkness is not, you can't see, you don't know what's going on. Well, our government, Health Canada, has made it illegal for you to have truthful health information. It's illegal for you to know about failed clinical trials. It's illegal to know about positive government-funded research. This is madness. This does not enable us to make proper health decisions, and then we're just funneled in where we have to follow what our medical doctors say because we don't know anything else. And they're put on pedestals as gods. Well, of course they're medical gods because we're not allowed to know for ourselves what we should or shouldn't do. So we've got to get out of this. We've got to start shining the light here. Like I said earlier, something bigger's happening here, and not just in this area. I think in a whole bunch of areas, The light is starting to shine in Canada. It's just funny. The sun's now hitting my face. Probably the light in the camera's out of whack. I don't care. Um, it's just kind of symbolic. The sun is rising in Canada. The light's starting to shine. People have to see this information. We need you to share this. Again, these shows are going to be posted online. So, but try and get people watching now. And my wife Teresa, who is doing all the organizing to set up these events and helping to run communications, she was just fretting and fretting, like, how do we get people to watch this? It's so important. It's so important for this light to shine, for people to start seeing this whole brand new, exciting world about nutrients and natural health. And she actually got woken up in the middle of the night. And she'll say, listen, God told me this is simple. Tell people to tell people. So it's not just enough for me to tell you to watch. I need you to tell others, not only to watch, but say, hey, you got to watch this, and you have to tell others to watch this. Like, I'm actually asking you and telling you, like, you start watching this and you'll understand why. But please, you share it with others, and then you tell others to share it with others. And this has to be exponential. The whole nation needs to watch what's happening with this health show. They need to learn the truth. This is absolutely life and death. You know what? I was involved in another project, and I think it was Dr. Michelle Perro, who is a speaker at this health show, and she's speaking about glyphosate, and she's speaking about food safety, and it's going to shock you. You need to watch it. But I think it was Dr. Michelle Perro that first revealed to me, and I think it's United States figures, like 1 in 5 children are chronically ill or sick. And likely Canada, it's the same. I mean, the rate of autism is absolutely through the roof, and it's worse for boys than girls. And I'm in my 7th decade. We never had autism growing up. We never had any of this. And 2 of the speakers in this health show pointed out some interesting correlations. So the increase in glyphosate use, so the increase of glyphosate in our bodies perfectly tracks the increase in autism. We had Dr. Megha Havis point out that the increase in our electromagnetic signature, so our Wi-Fi and cell towers, perfectly tracks the increase in autism. Now, correlation does not causation make, but we're having an absolute health crisis. And why aren't we then saying, well, what is causing this rise in autism? And look at these things that correlate. And I understand there's other things that correlate. And it could be something else altogether. It could be gut health and the inability to nutrate. It could be a whole bunch of things. But we're in a crisis and we're not even looking. And when I said earlier, I feel like we're part of something bigger, I feel that we all have a responsibility right now. We have in Canada the option literally to shine light in the darkness. We have the opportunity collectively to make a difference. And so I'm inviting you to support what we're doing. I'm inviting you to share this, to tell people, to tell people. We've got on our website ways for you to help us, NHPPA.org. We have social media posts that you can repost on your own networks, because we are being like shadow banned and that up the yin yang. We have posters that you can print out and put out. We try to make this easy. We've got an electronic letter campaign. You can send an electronic letter to your MP. Please do that. And also, please support us financially. We really stepped out on this tour. We understood you cannot have groups drive across Canada and that not be really expensive. And we have to hire an AV team to put on this wonderful show so that you can watch. Please support us, because we believe we're doing what we're supposed to do. We believe we're part of something bigger. We believe that this is the beginning of a change, and we're inviting you to participate. This is just a wonderful thing. I'm Sean Buckley. Welcome to the world's greatest health show. Enjoy the day. It's going to change you. Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name is Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have with me Mr. Ben Farley today. Ben, welcome to the health show.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me, and we can go ahead and talk about this.
Yeah, Ben,
So,
you presently own and operate what may be the oldest health food store in Canada. Can you tell us about your store?
it's very likely the oldest. When I started back in the 60s, and there were a lot of stores that had been around 30, 40 years, and the old timers, the old hippies that start to sell their wares that they believed in. And I dealt with them. I had a wholesale business that gradually expanded across Canada, and got involved in production and distribution of products. My
brewers yeast and lecithin were groundbreaking.
Okay.
You're at the store now, Ben, and I was asking you a question.
Yeah.
I'm his kid.
That's my son, got behind me. Anyway, the question is that I started in this business many years ago, and I've seen the changes that nobody ever, expected to see. The industry going from a small little business, with a few stores across Canada to thousands, and in the States expanding to hundreds of thousands of stores probably, and stores around the world. The health food industry grown tremendously in the past 30, 40 years. More and more people are trying to live a healthier lifestyle, and of course supporting the industry. It's government interference was always there. From the beginning. In the 60s, I could go to a supplier in the U.S. and order products and bring it in with minimum paperwork, the DIN number, and possibly one other paying the duties, and the DIN number usually was enough, and the barcode. That's all you require to bring a product into Canada, and that hasn't changed for about 10, 15 years. And then the regulations began to come into effect. This number and that number and another number, and no site number, every number you can think of, everyone costing money, and the cost ended up in a customer's pocket. On the end, always the customer that pays the price. And it still applies today. And now we are facing another issue, another regulation that's going to create more costs and more expenses, and for the suppliers on all levels, and of course to the retailer and buyer, the customer that buys the product that pays the final price. So the sources for my wholesale products were almost always, the health convention in Anaheim. Exhibitors of 7,000 plus from around the world, buyers also from around the world, tens of thousands of people attending the event. And compared to our little conventions here with 700, 800 distributors, a maximum is really not comparable. And this is where I found all my new products. I found the product at the convention in Anaheim. It looked good. It looked healthy. It looked profitable. Then we introduced it to the Canadian market. I introduced carrot chips. I introduced Ester C. Emergency, and the Super Dieters Tea. There's hundreds of products over the years, and gradually built up a wholesale business that became international. So, and the retail business always been there, run by my family, and that gave me a pulse on the industry. People coming to a retail store and ask for a product I never heard of. And of course, we will look for it, and if somebody wants it, then we'll find it, and possibly it's another item that will be marketable, and even products that I never heard of. Many cases we came up with product that became a big seller all across the world.
Then
Because
can you just can we just back up a little bit? So you're kind of sharing with us that you brought, you were responsible actually for introducing into Canada a whole bunch of products. But it's gotten tougher now to bring in supplements, isn't it? Like even vitamin C from the States.
Yes. That's right. See, in the beginning, you can come to the border with a product, filled up the custom force, pay the duty, which was minimal, and as long as you had a DIN number, and then you can put it on the shelf and sell it. So you can distribute it to the stores, and then and that was the procedure in the 60s and even in the 70s for sometimes. And then it became the regulation where they required, NPN number and that number, another number. The numbers came one after the other. Site number for the distributors and the manufacturers in Canada, and each one costing money. Now to introduce the product to Canada cost thousands of dollars. And not only that, but it takes weeks to months to go through the paperwork before you can put it on a shelf.
Do you think this has been
labeling?
Do you think these changes have been good for the consumer?
It's cost the consumer money. Consumer didn't see these changes. All they seen is the price going up, because each step, each regulation, each change costed money. Now to get a DIN number now doesn't take a long time, but to get an NPN number takes a long time. It takes a lot of paperwork, a lot of regulation, a lot of hoops to jump to, and you get it most of the time, sometimes with changes that they recommend, because some product that's good for the Americans is not good for the Canadians. There's many products on an American market that sells there in grocery stores, in supermarkets, and health food stores, and it's fine with the American government, but in Canada it's illegal. I give you three of them. I mean, there's so many, I don't know where to start. I give you three that starts with the D. Vitamin D, over 10,000, DMSO, and DAGA. Each one available in America, anywhere you can buy it for hardly, for pennies sometimes, and here it's illegal.
Right. So even vitamin D over, I think we moved up from 1,000 international units, which are just micrograms. Yeah, to 2,500. But that's a meaningless dose, isn't it? Like 2,500 micrograms.
Yeah. Anybody been tested north of Atlanta is deficient by 70%. Anybody north of Chicago across North America is higher, 60% some. In the Winnipeg area, across Canada, Vancouver, Toronto, Montreal is in a 70% deficiency
rate
for vitamin D. Because not enough sunshine, not enough food, and supplementation is very low. You have to take a mouthful of vitamin D to get the dosage that you require, which is a minimum 5,000. The doctors are starting to come around and start to recommend higher doses, but they're still only recommending 2,000, 3,000. Some recommend 5,000. But that's still.
Can I just summarize this for the viewers? So vitamin D, which is an essential vitamin, you need it for your immune system and a bunch of other processes. Because we live in the northern hemisphere, we get vitamin D from sunlight. Our body manufactures it with sunlight. But because we're in the northern hemisphere in the winter, we're all deficient. But it is illegal for people like Ben to sell an amount that you actually need. Although in the United States and other countries, it's freely available. But here it's illegal.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not allowed, and there's no explanation why it's not allowed, except that it's not good for you.
No.
And that's where it's at. See, the problem is that it's a civil servant that's in charge of the department. Civil servant had no knowledge of the health food industry, no knowledge of the market. It's just a man in the office that decides that this is good and this is not acceptable because of whatever he's been influenced by. And influencing civil servants is not difficult.
Right. And then I want to use vitamin C as an example. So vitamin C, so the same product in the United States is going to be cheaper because they don't have all these regulations we have. Am I correct about that? So the same product in Canada is going to cost more. But you can't import it as a store from the United States.
That's correct, yeah, because it requires Canadian label, that costs money. It requires French on the label, requires all the numbers that's required by law on a Canadian product. And all that puts the cost up to a point where it doesn't pay to bring it in. Many manufacturers stop selling in Canada because of this. There's Carlson, one of them. Okay, the vitamin D, the liquid vitamin, the cod liver oil doesn't sell in Canada. Their product, there's a Canadian label that they sell, but only limited. They're not their full line. And then it's the same thing applies to many other manufacturers that stop selling. Highlands stopped selling in Canada. And it was a company that had been around for 50 years, 40 years, 50 years. Stopped selling. They removed all the products from the Canadian wholesalers, and now they sell in the US only. So, and that's going to be the same story over and over, and more manufacturers are going to stop selling their product to Canada because the cost is prohibitive.
Right. How much cheaper do you think products would be if we didn't have our regulations, and if we went back to the way we were before?
20 to 50%.
Right.
50%
and then there's
yeah.
And there's talk, like I know I was at a call, a Health Canada Zoom call. It's probably about 18 months ago where Health Canada is talking about the new fees they want to bring on. And there were manufacturers on the call, and many said they were going to stop selling in Canada when these come in, and many more said we drop like most of our products. Have you heard that too?
Yes, it's well known. You go to again to the convention in Anaheim, where all the manufacturers, all the U.S. and actually worldwide manufacturers are represented with large displays, and they all talk about this. They keep repeating that the costs are going up, and they just can't afford to supply the market because they can't sell their product. The price is so high that they can't compete.
Right. As a health food store owner, imagine you see a lot of people come in that are really helped by getting these nutritional supplements. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, we have customers that this particular store is over almost 50 years old. 50 years old, it's been in this same location. And customers come in, most people by their first name. We often recognize their voice when they call. It's a very personal business, and they come tell us, you don't have it, fine, we'll order it on Amazon. So, there goes another item that we could have sold them if we had it, but we can't sell it to them because we don't have it. It's available on Amazon. They can order it on Amazon. They can have it sent to their house, and they use it, but I can't sell it to them because I don't have it.
Because the Health Canada won't let you.
That's right, yeah.
Now, your store, some people watching this may not understand that health food store staff are highly trained in supplements. Yes. They're highly trained in helping people to know what supplements to try and how to take them. But that doesn't happen on Amazon. So what are your thoughts about people going to Amazon because prices from the US are cheaper but we could lose our stores if our local health food stores aren't supported.
Often people come in with the product that they bought on Amazon, and I can show them that the product they bought is available in Canada under a different label with the same ingredients and a lot lower price. So this is quite common. They don't know. They just click on a bottle and they like it, and there's advertising with it. They see the videos that promote the product, and manufacturers are very smart. They find the old product, give them a new name, and add a couple ingredients in there that they use an uncommon name that most people don't know, and you get the same product that you buy in this country for a reasonable price, by a Canadian manufacturer. But because the marketing, the influencer on the internet and on the marketplaces in the States sell it to them, they buy it. So we lose the business. But generally speaking, the Canadian retailers are better trained than the Americans. The Americans are busy stores. They don't have time to train people, and young people working that don't really care. They're just there to make a few dollars to supplement their income or to pay for tuition for school, whatever. But in Canada, the industry is changing here now somewhat. But there's still a lot of the stores that are owned and operated by the owners, and
right.
they dare to help. The business is important, the money is important, but helping people is probably more important for most of them. And people
right.
come in and trust your judgment.
Yeah, and can you explain that a little further? I just want to make sure people understand how valuable the trained staff at health food stores are to helping get good health outcomes.
The trained staff is very important because they can use their judgment based on experience, based on years of selling the same product or similar products by various manufacturers. Some manufacturers have an excellent product, another manufacturer another excellent product that's top of the line. None of them have 100%, not 100%. There's no manufacturer have when every one of their products is the best. Everybody has 10, 15 products that is number one, and another manufacturer has 10, 50 products that is number one in the market for both potency and quality and absorption. And the retailer can tell you which product is recommended by what manufacturer, which is the best for price and value and for absorption. So the help that they get from the individual health food store is very valuable because they're getting a quality product at a best price.
Right, and the advice of which product to take and how to take it.
That's right. Yeah, good. Now, Health Canada doesn't approve of this because they say that this decision is up to their doctor, the physician, but the physicians are not trained in supplement, and they really don't know what to recommend. Lately, I've seen a trend in doctors starting to recommend 2,500 even to 5,000 vitamin D to their patients. And the patients come in and they say, "I'm surprised my doctor recommended 2,500. I'm surprised my doctor recommended 5,000 vitamin D." But not many of them, but there are some, and there's more and more that realizes that the vitamin D is an essential supplement. And that's not the only one. Some of the other vitamins also referred by doctors, but generally the referral comes from the clerk at the health food store that the customer comes to see and tell me which is the best vitamin C, which is the best vitamin B, and why is the best.
Can you talk a little bit about how Health Canada prevents people like you from advertising truthful information?
You're not allowed to recommend vitamins because that's called prescribing it. If I recommend a vitamin to a customer, I'm going to tell them that I prescribe this vitamin to you because that's good for you. So that's if it's going to change your health, going to improve your health, going to improve your pain level, improve on your pain level, improve on your inflammation in your joints or whatever. There's various supplements for various purposes. Improve your digestion because it's a digestive enzyme that you may need. And these are not allowed to be recommended. Not by, because but the way they get run, that is you show them a book with the recommendations in the book, and they can read it themselves, and they see that it says in the book that it's if it's written in black and white, then they can make the decision themselves, the customer themselves.
Right. So stores have to come up with ways to get around the ban on them sharing truthful information.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And this is truthful information and to the best of years of experience.
Yeah. I think most people don't understand just how restricted we are in actually just sharing truth and experience. So what type of feedback do you get from your customers who are, about the supplements they're taking? Do they?
Well, they all see the reports that supplements had zero injuries in the last few years, last 10, 20 years, whatever. Other prescription medication had an incredible amount of injuries, documented injuries that we attributed to a prescribed medication. So they don't understand why is that we are not allowed to recommend supplements to them, and why they don't understand why the Americans are different from the Canadians. What does that line mean? That line makes us a different species. So we can't have the same supplement that can have it 50 feet on the other side of the border. You're allowed to have it 50 feet on this side. You're not allowed to have it. So this is one of the biggest complaint. Beside the price, of course, the price is so much cheaper on the other side of the border.
Right, and, because of our regulations.
Regulations, yeah.
What's so Ben? My final question to you is what's your message to Ottawa?
Ottawa is to listen to the people. I think that's the message. Listen to the people, what the people want. The people sign petitions, sign the protesting, the asking for changes. And the changes come very slowly, if at all. So the final message is that to put the health industry into some experienced person in charge that knows what can be allowed in Canada, what can be sold in Canada, what can be prescribed in Canada as far as additional supplements, and allow the industry to regulate itself with government oversight, with as little as possible.
Well, Ben, I really appreciate you coming on to the health show and sharing with us. It's just a treat, especially because, I think you're in the oldest store in Canada as far as health food stores go.
I don't know for sure, but very likely I know that not too many people survive 50 years in the business.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's very exciting. And you've been involved in the business starting in the 1960s and carry a lot of experience, and you've seen a lot of changes. So it's just been a pleasure to have you share with us about these changes.
Okay, well, thank you for talking to me, and hope that you fare well and you have a safe trip to Ottawa and deliver the documents to somebody's hand that will do something with it.
Yeah, and we're going to stop at your store on the way. So thanks again, Ben, for coming and sharing with us.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you. Have a great day. Thank you again. Bye.
Let's talk about Section 9, which creates the Ministry of Wellness. Because under this act, natural health products, traditional practices, low-risk healing modalities are all going to be regulated not by Health Canada, but by a new Ministry of Wellness. And Section 9 also sets out that this has to be separate from Health Canada. In fact, the Minister of Wellness cannot be the same person as the Minister of Health. And the purpose here is to create a cultural divide, because Health Canada is regulating novel chemicals that have never been in our food supply, and there's a tremendous risk. And they have to approach that with extreme caution, almost paranoia, just to try and protect us. And the protocol and the rationale and the culture is not appropriate to actually protecting and promoting access to not only low risk, but treatment modalities that we actually want to encourage people to be taking. So the purpose of Section 9 is to create this new ministry, but also to create a divide with Health Canada so that they can have different cultures. Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name is Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have with me Nick Wallace. Nick, welcome to the health show.
Hi, Sean. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And thank you, just so the viewers understand, I've asked Nick to hold his mic is on his headset, and if he doesn't hold it there, I'm not happy with the sound. So thanks for bearing with me with that, Nick.
No problem.
So you're here to share a personal health journey, and I know from speaking with you beforehand, you've done a lot of research to get there, and there's good reasons. You were diagnosed as a child, like 4 to 5 years old, with type 1 diabetes. Can you just share with
Yes.
the people watching, like, what is type 1 diabetes and what flows from that?
Yeah. Well, type 1 diabetes, my body doesn't produce insulin. The pancreas doesn't produce the hormone insulin, which regulates your blood sugars. So whatever you eat, your body senses that. It knows how much insulin to drip out, and your sugar is always stable, and your cells are always working and able to do their jobs because the sugar levels are fine for the cells. And my pancreas stopped working, I'm 4 years old, almost 5, and I was the only kid in the school at the time that had it. So,
Right,
yeah.
and you're 48 now, right?
Yeah, 48 now. Yeah, I've had it 44 years. And so that's what's made me the researcher. That's what's made me the fact finder. That's what's wanted me to improve or lengthen my health span. Because when you're young, you hear that people with this condition don't live as long. They get all these complications. And I've had it 44 years with no complications and with doing a lot of efforts myself to keep it that way.
And if I can just back you up there, I mean, people with, so, and I had you explain type 1 because, we also have type 2, which is, it comes later on in life, and often it's because of your lifestyle and what you eat and things like, and it can be reversed. But type 1, no, it comes on when you're a child, and your pancreas actually doesn't make insulin. Like your lifestyle and dietary choices will make a difference, and
huge difference.
And that's important. But typically, people with type 1 diabetes, they don't live as long. They have complications, like their eyesight goes. Sometimes the blood circulation in their limbs gets bad, and like a friend of mine's father had to have pieces amputated, like feet and things like that. So this is a serious thing.
Well, yes, and I learned I didn't mention this earlier, but there's books. There's a series of vitamin books on many different chronic conditions, and I had the book for diabetes. It's called the Vitamin Cure 4, and you fill in the blank. And that's how I got onto what supplements do I need for myself. And I've always wanted to increase my immune system, like I said. So I do take a fair amount of supplements. And
right. Can you share with us, because we were having a conversation earlier. I mean, you basically looked into our food supply, and because you were telling me, listen, I mean, it really comes down to cellular health. Like, we've got to take care of things. So do you want to share with the people watching that?
Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Well, I think food is a life-giving material. So we are what we eat. That's what we are. And the old saying, food is thy medicine, right? And I think supplements takes that life-giving material out of the food and it puts it into a capsule for you. And if you need a certain nutrient more than others, you can get it through the supplements. So that's what I ended up doing. I looked at so food. Sorry, Sean. When I heard of the GMO foods, I was researching that a lot of fact finding. There's a lot of chemicals involved.
Can you share what GMO is so people know what you're talking about?
Genetically modified organisms. So they change the natural food into something unnatural and provided chemicals to grow it and even to dry it now. And you're eating those chemicals. And I don't even take an aspirin for diabetes. I take nothing. I want to always have an understanding of what's in this body and how it feels without any chemicals. So the GMO foods are are everywhere, and I didn't want that. My little girl was born. I didn't want her to grow up on that diet, and we switched to organic foods for that reason. And yeah, that's how I knew supplements were essential for my little girl, because she was now, or organics would be essential, and supplements are essential because the soil, what we didn't talk about, the soil quality is degraded quite a lot due to the chemical farming. There's not organics put back in. You've got the chemicals killing the life, bacterial life of the soil. And they say, if I can say this, in the 1920s, 1 orange in the 1920s is equivalent to 8 oranges today. You need to take 8 oranges to have 1 from the 1920s.
We had another person speaking, and they use spinach as an example. And I think, okay, 1 cup of spinach now is like 20 cups of spinach. It's like you couldn't eat enough spinach. And I think it's important, like what you're saying is look at, we used to, in our food, have all these vitamins and minerals, but the way we're doing farming practices now, that, like our fertilizer only adds a couple of minerals. The food will grow big that way, but it doesn't have all these other trace minerals that we needed. We could fertilize adding these things, but it's like we're deliberately creating food that is actually not food, because food's supposed to be providing all our nutrients. And what happens when we don't get what we need that we used to have in our food?
Well, you get illness. Your body won't be able to have your body's the chemist. The body is the physician. The immune system, the digestive system has to get what it needs from the wholesome food for your body to operate properly. And if it doesn't, you gradually end up with problems. And that's why I'm concerned for myself, because I don't want any complications in future due to diabetes, and I want to have a healthy diet and all the right nutrients to keep me going. But the soil quality is bad, the food quality is bad, and modern high-tech food is super processed. I think it requires medication if you're on that too long. It's so supplements seem essential. We're at a point where maybe Health Canada allowed us to get into the soil and the food being so weakened, and it's no longer rich with nutrients, that it's essential to have supplements, and now they're being threatened, and you're trying to protect that. And I'm very pleased with that.
You make a good point. It's kind of like almost like a trap that we've been put in. So here people believe the government's taking care of you, that we're, our food's healthy, and you can't be well, even eating organic. Like your point is, and you've spent a lot of time researching, you can't be well without supplements. And when you're saying supplements, you basically mean adding the vitamins and minerals that once were in our foods that our bodies need as essential. Like our body's designed to run well off of good food, but because we can't get good food, you need this. You're basically meaning we're supplementing our nutrition with vitamins and minerals.
You have to today. Absolutely have to. Yeah.
Right. Can I just circle around? I want to make sure that everyone understands when you're saying genetically modified. So like our wheat, another word for it is Roundup Ready. So it's genetically modified, and Roundup is, that the generic term is glyphosate. That's just a brand name, but the chemical is glyphosate, and you can Google glyphosate and come to your own conclusions on whether or not you want any of that in your body. I know courts are finding it's cancer causing and ordering large sums to compensate people that have gotten cancer from glyphosate. And we're watch at the health show, Dr. Michelle Perro speak about glyphosate and share, study after study after study, especially if you're a parent, please do. But back to, this Roundup Ready wheat. So the wheat is genetically modified, so you can basically bathe it in glyphosate, but the glyphosate kills everything else around it.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if wheat is, or how much wheat is genetically modified. What the example I like to use for GMO would be corn. 1 stalk of corn would grow 1 head of corn. Today it grows 3. So that plant was modified to have a different structure And that is not a natural plant. They're messing with nature.
It kills everything else around it.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if wheat is, or how much wheat is genetically modified. What the example I like to use for GMO would be corn. One stalk of corn would grow one head of corn. Today it grows 3. So that plant was modified to have a different structure, and that is not a natural plant. They're messing with nature. So I'm sorry, but I know wheat is, it may be genetically modified. I don't know if every farm on wheat is genetically modified for wheat, but they are using it as a desiccant to dry it.
But you're talking about actually
used.
genetic modifications of the the
DNA
that make it different. Okay. And and you've reached the conclusion very bad. You need to avoid them. Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Well, I don't, like I said, I don't put any chemicals in my body. It's a natural body. I don't want to put the chemicals in. I've already got one chronic condition. I don't want a second one. And so I need to eat healthy, and I need the supplements. And that's what I do. I've been doing for many, many years. Yeah.
Now, some supplements, you've noticed a measurable difference. And as a diabetic, for example, you regularly test your blood for sugar levels.
Right.
And when I say regularly, like several times a day, and then you adjust your insulin dose, because insulin just allows you to process sugars. And so you measure your blood sugar so you know how much insulin to take. Can you share with us the specific product and what the effect is, and what you did to actually ensure, this is actually from this product? Because you kind of did your own little test, and I think people need to hear this.
Well, okay. So that first product, that product is called Restore, and that's by Dr. Jerry Tennant, MD from Texas, USA. And I was put on that product, and I noticed almost immediately my blood sugars went down quite a few units in the short acting and I do it old school. I mix the 2 insulins together. So both the short acting and the long acting were reduced for the morning and for the evening. So overall the insulin came down. I have to get the book out, but probably around close to 20%. It was a significant difference. And I went off of that, and they had all the trade, different, what do you call it, the tariffs. So I thought, I'll wait a little bit, see what happens. I didn't buy it for a month. My sugars went right back up. So I ended up waiting and thinking, is it going to go back down? I could not get it back down to what it was. I bought Restore again. I had got it back in my system, it immediately went down. So Restore, I think, has everything your cells need in it. So whatever I was lacking, I got it.
And I just, when we interviewed before and you mentioned this, so I just Googled it. I wasn't familiar with this product, and it seems to be, vitamins and minerals and, some foods in it. So the intention is just to kind of give you what you need, because it's not in our food. Like,
that's right. Yeah, that's right.
But you've measured. You've measured a change when you were taking it before. You ended up stopped taking it because you thought, oh, with these tariffs and that, it's going to be more pricey.
Yeah.
You saw that you had to use more insulin.
Yes.
And then you got it again because you saw you needed more insulin, and the need for your insulin went down again.
Went back down. Yeah. It's amazing. It's really good. Yeah. It's an essential supplement for people that can't do that. There's another product I didn't tell you in the last interview I get from my acupuncturist, and that's a herbal tea. It's called bitter melon, or it's a bitter melon tea. So high blood, that's used a lot, I think, for type 2 diabetes, but I use it for type 1 diabetes. It drops sugar. So instead of always giving an injection, I can take a tea, put a couple of tea bags in it, and it'll drop the sugars nicely. So
I want to clarify, when you say acupuncturist, you mean somebody who's trained in traditional Chinese medicine that uses acupuncture, and then also part of their practice, their tradition. And it's just some people won't know this, Nick. That's why I'm bringing this up.
Yes, that's right.
So the traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. So they're trained to do acupuncture, and I'm going to have you talk about that because that's interesting for you to
Yeah,
share. But they also then will use herbs, and
that's the Asian
so
herb. Bitter
you were recommended this bitramum, and you notice that your blood sugars aren't as high. So somehow
Yeah,
your body's metabolizing sugars
yeah.
on this tea, so you don't need as much insulin.
It works like insulin. It's called, yeah, bitter melon. I think the box is called balsam pear tea. It's from China, and the acupuncturist is she's a trained Chinese, say Chinese doctor, but in Chinese medicine. And I would take that for a high blood sugar, and it would come down fairly quickly. Not in a dangerous way that it would make me low, but it just works great. So if I have those throughout the day, it really stabilizes the sugar. So
Okay,
yeah,
and this is again, you're measuring, and you've been
testing.
measuring since you were 5 years old, but
Yeah,
you're measuring your blood sugar because you have to,
yeah, that's right.
so that you know how much insulin to take, and you're seeing
Yeah,
that this tea actually reduces your blood sugar much like
that's right.
insulin does, so you don't have to take as much.
That's right. Yeah, yeah. I don't do the pumps. I don't wear the insulin pumps. It's like I do the manual tests. I do the twice a days, and that's probably not too common today. But I want the responsibility for my health. So if I do the tests and I know what I'm eating and I take the right supplements, I'm in control. And if I don't do that, then I'm at the whim of whatever the food is, or whatever the doctors tell you. But the doctors don't tell you acupuncture helps with sugars, or the teas help with sugars, and the supplements do as well. So yeah, there's a lot that I've learned over the years doing this. Yeah.
I'm finding this interview interesting because it's not uncommon for people with type 2 diabetes, which again, that's not type 2 diabetes. It's not that their pancreas doesn't work. It just doesn't work well because of their lifestyle and diet often. And I've heard people lecture, no, I can control my diabetes by changing my lifestyle and changing my diet. But here you are, a type 1 person, saying, okay, like I'm always going to need insulin. I mean, that's just your reality.
Yeah.
But but you don't need as much with some other interventions. So one, it's just, nutrition. And another is a traditional Chinese medicine tea. It's just a tea, a plant tea.
Safe tea. It's all safe.
That somehow enables your body to metabolize some of the blood sugar.
Yeah.
And that's interesting to hear. I'm just telling you, Nick, I'm finding this interesting.
Good. Yeah, good.
Now, you've also had an experience with acupuncture. So can you share, like, what is acupuncture and what your experience is, right down to, the way you feel?
Well, so I got into acupuncture for stresses, work stresses, family stresses, and stress increases blood sugars. And then that could increase insulin, and I don't want to do that. And I tried acupuncture, and acupuncture worked beautifully for stresses. It really helped me. So I could go in under so much tension, and you would come out feeling wonderful for days. And then I just did it on a basis of, if I felt like I needed it, I went in and got it. And
but you notice a difference.
I notice a difference. Absolutely notice a difference. Yeah. Yeah. It's just small little pins they put slightly in your body in just the right spot. It allows the energy to flow better, and it just somehow gets pulled out of you. I don't know how exactly it works, but the what if we call it negative energy, just somehow releases through you. It's good for pain.
Right.
It's good for, I think I've done it as well I had a pain when I had pain in my knee. So it's good for things like pains and emotions and stresses. That's what I've used it for. Yeah.
Right. Okay. And I want to keep kind of like pulling out of you things that you've done that have made a difference. My understanding is that your thyroid doesn't work as well as it should. So you've actually got a condition called, I think, hypothyroid.
Correct.
Which means it's just it doesn't work as well. Can you share with people why the thyroid's important, And, you know, one of the environmental things, and I think it might interest some parents, one of the environmental things that we add to our water, for example, that affects thyroid and how that works. So kind of educate us on what the thyroid is, why it's important, and what your journey is, because
Yeah.
you've taken something and again, it's a measurable difference.
Yes. So I went to see a doctor for my diabetes, and in that clinic, he tested my thyroid, which I didn't expect, and he found results that determined what he called hypothyroid. So I can say that it's not producing enough of the hormone it needs to be producing. And this individual recommended I take Lugol's iodine, and Lugol's is iodine plus a potassium iodide. And I took that it was a gradual increase. I think it was 1 pill a week and for a week, and then 2 pills a week for a week until I got up to 1 pill a day. And then I got retested, and my thyroid hormone was still out of line, but it came down. It came down quite a bit. So the numbers were in maybe double digits. They came down to single digits. They're still a bit high, but I'm going to keep going with the Lugol's and see. Because if I can say this as well, when I was getting checked with my normal doctor in Ontario, it seemed to be that the doctor was basically saying, "Yep, you've got a thyroid issue, but we're just going to wait till it fails, and I'll prescribe you the thyroid hormone." But this other doctor said, "Well, we'll give you Lugol's iodine." So I thought, that's amazing. So it's a safe something. I don't have to wait till it fails, is what it told me. And the results are proving the results are getting better.
You made me think of something like in my law practice, I've, you know, spent about half of my 30 years of practice, like half my practice for 30 years has been dealing with Health Canada. And I've run across practitioners, natural health practitioners and manufacturers, that instead of the synthetic, you know, hormones, if somebody's thyroid had failed or was failing, basically, and it's really common everywhere else in the world, is you take desiccated thyroid, and that's a substitute. But Health Canada's taken that away from us. So you've taken steps to prevent your thyroid from failing.
Yes.
With a simple, basically, iodine is a naturally occurring, it's in the periodic table. It's one of our elements.
It's natural. It's totally natural.
And
right.
it's paired with potassium, the certain version that you take. So it's just iodine, 2 simple elements.
Yeah, but to get back to the periodic table, what you mentioned earlier, so the thyroid, I'm no expert on thyroid, but what I can recall the doc telling me was fluoride and iodine are in the same halogen column on the periodic table. And fluoride being at the top of the column, it's the most potent or readily available to attach to something from that column. And iodine's at the bottom. So with having fluoride in your tap water, your thyroid produces T3 and T4. Those are what they're measuring on me to see that it's not producing the right amount.
Thyroid, and that's a substitute. But Health Canada's taken that away from us. So you've taken steps to prevent your thyroid from failing.
Yes.
With a simple, basically, iodine is a naturally occurring, it's in the periodic table. It's one of our elements.
It's natural. It's totally natural.
And
yes,
it's paired with potassium, the certain version that you take. So it's just iodine, 2 simple elements.
Yeah, but to get back to the periodic table, what you mentioned earlier, so the thyroid, I'm no expert on thyroid, but what I can recall the doc telling me was fluoride and iodine are in the same halogen column on the periodic table. And fluoride being at the top of the column, it's the most potent or readily available to attach to something that from that column, and iodine's at the bottom. So with having fluoride in your tap water, your thyroid produces T3 and T4. Those are what they're measuring on me to see that it's not producing the right amount. So the T3 would be the thyroid hormone, or the thyroid hormone with what it wants is iodine attached to it. So you would have 4 iodines, and then your body converts it to 3 iodines. But if you have fluoridated water, your thyroid's attaching to fluoride, but your body sees it almost as the same molecule because it's coming from the same halogen column, but it's not.
But it doesn't work.
So your thyroid starts to not work. That's exactly right. So that was the one big learning I got from that. And I'm on filtered water now. I have filtered water. And hopefully the filters will help and the iodine will help and get it back to normal. So my whole life I've been doing preventative medicine, not to cure something, but just to stay with a longer health span is what my goal is. Yeah.
And I just want to slow this down so especially parents understand. So the fluoride that they add to our water, and we're told that it's, for our teeth health, it actually interferes with the proper operation of the thyroid. And it was your medical doctor that shared this with you. So your thyroid needs iodine to work properly and create the hormones. Like the thyroid regulates basically your body metabolism.
And your immune system. Yeah.
So it does a lot of things. Very important, that thyroid.
Very important.
So
very important.
it needs iodine, but fluoride, which has the similar structure to iodine, your thyroid will take it up, and then it can't take the iodine up because it's already taken the fluoride, but it doesn't work with the fluoride. So the fluoride's a real problem. I'm going to invite people. Another person we have sharing with us, Nick, is a medical doctor, Dr. Bob Dixon, and he's done a presentation for us on fluoride, and it's just fascinating. I mean, he so recommends that it not be added to our water. It's a real eye opener. So thank you for sharing. But so here you taking this just iodine and potassium, you've seen, like, the doctors have measured the hormones levels, and it's helping.
And it's a high dose. So it's the Lugol's is 12.5 milligrams, whereas normally what you buy in the shops is in the micrograms. 1,000 times less, right? So it's a high dose, but it's absolutely safe. And like I'm sure this Dr. Dixon will say, that a deficiency in iodine has the same symptoms as so many different ailments and diseases. I'd be interested in hearing that talk.
It's funny because a different iodine is iodoral. You've probably run across that, which is again. But, it comes in 12.5 milligram capsules. But you can't buy it in Canada. I used to have, basically somebody smuggled it in, and then I would buy it from that person. I won't mention that person because I don't want Health Canada breathing down their back. But same thing, I just personally learned the importance of having enough iodine because it wasn't in my diet anymore.
It's important, very important.
Yeah. Now you have a different journey, and that's you developed a sensitivity. We'll call it electro hypersensitivity. We've had another speaker, Dr. Magda Havas, who is speaking about kind of how prevalent it is, and describing it. So I'm really pleased to have you, like somebody that actually has it. Can you describe for us, what it is and how you discovered you were sensitive?
I didn't know what it was before, but I had to research, and I have that background. I moved into an office building.
And I'll just stop about your background. Just like you're an electrical engineer.
Yes.
And you're actually hired by commercial people to basically do safety assessments, when they've got a 4-phase system in that to prevent, arcing explosions and stuff like that. Like, so just so people now listening to this story understand, you're an electrical engineer and you actually work in assessing electrical systems for safety purposes. So, and I'm sorry, I felt it was important for people to understand.
I worked in high voltage substations. I was around electricity a lot, transformers, never had an impact at all. And then I moved into a building, a professional building for a business. And I would say within 6 months, I was getting what ended up being equivalent to ADD symptoms. So I could no longer think. I would get forms of brain fog. I would get massive pressure. It would feel like a hat that just kept getting tighter and tighter and tighter, and I couldn't take it off. What are the symptoms that I have? I was making a lot of errors. It was hard to do work. So I researched, and it came down to two things. It was either I had ADD, which I had never had any issues before, or I had electro hypersensitivity. So I bought myself the cheapest, best meter I could buy. It was I can tell you the brands if you want later, but it's like an electro smog. It measured magnetic fields, radio frequency, wireless fields, and electric fields. And I found my office had very high magnetic fields. And where it was traced to that was causing me the problem was there was a cable that came from the pole into the building, through the concrete floor to the power panels in the suites, and it ran right under my desk, my chair, between my legs, and down the hall. And we had an electrician come in just to measure the phases, and the phases were all out of balance. So maybe 5 amps on one, 25 on another, 2 on another. They should be relatively equal. And if they're equal,
let's educate people about this, because you're an electrical engineer, and some people might not understand. Like, so your electrical. So electricity coming in is supposed to match the electricity going out, which then goes back to the power station where it was generated.
It should be equal on each phase. Because sorry, I will interrupt you. This was a 4-wire system. It was a 4-wire system. This one is 240 volt 4-wire system. So each phase, so it's 3 phases plus a neutral. Mm-hmm. Each phase should have relatively almost balanced, should be a balanced current. If you have an unbalanced current, then like a few amps on one and many amps on another, the neutral gives off tremendous magnetic fields. There's current flow in there. You got tremendous magnetic fields. And in my research, I used the building biologists. I think it was in California. They have guidelines on what safe levels are to work in, to sleep in. And my levels were somewhere between 15 and 20 times higher than a safe level to be in. So it sensitized me. Yeah, sorry.
I just want to back up so people understand. So like our electrical building codes are actually meant to avoid this. So,
no,
electricians.
It's up to you. It's up to the owner or the users. They
No. I understand this, but they're not supposed to, kind of tie on to a neutral or tie on to another system. It's supposed to be balanced when they wire the house. And the electrical codes help prevent too much of this magnetic field.
Well, it basically, you could happen to anybody's office. If you plug too many photocopiers in or fridges in or whatever it is on one circuit, you got an A, B, and C. So if you got too many big items on A and a lot of small items on B, that's the user that's plugging in. You see, mm-hmm. They may not know that you could do it in your own office, like if you had that system. So
I bring it up, Nick. I was working in an office and I was getting sick, just like you. Okay. And I brought in an expert, but it was an old building, like it was turn of the century, like 1900 type thing.
Yeah.
And it had been so miswired, like there was.
I see.
And that can create that would cause because problems. It's anything that prevents it from coming back matched.
Right. That's right.
Creates a magnetic field, and the guy measuring just said, leave the building. There's nothing they can, will be wired and the walls wrong and everything else, and there's really nothing the landlord can do, without spending a lot of money. So
I see. Yeah. And even our power lines outside of our houses, if those lines aren't balanced, you'd be able to measure if you had the instrument. If you had a lot of head pressure in your living room and you didn't know why, and you got a small meter to measure, you could measure the magnetic fields and see what was coming into your home. So those are things I've done in my house and in my office is move things around and position furniture in certain areas. Mm-hmm.
People can get things, detectors that measure both EMF and magnetic that are pretty inexpensive, aren't they?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I bought one. I can give you it was a cornet.
Sure. Yeah.
Cornet. I don't know. I don't have it in front of me, but it's a cornet. I forget the number, but it's the new 5G one. It's around between $200 and $300. And when I hired somebody to measure my home with very expensive thousands of dollars equipment, I followed them with this cheap, inexpensive cornet meter. It's white, it's handheld, and it basically got the same numbers as the person had with the expensive equipment. Yeah, and I carry that.
So,
I use that. Yeah.
So carry on with your story. So you got this brain fog where, I mean, here you're working as an electrical engineer. You got to be paying attention. You're finding you can't focus. You're getting this pressure in your head where it feels like you're wearing a tight hat and it won't go away.
Yeah.
My understanding is you also became irritable in
Definitely.
that environment.
Yes.
You do the research, you have somebody come in and measure, you realize, wait a second, it's super high magnetic field.
Mm-hmm.
And so what do you do and what happens?
Well, what I did for the magnetic was I got rid of anything that I measured that was too high on the device. So one of my monitors was very high. I got rid of it, got a new one. What else was there? With the cable, I had to move my furniture. And I did all those things. And then I found that I had a cell phone for the business. I became sensitized to that very shortly afterwards. So I could no longer put the phone next to my head. I had to get rid of wireless. What else did I do? I don't know where I was going to go with that one. Sorry. I eventually came to supplements on it, but and protection clothing. I bought a Faraday cage hat. That's another thing you can do. I think that was Earth in Canada. I think it might be in Alberta. Earth in Canada. They have it's a Faraday cage. It protects you from the Wi-Fi getting into your head. It gets the main antenna. Once this gets bothered, you can't function very well at all. I was shocked by a phone. Can I speak to that? Is that okay?
Please.
Yeah. So this is likely due to the diabetes aspect, is my belief, because when I've tested, I've always had low or slightly low sugar. But for those that have that condition and use phones, one day my vision wasn't very well. Things were looking distorted. So people's faces were looking distorted. My car looked distorted. And I just thought, I got to take a photo of this. And I took the phone out, I hit the button to wake it up, and a massive shock went up my arm, into my head. My eyes scattered, and I thought I was going to collapse. It was a very frightening, very, very frightening thing. I thought maybe there was an antenna, cell tower, something around, because I had known I was sensitized already. But I ran to the road, and I ran across the road just to get distance from that area, the building. And I was outside the building when it happened. I ran across the road, and I'm trying to flag cars down, and that didn't work, and a fire truck comes. So they stopped for me. I asked them to call an ambulance, and they called, and they did a blood test on me. My sugars were fine, but they found I'd taken all kinds of sugars and preventions just in case it was diabetes. They took me to the hospital. And before that, in the ambulance, let me back up. In the ambulance, the paramedics twice measured my heart rhythms with the EKG, the stickies there. And they said my heart had an inverted peak, so they couldn't let me drive home. That was why they took me to the hospital. My heart had an inverted peak. It took many hours to finally see someone at the emergency, but they stayed with me, and they kept measuring my blood sugar, and they kept finding it dropping. So my thought is that my sugar was low. That incident happened. I topped it up with glucose, and then I flagged the fire truck down. It was normal by then. But it seems that low blood sugars will do that. And then I thought it might have been the phone. I got a second phone, and in time I was shocked by that. And I had to get rid of the phone. I went to see a specialist. So there's a specialist in King City, and she's, I think, the national specialist for sensitivities, environmental sensitivities. And she said, basically, I had to get rid of the phone, which I did. Yeah.
So Nick, and I know you've done some research on this. So what I'm going to share, you probably already know, but one of the speakers at the health show is a Dr. Magda Havas, who is a professor emerita at Trent University with an expertise on environmental toxicity. And she was actually showing us in her presentation. So they did a study. So they've got people just lying on a table, and they have a cordless phone, which broadcasts, this phone broadcasts at 2.4 gigahertz, which is one of the Wi-Fi frequencies, one of the two used. And so they had a medical doctor had the person hooked up to an ECG to measure, what's going on with the heart. And so they'd have, and just randomly, so the doctor and the person doesn't know when this cordless phone is broadcasting, but it could as well have just been a Wi-Fi transmitter also, as again, the same frequency. So, but, for 3-minute intervals, randomly, it's either on or off. And nobody knows when, but they're measuring on an ECG. And she's showing for some people, it really made no difference whether it was on or off. They're not electro-hypersensitive. But for some people, and we're seeing that the heart, so, it's like normal and it's at, a certain number, and then bang, this Wi-Fi's on. And it's literally tachycardia. It's irregular heartbeat, and the heart rate goes way up. And then when it's off, like it returns back to normal, and it's like clockwork.
Yeah.
And you're sensitive. So likely when you're too close to a cell tower or Wi-Fi, you're physically feeling, because your heart is basically in chaos and crisis from the signal. And I found it fascinating. Like, it's not somebody saying, oh, I don't feel well. You're actually seeing a doctor measuring in real time a physical effect. I have to say, I found it fascinating.
Yeah. It's well, when I felt what happened, I didn't know it was my heart, but it was my sensitive through the nervous system. My eyes were not working properly. And it just felt like something was invasive, and I was shutting down is what it felt like. That's why I ran. But in total, it happened 3 times before I found a doc, and I got rid of the phone after that, and everything's wired in my house. And I know a lot about the EMFs. I've studied it a lot, and I've started writing a little book on it that I want to even give away whenever I'm finished it, put it on a website or something, because it's mostly the kids I'm concerned about the most. Because I mean, I'm 48, and I remember 1995 when there was no phones and what it felt like, and I know what it feels like now. But like my little girl, she's going on 10, and she just knows what she knows, right? So with what's in the schools, and
it's interesting, Nick. So share with people what you do, like, because I think a lot of people may not be feeling right, and they don't understand that there's things you can do. You can get tested for this sensitivity. It's a recognized disability for people that are really bad.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
And there's mountains of research on this, but for whatever reason in North America, we're not really even told that, cell towers and Wi-Fi and cell phones and the like actually can cause problems. So maybe share with people how, if they do think they're sensitive, the types of things that they can do.
Well, I would try turning your Wi-Fi off, or let's to start at least at nighttime. When I first started getting sensitivities, I would leave my cell phone at the front door, and I'd charge it there. I didn't want it anywhere near the bedroom or anybody else. And then I started unplugging, putting it on a timer, the router on a timer, and I would have that turn off at night. It's what I started doing in the early days. And then I wired the house. Well, not what I used the coax cable that was already in the house, and I put a converter on there, so it went from coax to Ethernet. So I got rid of the wireless router, turned the wireless off, and I used the coax cables to transmit the internet to every room in the house. I had to get the hat, the Faraday cage hat, children, I think even Health Canada today says children under 18 shouldn't use a phone. And if they do, it should be very briefly. But Health Canada released that under a recall section. You know, recalls on products, on electrical switches and things like that. They stuck it in a recall. So I have that reference, and it's in the book. But countries all around the world have been taking it out of schools.
Meaning Wi-Fi.
Yes, the smart boards, the Wi-Fi, all that. It's a lot of children have ADD, and there's a lot of tutoring signs all over the towns for kids needing tutoring. And is it really that kids can't think as well because they don't have a tutor, or is it because of the wireless fields? Is one thing I question often. Yeah, I have that sensitivity. I have that disability sensitivity, and I basically had to remove it. But I think you can wire your phone up through a converter as well if you're just using the data on it. You don't have to have your telephone, Bluetooth, and wireless. All those antennas are on at once, and there's multiple antennas in every phone. So, I mean, there's a lot of research on that, and I buried it into this book that I'd like to give. I don't know how to. I can maybe later give it to you.
When's your book going to be done?
Well, it's nearly finished. There's so much new data always coming out with more evidence proving how harmful it is. I just keep adding little bits here and there. I've got very old data that goes back to 1976 with the U.S. military. It's declassified information, and it shows the heart arrhythmias. It shows nervous system disorders. It shows digestive disorders. It shows the nutrients that your body makes for your body to function. It shows certain nutrients or molecules don't work. Don't how do I say it? They don't. They can't be used by the body anymore when you're around.
Because of electromagnetic radiation.
Yes. Well, not just because of the wireless radio frequency electromagnetic EMF. Yeah. Yeah, because of the wireless. So I'd like to make that available to people, and I will definitely send it your way. You have probably like to read it, and you can share it by all means. But yeah, there's lots of things in there to do, with children at schools, in your home, in your office. And, I have that grounding mat on my bed, and I run a cable out the window into a ground rod outside. Because we need the Earth's frequency. We are not, like our body is a frequency, right? We are energy. So the energy that comes through our windows and doors from power lines and from wireless routers, and everybody's neighbor has a wireless router that's coming through your brick wall, and the power meters. There's so much today. And all the equipment, all the devices in everybody's homes. And again, it's the children I worry about the most because their skulls are the thinnest. They're the most aqueous and mostly water, right? And it doesn't have to penetrate very far to get into a child. So I think for the parents that are carrying babies on them and putting phones in the back of the baby holder and things like that is definitely should not do. Personally, I'd like to say I don't. It's not something we want to do.
It's interesting because again, I think there's like North America, we're just not told this, and for people that are sensitive, like literally, you're at a restaurant and you're underneath a strong Wi-Fi. Your heart's going to start racing and be irregular. Like you're going to feel like something's wrong. You're not going to feel well, but you may have no idea.
You wouldn't.
It's because this isn't being shared with us. And this is why, Nick, this is really important. And I'd like to encourage people, like if when you're not, like if this is happening to you where all of a sudden I don't feel well, look around and see, well, are you, under a Wi-Fi transmitter?
Yeah.
Are you close to a cell tower? You had mentioned, like, put your stuff on an electrical timer. Like, literally, you can go to the hardware store and get an electrical timer, which, people back in the day used to do, just turn their lights on when they're not at home so people aren't going to break into your house. But you can have your Wi-Fi router on this. So let's say you go to bed at 10 o'clock and get up at 8. well, have it turn off at night. You don't need it anyway.
You don't need
Everyone
it.
will agree, sensitive or not, it's not good for you. Like everyone will agree about that.
You can all,
So why not turn it off? Put yourself on an airplane at night and have it far away from the bed. And like, you know, there's things you can do.
There's another thing. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Well, could I say one more?
Yeah, no, go. And then I would.
Yeah, if you go into the router, if you went into your wireless router, if you said you had to have wireless, you could dial down the antenna strength of it. So you don't have to have it at 100%. The default's 100%. You could dial it down to wherever all your devices still work, right? And if for the kids that use all those game controllers and stuff, would get the corded ones, right? You want the corded ones because that's going right into your hands, right into your nervous system, right into your head. But you can dial down the strengths on your routers. It's another thing. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, that's good. So, Nick, we're asking everyone who, you know, presents basically to ask us, you know, what's your message to Ottawa? And you've shared a story where, you know, you've shared some supplements that there's a measurable difference, but you've also shared about, you know, electro hypersensitivity, which, you know, you might have a message on that too. So you're not limited. You can give a message on both. I'm just curious, you know, what is your message to Ottawa?
Well, like I mentioned earlier, their involvement to help things degrade they're very eager because it seems to be profit driven. And then to help us is not so profit driven. And we are the natural beings, right? The corporations are created, but I wish politics could marry, I wish politics could be married to the natural world, which includes natural supplements. But the spiritual world, the nature, I wish it could be married to nature. I wish we didn't destroy the soil, which destroys the food, which destroys the health. You know, and the same with the EMFs. The EMFs destroy any living. It hurts people. It also hurts plants. It hurts animals. It hurts everything. So Ottawa, if you could marry the political process with the natural process, I think the corruption would be gone, because we would see to ourselves, right? We would take care of humanity. That covers all angles, supplements, EMFs, everything. So children, everybody. Yeah.
I think,
yeah.
Well, I'm not meaning to cut you off, Nick. I was just
Well, you mentioned that in the preamble of the charter, it mentioned, whereas, you know, everything is based on the supremacy of God and the rule of law. So in that term, God would even at least be nature. You could say everything, or you could say nothing, but it's at least the natural beings and the nature is all I can say. So for those that if they have a hard time with that should be protected, and I think that hasn't been married into the political system at all. It's rejected. Yeah.
You know, Nick, what frustrates me is, you know, I've spoken to experts, and like, it's not like we have to give up all of this communications. We just, but we can do it so much safer. Like,
we can make it safer.
One of the ironies is, and is that, you know, like, if in your home, if it was done by infrared, not only is it super fast, like, you know, you talk 5G, this is above that. Not only is it super fast, but it's actually good for you. It's the frequencies that we're doing, right? So that's what frustrates me, is like, nobody's saying we have to give up our modern world, but let's do it safer. Let's, you know,
that's right.
Let's do it safer. That's all. Let's just ask the question.
Let's do it safer.
Let's just do it safer. And let's admit that we're learning as we go along. But, you know, I like your message to Ottawa, because I think at the end of the day, you know, if we're using the word God, or if we're just connecting it to nature, the idea is that, you know, we're natural people. We're part of the environment. So let's take care of our environment. Let's actually accept that, you know, we're pretty wonderfully made. Like, it's a total mystery. And let's not do things that we know are harmful to our bodies.
That's right. That's right.
I don't even know why we have to ask the question, but somehow we do.
I know, and that's why we need the health charter to protect that. And maybe I shouldn't say this, but I think the money should be tied to health, and not the profits of anybody who can make a big profit, whether it's on agrochemicals or EMF on phones. But if it was tied to health, if your product deteriorated health, your profits must be either drastically reduced to incentivize safety, or to incentivize, because we can make phones far more safe. We can make everything far more safe, but we don't. And that's where I think it's missing. It's missing the natural world. We don't care about the natural world. It's cheaper to do it this way, or whatever their reason is. And it doesn't happen.
I think also, Nick, one of the things we're learning, and I think why it's so important that people are like you are coming on, is that we just assume that the regulatory body's taking care of us. And like as a lawyer, I was Health Canada's lawyer once. That's how I first got into the natural health product realm. And, having to basically deal in the regulation of drugs and food for 30 years. Like if you were was to suggest to me that point out to me one single Health Canada guideline that actually is founded on health. I mean, we have a joke in the regulatory world, like people like me, if Health Canada is banning a natural health product, and they've put out their public health advisories. Honestly, Nick, this is true, and I'm not alone. I go, oh, what's that condition? Like, what's the product, and what's the product's for? And I make a note because I know it works. I've
that's right.
Like there's some bad apples out there where you'll get a product that's adulterated or something. I'm not talking about that.
No.
I'm talking about when they go after a product because it's unapproved. Like it seems that they only go after stuff that really helps people. And I'm sad to say it, but if you follow their food guidelines, you're going to be chronically sick. The amount of chemicals they let in, like how on earth are we allowing provinces to be spraying glyphosate in our forests, for crying out? Like on what planet is any of this okay? Certainly not on planet Earth. And so I think we're learning we have to, I'm on a soapbox. I think we're learning we have to start taking responsibility for our own health.
Absolutely.
And doing research, because you're a person that did that because you're like, wait, I'm type 1 diabetes, so I'm way more prone to have problems. I better pay attention on, well, how does somebody stay healthy? What is important?
What I've learned,
that's your journey. And you've concluded we don't get what we need from our foods. We have dangerous chemicals in our food. We better eat organic. And, find those supplements that make you feel better. And those treatments, in your case, like acupuncture, that make you feel better. And watch for other things, like, because this electromagnetic radiation, we're not taught about that. And some of us, are sensitive. And when you're sensitive, they can measure it in your body. Like they'll see it. And you've got to do your own research if you're not feeling well or doing well.
Well, can I add, I read this in a financial report that claimed, I'm pretty sure it claimed Canada's GDP was 11% of the GDP was based on sickness. So, and I have that quote in a book. I don't have that in front of me, but that's so. That's why I want to base money on health, because right now all these things that create sickness actually improve the gross domestic product of the country. And maybe you probably know that, but that's a really sad thing to see. Yeah.
I didn't know that figure, but I mean, you've looked into what I'm saying, so you step in if anything I say you kind of disagree with. So we've basically allowed our food supply to become where it's not food anymore, both in providing nutrients that we need and then allowing chemicals that actually hurt us and by themselves can lead to sickness. We know that if we are chronically malnourished, that then we develop chronic health conditions. And like there's a long list. The U.S. Department of Agriculture, I think it was in the late 40s, published a report showing how we're not getting, the nutrients aren't in our food anymore. And basically cataloging the chronic illnesses that flow from specific nutritional deficiencies. So now we've got a population that is destined. It's destined to become chronically ill. Like, this is binary. It's no if or. If the human population is chronically malnourished, which we are, then we become chronically sick, like not everyone, but as a population. And then we have a government funded system. And again, you tell me where I get off here, where they don't ask. It's an allopathic system. They don't say, well, what's causing this chronic illness, which is nutritional deficiency. Rather, they asked, okay, well, let's diagnose the condition and how do we treat the symptoms?
That's right.
Not cure the disease, but we've structured our drug laws where the only legal way of addressing the symptoms, are with synthetic chemicals that had a patent when they were approved. So we're basically making ourselves chronically sick, and then we have a treatment system that doesn't cure us. It treats symptoms with synthetic chemicals that themselves create sickness, and and now you're in a revolving door.
That's exactly right. Yeah, the policies create the problem. Yeah, it's sorry, I got a little lost there, but I fully agree with everything you said, and my disappointment is that there is tick boxes on the lab sheets for blood tests where you can check some vitamins, and I've ticked those off myself before. Even if the doctor gives it to you, I'll just put a tick mark on it, because that's essential to know. The vitamin D levels and B12 levels, that's very important.
Oh, and we didn't share about vitamin D and vitamin C. And can you just share with us what you found about vitamin D and C, like their importance, and then also the protocol that you use if you feel like you're coming down with something?
Okay, okay, sure, yeah. Well, I read it in the newspaper, I think it was in 2018, and it was a doctor, a retired doctor, that said, he says, I never get the flu shot. And people say, well, what do you do? And he says, I take high doses of vitamin C. So there's a doc who decides he wants more natural products, and he really promoted vitamin C and D. So those are the two. And so I use a protocol, it's a saturation protocol for vitamin C. And that's, I think, by Dr. Cathcart.
And this is if you feel like, oh, wait a second, I'm in danger of getting something like, a cold or flu.
It could be a runny nose that's just starting, or it could be,
so this is, but I just want people to, this isn't your daily thing. This is like, oh no, if I need to totally load up on vitamin C, how do I do that without getting diarrhea? Because you're not going to hurt yourself with vitamin C. You're just going to get, if you do it too quickly, you're going to get the runs. So
so my daily maintenance dose is actually 4 grams a day. If there's something going around, I'll up that to probably 6 grams a day. But if something goes wrong, it's like I can't get out of bed, which hasn't happened in years. But I remember when it was happening, and I did this technique, I would usually, I think it was either every hour or every other hour, I would take about 2 grams of vitamin C, and I would keep doing that until you start getting a little bit gassy. So you're not going to be running to the toilet with the diarrhea, but you get a little bit gassy, so you back off. And then you stay there for a little bit. You stay there for a while, a few days, and you'll find you can't stay at that dose. You'll get gassy again. You bring it back down. So I've been up to over 50 grams in a day, and I could get over the flu in a matter of days. It's absolutely amazing. Vitamin C does an amazing job for your typical respiratory or flus, those sorts of things. Vitamin D. So that's
Well, I was just going to say.
Sorry, no, you go ahead, Sean.
No, I'm just going to say it's been a theme. Like, so you're not the only one.
Okay.
And like a lot of people have been. They speak about vitamin C, and I think we know that, but some people don't know how do I ramp it up if I'm if I feel that I'm getting something.
So in your cupboard, have a larger bottle of the crystals. So the crystals, you can measure it yourself, You can put in as much as you like. So you get half a teaspoon and put it on a scale, mix it with water, because popping tablets would be more expensive. But that's what I did. I had the crystals, and I used that as a daily measure, and then I used it for I need this now type of a thing. And then I learned about vitamin D. The same doctor in the paper was writing about vitamin D, and that takes a few days for your body to convert that and to get your levels up, the hormone levels up. But vitamin D, is, from what I've read and researched, it's basically a second immune system. So if you just took the one a day on the bottle, it's almost, it might, if you're a child, that might be okay. But for a full-grown adult, and depending if you're white or black, you need a much higher amount. So my general, this is just for me, I'm not recommending it, but for me, I take 5,000 IU a day of vitamin D as a baseline. If there's something really going around the whole town or wherever it's going around, I've gone to 10,000 to 15,000 and stayed there for considerable periods of time. I've had the Labrex. I take off vitamin D and see that the levels were not in any danger category. There was no risk, no nothing. And I virtually don't get sick anymore. And I started doing this, I think it was in, when did I start doing it? Well, I read the article in 2018 about this doctor. So I guess it was 2018. I thought I tried that a little bit sooner. I know I got into vitamin C a little bit sooner, but maybe not in those saturation doses. But
yeah, okay. Just kind of so refocus us. So just so that people understand, so your body, if you're in direct sunlight and the sun's high enough in the horizon, it's not having to go through most of the atmosphere, you make vitamin D, which is why you need sunshine. And in the winter time in the northern hemisphere, you can't make enough vitamin D. So so do your homework on it. Like I know I supplement with vitamin D, especially in the wintertime, just as part of my daily regime. And I've seen lecture after lecture where medical doctors say you've got to supplement with vitamin D in the northern hemisphere. So it's part of your regular regime, I expect, right, Nick?
Yeah, it is. It's part of my regime. It's your immune system needs it as well, I think, to function. It's one of those supplements that you absolutely need it. The oil in our sun's supposed to hit the oil in our skin, and that's supposed to be converted into whatever the long chemical name is for the vitamin D, the hormone. But again, it depends on race. It depends on your immune system. It depends on so many things. Is how much do you need? So the one a day is probably, I think that's enough to prevent rickets. Can I say this? They put the recommended daily allowance for a vitamin, and they'll say take one vitamin D a day, right? So that's the recommended daily allowance. But what's the recommended minimal requirement? That's what we want to know, right? So what's the optimal dosage is what the Health Canada is determining. Right.
So let's have this discussion, and then we'll tidy up. So Nick, what you're saying is really important, because manufacturers are required to put the RDA, the recommended daily allowance, and the word allowance makes you feel like, oh, I shouldn't take any more than this.
That's
correct. When I have to share two things with the audience. So first of all, and I know this from cross-examining Health Canada people under oath who agree, and you can find it on the web. This isn't hidden information. So the recommended daily allowance, according to Health Canada, so when they're calculating this number that you see on your bottle, and you might think, oh, I shouldn't take more than this. The recommended daily allowance is the amount. So let's say vitamin D is the amount of vitamin D that every Canadian can take every day of their life. So on your birthday, when you're not even a day old, until you die at 99. So the recommended daily allowance is the amount that every Canadian from their birthday when they're born to their death day, the entire population can take that amount, and we'll never see a single adverse reaction from having too much.
Yeah.
Which is just like, it has nothing to do with what you need. And here's where they came from, Nick. Like, here's where they came from. Like, why we put them on a bottle, like, I don't know, because it has nothing to do with health. But where it came from is when D-Day was approaching in World War II, so here, you know, they're amassing these armies in England and the United Kingdom to basically cross the English Channel and try to create beachheads and break out and create this second front in France. And they weren't expecting that just one beach would break out. They were expecting every beach to break out. They weren't expecting this bog down that they got. And when they're planning, they got a problem. So here we're going to have these armies land in the beaches. We're going to break out. They're going to just keep going and going and going. And we got supply problems. So the question was, what is the minimum amount of basic nutrients that a 20-year-old healthy man needs, the bare minimum? Because remember, they're having to carry ammo and everything.
So he doesn't die, yeah.
so that at the end of 2 weeks, so for 2 weeks, he can still fire a gun. No, he can drop dead at the end of the 2 weeks.
That's right.
What's the bare amount of nutrition that a healthy 20-year-old man that's you know, at the start of that, been super well fed, like, because these soldiers were taking care, like, what's the bare amount they need to be able to fire a rifle for 2 weeks? They can drop dead after that. It has nothing to do with health.
No, you got to determine that yourself. I've always determined my own dosage. Even with the insulin I have to take, I always determine my own dosage, right? So that's, you got to take control. You can't put a label. There's no, on the insulin bottle, it doesn't say don't take more than. You know, you got to do your test, do your research, and do it yourself.
But again, like, you know, so just so that people watching understand, so, you know, you pick up the vitamin bottle, whether it's let's use a multivitamin, it's RDA, you know, 80% or, you know, 50%. And you're thinking, oh my gosh, I better not take 2 of these. And, you know, I'm reading it and I'm, you know, 190 pounds. Well, that's an amount that every, you know, a newborn baby can take safely. Every newborn baby in Canada can take it. And we will not expect to have any adverse reaction at all. And here, oh, I better not take 2. Like, the fact that we put those on our bottle is a fraud.
It is.
And we'll end there. I mean,
it's more of a scare. But we need what's the minimal. Health Canada should really say, these are hormones and minerals that everybody needs. It's essential. So what's the minimum amount you can get away with and still be healthy? And then what's the optimal amount if you're pregnant or if you got this condition or whatever? Or
what should you be taking to be healthy? So, so Nick, we gotta wrap up. But I'm really thank you for coming and attending. I've enjoyed the conversation, and you've shared some really important information because you have a unique health challenge. You've had some, you know, clearly measurable changes because of some of these products, and you've shared with us about, you know, electro hypersensitivity and how real that is, and that's important. So on behalf of the Health Show, I thank you so much for coming and sharing with us.
Thank you for what you're doing too, Sean. Thank you.
So Section 10 is a section that protects against fraud. We've created this new Ministry of Wellness to actually protect and promote our access to natural health products and other treatment modalities. But for this to actually work, they have to have some powers. And one of the powers they have to have is to protect us against fraud. So this Section 10 makes it illegal to be fraudulent in manufacturing and promoting these products so that, you know, we're protected against those that would want to, you know, deceive us and mislead us. So this is actually very important. It's one thing for us to have our access guaranteed, but we also need to have truthful representations, and that's what Section 10 is about. So now I want to talk about Section 11 and Section 12. They basically both do the same thing, and that is to protect against adulteration. So these sections actually act as a prohibition, as you cannot manufacture, produce, store things in a way where there would be adulteration or any other harm. And it's an offense to contravene that. And this is just to ensure that natural health products and these other treatment modalities are provided to us in a safe way. So this is now just ensuring, with the Charter of Health Freedom, that no one can act irresponsibly, so that we can have confidence in the products that we've accessed.
Hello, and welcome to a segment we're calling Nutritional Newsflash, part of the world's greatest health show. These are supposed to be 5-minute segments when I originally thought of the idea, but I think I'm going to have to rename the show to Nutritional News Hour, because 5 minutes is just not enough to cover what we're covering. I'm your host, Eric Clegg, and I'm thrilled to be joined throughout this series by my guest, certified nutritionist Roseanne Casal. Now, Roseanne Casal is a nutrition coach and a private chef, and the founder of Nourished 365, where since 2016 she has helped clients take charge of their health through conscious, sustainable food and lifestyle choices. Her work has supported people facing a wide range of challenges, including eating disorders, diabetes, obesity, food allergies, autism, and cancer. She holds a BA from SUNY Old Westbury and a master's in nutrition from the University of Bridgeport. Welcome, Roseanne. How's the weather doing where you are?
Mm-hmm. Hi, Eric. The weather has been beautiful here on Long Island in New York. And yes, just loving every day of this fall so far.
It is beautiful. Another beautiful autumn day in Montreal as well. The colors are actually starting to change to orange and red. I'm not sure. Do you get that in New York?
We do, and they're just starting, so it's still more green here, but yeah, it's starting.
Right. Yeah, it ends up getting quite beautiful up here.
It's beautiful.
Just a little bit about the NHPPA. We're a nonprofit organization dedicated to the protection of natural health products and natural health practices. And in this series, we're talking about something that's not always easy to accomplish, good nutrition. So we're exploring the benefits of good nutrition for your body and mind, and how the right foods, along with the appropriate vitamins and supplements, can really make a difference in your overall health.
Mm-hmm.
So today we've talked a bit about this before in previous episodes, but I thought it'd be interesting to talk about red flags of nutrition.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it's easier to just get the quick fix, but in the long run, that can cause problems with your health.
Yeah.
And I find it funny that in the grocery stores these days, they actually have this small section dedicated to natural health, basically good food. They have a small section dedicated to the health food, health conscious choices.
Right.
And then the rest of the store is the unhealthy food. So I'm thinking they should probably have big signs in the store saying, this is the bad for your health section. And I wonder how many people would think twice before going into that section. They have to rethink their marketing.
Yeah.
So, I'm wondering, red flags, what would you think, or would you, so what would you consider are the red flags of nutrition?
Well, the ones that stand out the most, the top one is seed oils. But the other ones that are sort of red flags for me would be processed foods, which I definitely do not eat a lot of, if at all, actually, very little bit, just because it's not the food as it was meant to be. So, and there could be a lot of additives that I don't want in my diet, chemicals, and so processed, ultra processed foods, to me, the long ingredient list we had mentioned one time before, that's a red flag for me. Natural flavors, I'm not horrified by that as I am by the seed oils. But you don't really know, like they don't have to reveal what they mean by natural flavors. And if you're a purist or somebody that really wants to know exactly what's in your food, good luck trying to get that information from the companies. Sometimes they say they don't want to reveal it because it's like part of their secret recipe or things like that. Generally, I mean, I actually use an electrolyte supplement that actually says natural flavors, and the person who makes it did say that he explained what it was. And for me, I'm like, okay, I'll go for that. But generally, I try to stay away from that. But you'll find it to be very common where it says natural flavors. And sometimes, it could simply be, actually, I guess the bad part of what it could be was some kind of chemically engineered flavor or color or something like that. So that's why
in the end, everything is natural, right? When it comes down to the basics.
There you go. Exactly. Very true.
Flavors could be cyanide flavor, maybe. That's natural.
Right. Arsenic. I mean, yes, exactly. So the seed oils, processed foods, ultra processed foods, natural flavors, and I think I also put in there corn syrup, which I don't. In the foods that I eat, I'm not seeing it that much. I think it's still in sodas, candy, baked things sometimes. And that's another red flag that I would definitely stay away from.
Interesting. So I guess those gummy candies that I like so much are probably not the best.
It depends. You have to look at I mean, I love gummy candies too. I tend to get certain kinds that have the least ingredients, and I have it every once in a while, but not all of them, have bad things in them. You just have to be diligent about looking at ingredients.
Right. So looking at ingredients, I'm wondering what kind of things when you go into the grocery store would you absolutely not buy, because you're not going to really look at every ingredient. Some people do, but what type of foods, like things that are easy, fast, what would you not buy? And maybe replace that with, things.
I would say that circling the grocery store is usually your best bet, because it's usually fruits and vegetables, meat, dairy, and that's all your whole food. It's the interior of the supermarket that has like breakfast cereals and canned soups, which are loaded with sodium, and crackers and cookies, and I'm trying to think of all the things that are in the different aisles. Like, that's basically processed foods, or not all, but for a good part are. So as far as, say, you do want something quick, I would say you're going to like say the deli section. Like, deli meats are not that great, but if you're going in there, it's really not the best choice. I'm trying to think what are some good things in a supermarket. You could go into the frozen food aisle, and they carry some organic things or some more natural things, which don't have a big long list of ingredients. So you could look for something like that. I would try to stick, like, it's funny to say meat and potatoes, and I'm not a big fan of potatoes, but some type of meat or chicken, poultry, things like that. Beans are good. They have a lot of B vitamins, and they're one of those mixed foods, so they have protein, carb, and carbohydrate in them. Of course, vegetables, fruits. That's probably what I would go for, is the outer area of the supermarket.
You
Even
mentioned
dairy, things like that.
Right. You mentioned potatoes. I'm wondering, what's your opinion on rice? Is that something that's processed? I mean, I like rice.
White rice is processed because they take they take brown rice and they remove almost like the covering of brown rice. So it has less fiber for sure. It's easier to digest white rice because they remove that like harder outer covering. But believe it or not, rice, I mean, and I haven't looked it up for this, but I know that overconsumption of rice. Rice does have arsenic in it just because of how it's grown or it's in the soil. And I'm not saying you're going to get poisoned when you consume rice sometimes, but but there are people that eat a ton of rice, and it's a high carbohydrate food. So it also depends on what your diet is, but I don't see why rice can't be part of your diet. It can definitely be part of your diet. And same with like pasta. A lot of people love pasta, and I think that can also be part of a diet. If we do something else and we go into the specific diets, like if you're a vegetarian, you would want to be careful. You would need to do food combining. In that case, like you wouldn't be buying from the meat, but hopefully you'd be getting some vegetables and fruits, possibly dairy if you're not vegan. So yogurt is great, and things like some cheese is fine. And then what you say for a main thing, you would choose something like you would combine a grain, so like some kind of pasta, and a bean or a lentil, and combined, those foods would give you the full complement of amino acids. And amino acids are what make up the protein, and it's what we use in our body to build our own protein. So you have to learn to be a healthy vegetarian. You need to learn about food combining. So it's like could be rice and beans, could be pasta and beans. Like, so there's a combination there. So that's just something to keep in mind. But those things are fine. It's just depends on the diet that you want,
Right. So you've mentioned beans a few times. Now, what would you consider canned beans? Would that be good for you?
Yeah, canned beans
okay.
are it's just usually like beans, water, and like salt. And it's not like it's high in sodium or anything. So,
Right.
I mean, if you make beans at home, they're even better. They could get really soft and delicious. But I think that's handy to have that, like either lentils, white beans, black beans, whatever beans you like, added to something. I'm trying to think of other canned things. I would shy away from like the soups and things like that, super high in sodium. I'm trying to think of any beans are probably, and even you could do rice and make your own rice. That's probably fine.
Right. So a lot of these different things, like you say, in the middle of the grocery store, not great for your health. And I'm wondering, how can it affect you with your health? Do you have any opinions on what things can occur to you as time goes by?
No, it always depends on your constitution. Some people could smoke their whole lives and nothing will happen to them and they don't get sick, and other people can't and they get cancer even if they're not smokers, so right. It depends. I think that like we all have like a limit to the toxic burden we over the years, and so we're consuming, if we're not eating organic, we're consuming very possibly glyphosate residue, which is messing with your gut, and that could lead to gut problems. Or you're consuming the seed oils, which are in so many things, and that can lead to, cell damage and other problems in the body. And so, heart disease, I don't want to say directly, but indirectly, all these things combined, if you're eating a kind of a processed diet, it's a burden on your body. Your body has to do a lot of detoxifying. It wants certain fats to repair, and you're not giving it those fats. The residues on food are just wreaking havoc in there. So, yeah.
Okay, you mentioned glyphosate. I mean, apparently in Canada, I don't know if they're doing that in the US as well, but apparently they've been spraying glyphosate in the forests, and I'm wondering what advantage that would have for our forests and for the wildlife in the forest. Do you have
From
any
my
idea?
From my perspective, there cannot be a benefit to that. I can't think of one thing. I don't know what they're saying, but here I think they're phasing that out because they're getting sued for people getting cancer from that, the people that are spraying and things like that. But I think they found something else that they're going to put on, which might even be more toxic. So, that's like a whole can of worms. But that's why I personally choose organic. which we're not going to totally go into today, but that's kind of a red flag for me. Like, I want to eat organic food when I know that things are probably genetically modified, or like, I don't want to have that. So, it's generally a little bit more expensive, but for me, like, health things are worth that.
I would love to touch on that in a future episode, organic versus non-organic, because sometimes it's tricky to find what's what in the grocery store, what's organic. And of course, there's a cost
absolutely
as well, very much more expensive for that type of thing. So that's interesting. And I'm wondering about sugar. That's one thing that I'm curious about. There's sugar, there's artificial sweeteners, wondering how that impacts your health and whether there's alternatives. I mean, I can think of a few alternatives. Being in Canada, we have a lot of maple syrup.
Yes.
It's the cliche of Canada, maple syrup. So I'm wondering, I mean, that's definitely much better than your
corn syrup, or just like regular, sugar. Yes, absolutely. Maple syrup has, I'm not sure exactly what it has in it, but it definitely has some kind of minerals in it. So it's not just like, it's not like corn syrup, which is like, just how it's extracted or made is just, it's just doing damage to the, let's say, the sugar control in your body, the glucose control in your body. It's like people that are drinking sodas and things like that. I would definitely listen. I have a sweet tooth, so I know, I definitely go for things sometimes. But I never drink soda. Absolutely not. I will not eat or drink anything that has corn syrup in it.
And how do you know what has corn syrup in it? I guess you just have to look at the ingredients.
I do. I just look. I mean, I know sodas do. And at some point, they were doing a lot of high fructose corn syrup, even in baked goods and things like that. I don't really buy that, but I would, if you see it there, if you just glance, you'll see it. And I wouldn't get things like that. So the thing with sugar is that besides it's kind of addictive and people tend to overeat, like you don't really overeat meat or chicken or something like that if it's just plain, prepared, like, not processed, just whole food, say. But you definitely can easily overeat sweets. I've done it myself. So it can lead to obesity, or even just being overweight. Also, your body can get tired. Like when you eat sugar, your body has to release insulin to bring the sugar down because that can cause damage in the body. So sometimes our body, that's like turns into type 2 diabetes where, where the pancreas is not working, like things are not working as they should to regulate blood sugar, let's say. So the other thing about sugar is, now this I didn't learn too long ago, but a little while ago, is that, these like super smart doctors and nutritionists and things are pointing out that Alzheimer is like the diabetes of the brain, so that it's impacting the brain. And honestly, I would have to do a little more research to give you good information on it. But it's just overconsumption, like everything else, should be moderation. Overconsumption is not good. Some sugar, of course, it's okay. Birthday cakes or going to the movies, you want something, cookie here and there, like that's all fine. But no corn syrup, no high fructose corn syrup, and in moderation.
Right. So corn syrup must be made from corn, right?
Correct. Yes.
It's kind of a dumb question, but I never really thought of corn as being sweet, to tell you the truth. But
you're right. But I guess it's so, what is the word I'm looking for? It's just so concentrated. And I don't know how they even figured out how to make that. And then the high fructose corn syrup, even worse. But I did notice that they really took that out of most things. That was really wreaking havoc. But but you go to Europe, honestly, I've been there, you look at a can of Coke and it has like 3 ingredients in it, sugar being one of them. Now it's a lot better than here where corn syrup is in the soda. And in our country, they're allowed to get away with all that, so so I would definitely, moderation, just like really anything else, like as far as sugar goes.
So white sugar or brown sugar would be better than corn syrup.
Correct. Correct. Yeah. I mean, you're never going to eat plain white sugar or brown sugar, so you're going to see like when you look at the ingredients, if the first ingredient is sugar, that means it's the most part of that food. Like, so you're eating something very sugary. So you make your decisions based on that. You always look at the ingredients.
And I'm wondering if they call high fructose corn syrup, is that indicated on the label, or would they consider that sugar?
No, they have to put the high fructose corn syrup or corn syrup. Yeah.
So maple syrup's a good alternative. Honey would be another good alternative.
Yeah, you definitely can do that. Yeah, I mean, the person that I cook for, I make them every week a pumpkin bread, and the sweetener is a half a cup of maple syrup, and they're probably, they eat the best out of all of my clients, and they're healthy and getting healthier actually. So yeah, and it's one small part of their diet. So yeah.
Right. So I guess you had mentioned that before, but when you're going to dining out, social events, things like that, do you have any steps that you would take to make sure you don't eat what you don't want to be eating?
Well, of course, stay away from fried things. That's generally good because the oils that they're frying in are not, right now, it's a no. They're not good. I would try to do more whole things, like get a steak or get like a piece of fish that's been broiled or something like sauteed, go for, let's see, if you're not, I mean, fish is good, chicken, like things like that, like things like, if we're talking like a restaurant, like I would choose things like that. And it's even okay. Like even, tacos can be okay. You have to just see how it's prepared. You have to take a look. There's going to be some oil involved and things like that. Like when you go out, I sort of feel like you have to suspend things sometimes.
Yeah.
Like I have to sort of just be like, okay, well, I'm eating out and that's it. And I still try to make good choices, but sometimes it's just not going to be what I would eat at home, but I don't do it that often. So I would just, as much as you can, go for, the whole foods if you can. I mean, if you want to go and have French fries sometimes, like that's fine. But as long as you don't do it that often,
So you're allowed to cheat once in a while.
Absolutely. Yeah. I don't think it's just a healthy diet is sustainable for most people unless they have that leeway somewhere, like to go to a bakery and have something, or they're meeting somebody for coffee, or they want to get a slice of pizza, which really isn't that bad anyway, or they want to go to the movies and have candy or things like that. I think that has to be built into, it's like a lifestyle.
So a slice of pizza, freshly baked pizza, as opposed to the frozen pizza that you get in the grocery store, which has probably got all those extra chemicals and whatever else.
There's probably definitely more ingredients. Some pizzas are good. I mean, I can't find an organic pizza place. I would love to, but the pizza around here is pretty simple. I found a couple of places, it's just tomatoes and cheese and, the bread. So I don't think that's probably like a fast food for me. Like, so I don't think it's that terrible. And I would like to eat it every day, but I don't.
When you do go out, you don't go into the kitchen and check to see what they're doing, do you?
No, I think they bar me from the kitchen now. There's no peeking around in the kitchen, but sometimes they cook out in the open there and I see what they're doing. They're using for that anyway, they're using very simple ingredients.
Right. You mentioned French fries. I do my own French fries, but I use olive oil. So that's probably a little better than using the sunflower and whatever.
Oh, for sure. Oh my gosh. Yes. Yeah. Definitely.
It's probably not great for you, but once in a while. I don't do it all the time, but every once in a while.
It's fine. It's fine. Yes.
I'm wondering, is there any myths about bad foods or red flag foods that you could think of, like that you've discovered that actually is not such a bad thing? I'm wondering.
Let me try to think what's not bad. I guess it's more fat, like fats and cholesterol, like that. I read a book a long time ago, The Cholesterol Myth. Like cholesterol, if you want to have a healthy brain and healthy cells and, have cholesterol to help heal things in your body, cholesterol is not a bad thing. And the thing is that what they did actually, I believe now this is only my perspective, I believe it's to possibly sell statins, which are the cholesterol lowering drugs. What they did was, it used to be a normal cholesterol reading was, you could go up to, I don't even remember what it is, but 300, let's say. And they put that down, like they kept putting it down. Now it's like 200 total. And it's not normal to take things that lower cholesterol. Your body has a feedback loop with cholesterol. When there's not enough, your liver makes more. When there's too much, your liver makes less. So you could eat a dozen eggs that have cholesterol in them, and then your body's not going to make as much cholesterol. So I think that's the biggest standout, actually, is cholesterol and fat. And so saturated fat has also been demonized. Turns out that's not what's causing a heart disease and your arteries from clogging and things like that. Thing is, it has to be part of a healthy diet. You can't be eating all fatty stuff and then eating all processed and candy and things. It has to be part of a healthy diet.
Right. So cholesterol, yeah, and statins. I've heard a lot about that. That statins are actually one of the causes of Alzheimer's and different diseases.
And it makes sense if the brain is 60% fat, and it's so cholesterol is involved in that too. Well, it makes sense. And if you're taking statins to lower your cholesterol, it makes no sense, really. And believe it or not, I think the doctors do believe, they strongly believe, especially if you go to a cardiac doctor, that they're doing the right thing by getting you to keep that cholesterol low. And there are people that know what I believe is better and more, and they'll say, do you want to shrink your brain? Then lower your cholesterol.
Right.
Yeah.
So
but I remember, that's my perspective.
Right. For sure. And I guess in a way, it's a lot to do with the medical profession. They're not really taught much about nutrition, from what I understand, from what I've heard. They're given maybe a course or two on nutrition. That should be, you would think that would be the first thing you would learn when you're going to medical school, was how can you avoid all the different problems and resulting in taking different pharmaceutical drugs. But
doctors used to, I think, in way back, used to, I think it's the first thing a doctor should ask you when you go in. You're feeling sick. Okay, what's your diet like? What are you eating? Are you eating out every night? Are you eating fast food? Are you drinking alcohol? Or, a lot of sugar? What's going on there? That has to be a part of the conversation. Otherwise, it's almost, to me, it's like a form of malpractice. Not that they're knowingly doing that, but it's just, it has to be part of the conversation.
Yeah, which starts with the education. They have to learn about it first. So I guess in a way, it all comes down to nutrition, stress management, sleep, exercise. All these things play a big
for sure.
in our health, especially as we get older, right? You can do anything
Those
when
are the mainstays. Like you said, the what you're consuming, what you're eating, what you're drinking, your sleep, your stress levels, your activity level. And what I've learned even more recently is, I guess you could kind of tie it in with stress, is your mindset. If your mindset is junky and just you're not functioning maybe into that capacity as you could be, then you can do a lot of things, but you maybe won't reach the level that you want to. So that all things that you mentioned, it all has to come together.
Right. So what you take into your brain is going to come out physically in a way.
Absolutely.
What you listen to, what you talk about, sort of a positive thinking kind of thing,
Kind of, yeah. In a way, yes, it is. It's part of it, but yes, I do believe that's a big part of health.
Right. Well, there's so much to learn. I'm hoping you can join us again for another episode of the Nutritional News Flash, which may be the Nutritional News Hour next time. I'll have to see. But I'd appreciate that, and I'm sure our viewers will be clamoring for more. So
I'm just going to leave you with two things. One is that keep in mind, I just talking about the old time doctors, and that saying an apple a day keeps the doctor away. It's really listen, I don't know if it keeps the doctor away, but I do think having that has like this great fiber in it that just pulls things through, like as, things that you maybe don't want in your intestinal tract and pulls it out. And so it has this gel-like fiber that works great. So I do believe in that saying a lot, an apple a day keeps the doctor away. And also, we didn't really go into the seed oils, but I really would avoid anytime you see sunflower, safflower, grapeseed, corn, soy, rice bran, peanut, canola, I would really red flag leave those out of the diet if possible, especially if you're cooking at home. At home, use olive, avocado, coconut butter, ghee, things like that. So those are 2 takeaways.
Excellent. Well, I live in apple country where I am just south shore of Montreal. We have a big mountain here. We have orchards all over the place. And I actually just bought a bag last week. So
Nice.
put it to the test and I'll let you know how I feel after a couple of weeks. I'm going to eat an apple a day and hopefully I won't have to go see the doctor anytime soon.
I hope so, yes.
All right. Well, thank you very much for joining us. And we look forward to the next time on the Nutritional News Flash. Thank you very much. And we'll catch you in the next episode. And stay healthy, everyone.
Well, welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name's Sean Buckley. I'm with the Natural Health Products Protection Association, and I'm very, very pleased to have with me today Udo Erasmus. Udo, welcome to the health show.
Hi, glad to be on. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, no, it is. So, those watching, they won't automatically know, but I'm going to tell them, we've had a long discussion beforehand. In fact, we were having a really good discussion, and it's got, we better get on the show here. So I just want to introduce you a little bit, because there'll be people watching that will have no idea that you're a giant in the natural health community and literally the pioneer when it comes to essential oils. But you had long ago actually even went to medical school. Mm-hmm. Can you share with us kind of why you went and what happened when you went?
Okay, well, very quickly, I came out of the Second World War. I was a war baby, then I was a refugee, then I was an orphan. We ended up in Germany. We left there when I was 10. And I started thinking about deep stuff very early, because I looked at the world and I said, man, it's got to be, there got to be a way that it could be better than this. And so when it came to studying, my parents believed in education. I was always looking at nature. How is it in nature? There were no wars in nature. Only humans had the wars. And so it got me thinking. And so I wanted to know more about nature, studied biology, which is the study of life. Well, we didn't study life in biology, but we studied form and function. Psychology, we didn't study soul. We studied thoughts, beliefs, and emotions. And then I thought, gee, what am I going to do with my life? Oh, I want to know what health is. If I know what health is and somebody comes to me who's departed from health in some direction, then I should be able to turn them around in the direction of health, give them a push and watch them get better. But if I want to do that, I'd need to know where health lives. What is health? And so they call it healthcare. I said, oh my God, medicine's for me. And I went in there and all we learned about was disease. So I was a little upset. It's like, well, maybe in the third or fourth year, we'd learn about health. First, we learn about what's wrong. Then we're going to learn what's right. I went to talk to the dean. I said, so I came here to study health. What is health? He said, and he has like a wise, deep eyes. He looked at me. He says, we don't know. We're working on it. And that was the most disappointing professional answer I ever got. And medicine still has no definition of health that's actionable. Health is when you're not sick. No, that's not health. Actually, health is a presence of components and principles that when you're in line with those, you bring in the components and you follow the principles, then health is the result. And we get more into that maybe. But then we were told
Yeah.
that a doctor should always know what's going on. He should always sound as though he knows what's going on, even when he doesn't. And the farm where I grew up on, we call that lying. And I left medicine because I wasn't going to lie at people for a living. And that was in 1964. And I went back into biochemistry and genetics and took more psychology. So because I'm just really interested in what is a human being? What is, how should we live? How do we live on this incredible planet? And what's the best way to do that? So that's kind of my preoccupation all my life.
Yeah, no, and I know that you tried a whole bunch of different things, and you actually ended up focusing, really doing research on health issues, but it was because of basically a problem that developed with you. Do you want to share with us?
Yeah, 1980.
How you found yourself in trouble?
Yeah. Well, 1980, my marriage broke up. That was not my plan. And I was very upset. And I wanted to kill something. And I took a job full-time as a pesticide sprayer, because that's why we use pesticides. Pesticides are only used to kill things, kill living things, right? There's a problem with that. The biochemistry of insects and plants and humans has a lot of similarities. So if you have a poison for an insect and you get it on yourself, you might just poison yourself. So I was really careless, sprayed for 3 years, and ended up getting poisoned by pesticides. And ended up with 38 years old, 1980, low energy, like an old man. I was like an old man. I had no energy, cramps, nausea, dizziness. And then I went to the doctor and said, what do you have for pesticide poisoning? She said, nothing. Oh, we can spray them all over the world and we don't actually have any fix for when we get messed up. Oh, what would you call that? Freedom without responsibility? It's like,
right. But just backing up, you're actually really quite disabled at the time. Like this is,
if I walked around a city block, I had to sit and rest. I was completely, honestly, and then I started looking at pesticides. They didn't tell us this. The government that certified me to spray them, BC government, they didn't tell us anything about the poisonous aspects of it. So then when I started looking for them, they tried to tell me I had the flu. And I went to Greenpeace, and Greenpeace had a stack of studies done on pesticides. And I went through those. Oh my God, I've got cancer to look forward to. So my palms started to sweat. So I highly motivated. What do you do?
Right. But I just want to slow you down because you're just glossing over the fact that you're now a young man.
Yeah.
You literally can't walk around the block.
Yep.
You've got really bad nausea. When you say you have cramps, I mean you have cramps.
Yeah.
And you'd even describe for me, like if you turned your head, it's almost like your brain didn't follow your vision.
Yeah,
like
that's what I felt.
You're having cognitive problems.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I just want the viewers to understand. I mean, you're disabled because of this pesticide use.
100%. Well, or
right.
my stupidity of being careless in using them. But yes, they're super poisonous, right?
I have that illness also. So
yeah.
What,
the stupid part?
Yeah.
I think we are. I think the human race.
We're interviewing you today, so
yeah. I think the human race has a very big stupidity gene.
Yeah.
Anyway, so then I said, okay, well, I had enough biology background, and I said, okay, I guess I'm on my own here, and it really came home to me. Oh my God, My body is my responsibility. The space my body occupies is my territory.
Can I
And
stop you?
I
'Cause that-
am responsible for that territory.
That's an important point. Like this realization that you came to, I think it's a big part of our problem, because we just abdicate that to our caregivers. We go to the doctor
Yeah.
and just assume that they're gonna, help us. We assume that, Health Canada is actually, oh, everything's fine with, our food supply and our drug supply. But you found yourself, wait a second, this is my body and I'm responsible.
Yeah.
And so,
And if I don't care for my body, maybe nobody does. Right? I mean, it's that cut and dried, right? So then I said, okay, what do I do? Well, I knew at that point that everything turns over. The body turns over, right? It's made out of, what's it made of? Food, water, air, and run by sunlight. Life is a solar energy fraction, right? Okay, so here's my body. It's always turning over. And what that means
being
is
replaced.
Yeah.
Being,
That's why, your skin comes off in the shower, but your lining of the inside of your digestive tract gets replaced every 4 days, because there's so much going on there. It has to keep being repaired, reworked, rebuilt. So I knew that. And so I said, okay, well, I got poisoned. So that's first thing is no more spraying poisons. That's, turn off the tap that floods the basement, right? And then I said, okay, if the body's always turning over, then what I need to do is I need to raise my standard. Because if I raise my standard for intake, better water, better air, better food, then within 1 year, I can have rebuilt 98% of my body to a higher standard. That's how fast the body turns over.
Can I just slow you down, because some people watching actually might not understand fully what you're trying to say. So you're basically saying 90% of our cells
98
get replaced, every calendar year.
Yeah.
And, they're built on air, water, and food. So if we give them clean air, we give them clean water, and we give them clean, healthy food, then we're going to end up with clean, healthy cells, which that is us, and that's going to dramatically affect our health. And I just slowed you down because this might be a concept that some people don't understand how important the proper clean diet and even clean air and clean water are.
Yeah. Okay. So that's why healing is possible. If the body wasn't always turning over, healing would be impossible. Right? A bridge is just made out of something, like a piece of iron, like a stick. It's made out of iron. It doesn't turn over. It rusts and falls apart, but you couldn't heal it. If it's broken, you can't heal it. Right? We turn over all the time. Next year on this day, I will be a 98% new body that you never talked to. Even though my crazy ideas will still be just as crazy as they are now, the whole body gets replaced. All the atoms are removed and replaced in this space that my body occupies every year. Water, if you drink as much water as you should, you drink like 10 to 15 times your body weight in water every year. 10 to 15 times your body weight in water. That's how much water goes through you in 1 year. 10 to 15 times your body weight. Wow. Okay, so a lot can happen if you get the principles and components of health right. You can do an enormous amount of good to yourself. And it doesn't help to go to the professionals who are trained in disease management, symptom suppression, crisis intervention, and monitoring your downhill journey to the graveyard, to go to them for questions of how to improve your own health. It's right here. It happens right here at your mouth. Where you're drinking, drinking and breathing, drinking, eating, and breathing, right? But then you have to look at what is clean air, what's clean water, what's clean food. Well, nature's mandate for creatures that eat has always been fresh, whole, raw, and organic. And then also local and seasonal mostly. And then for human beings, probably mostly plant-based, because when we had rocks to hunt with, the hunters came home without meat a lot. So when you don't have meat, you eat veggies, because the veggies don't run away, they don't fight back, and they're easy to hunt down and kill. So that seemed to work because we're still here, right? That seemed to work. And then when we started thinking we were smarter than nature, which has been around for what, 4 billion years? And we're the successful end product of an unbroken line of reproductive successes that goes all the way back 4 billion years, or at least 200,000 years, or at least 6,000 years, depending on what your belief system is, right? And we didn't have the technology, so we were eating what nature provided. And then we started thinking we were smarter than nature. And we did a lot of cool things that helped, like hygiene and figured out what the essential nutrients are, 42 of them, 18 minerals, 13 vitamins, 9 essential amino acids, 2 essential fatty acids. Those your body can't make, but you have to have them to live and be healthy. So they have to be brought in from outside, from nature, one way or another, supplement or food. And if you don't get enough of any one of those, you cannot stay healthy. Your health will deteriorate. You will get deficiency symptoms. They are degenerative in nature. They get worse with time. And if you don't get any one of those 42 essential nutrients long enough, you die. These are the massively essential building blocks for body construction and body function, right? So I was looking at all of that.
I'm just going to slow you down again, because there'll be people watching.
Yeah.
That this idea that, if you're not, there's essential nutrients that you need.
Yeah.
And if you're not getting them, you are going to get sick.
You cannot be healthy.
It's just that you can't be healthy because they're essential nutrients. So, you can't just be going to McDonald's or buying processed food and long-term think you're going to be okay.
Mm-hmm.
So
if you eat ultra-processed foods, you will end up with an ultra-processed body. And of course, now there's a lot of talk about that, as how much sickness, how much illness comes from garbage foods that governments allowed license to make, but were never tested for their benefits to health. And then, when you want to grow organic food, you have to go through all these certifications. But the people who invented the frying pan that wrecks all our foods and makes them toxic and inflammatory and promotes cancer, they never had to prove that those were safe. So we have our system backwards, where we have to prove that nature works, but the people who make a bunch of junk for money don't have to prove that theirs is not dangerous. And the truth is, it is dangerous. Pesticides are dangerous. Pharmaceutical drugs are unnatural, so they don't belong in a body. And all of this stuff, the pesticides, the pharmaceutical drugs, especially those two, are completely unnatural. That's why they have side effects. Side effects means they're causing you symptoms of disease because they work against your health. And they maybe suppress symptoms, and that's a good money model because, the pill wears off every 6 hours, so I have to take another pill every 6 hours for the next 80 years. That's good for the people who make the pill, but it's actually not making me healthy. Never did, never will.
Can we? I just want to be. I don't want us to lose the story. So you're disabled as a young man because you're poisoned with pesticides.
Yeah.
You come to realize, wait a second, I've got to give myself clean air, clean water, clean food.
Yeah.
What happened when you did that?
Well, now I'm 83, And I had, and that's funny, that's the backs of 38, right? I'm 83. I have more energy than I had when I was 30, before I got pussy. Why?
Yeah, so you got healthy.
Yeah, I got healthy. Because health is the natural state, but you have to live in line with nature to get to the natural state.
No,
Because
well,
health was invented because health was health was invented by life in nature. It's our adaptation. That's, health is the sign of being adapted to living in line with nature.
So let's talk about what health is, because we're all kind of on a journey, and at different points in our life, we have different realizations. And you've come to a realization that actually us talking about what is health, and actually having an understanding of what is health actually has to come before even what we're doing on this show, in a way. Like we were having a discussion earlier, and I was saying, yeah, I mean, like for me, let's ask the question for the first time in our regulatory environment: how do we get good health outcomes?
Yeah.
And you would say, well, yes, but what are good health? What is health itself?
Yeah.
As the first question, and you're right.
Yeah.
So do you want to share with us, like, you're spending a lot of time thinking about what's health, and do you want to share that with us?
Yeah. Okay. So, it comes out of saying, okay, we have a healthcare system, and there's no definition of health. And the truth is, it's a disease management system, not a healthcare system. It is a misrepresentation of the service it provides. And in Germany, at least, in German, they call it sick care. Krankheit, right? Krankheitspflege, right? Sick care. At least they're being honest about it. We call it health care when it's actually sick care. Okay. And in order to call it health care, or to do something that really is health care, you have to know what the principles and components of health are. We don't have that. The government doesn't have that. The medical profession doesn't have that. And I've been thinking about it for 60 years, simply because I came out of a war and life was so crazy. I said, well, where's the good stuff? How does it work when it's working? How can we live in more harmony? How can we have a better quality of life? And the answers are all in the space the body occupies, right? And in nature surrounding it. And we're so far away from that. So what is health? Well, health is based in nature and human nature. So if you live in line with nature and your nature, then the result will be vitality, good function, good sensory function, good physical function, and capability to live the life you want to live, right? What are the principles and components? Well, number one, if you go deep, number one is peace. In the core of your being, if you can sit still long enough and bring your focus inside, out of your mind, into the space your body occupies, you will discover that there is a calmness, a peace, a quietness, a contentment there that you can experience, but you can't really describe it. Because when you describe it, it's formless, it's infinite, it is not bound to this dimension of your body, but your access is the core of your being. So that's the first one. The second one, within that space, there is a flow of a fraction of solar energy that we call life. And that, it literally is solar energy filtered through 93 million miles of space, filtered through the atmosphere, filtered into plants, activates electrons, which then bond and form molecules. And those become your food, and you eat them, and in your cells, those bonds get broken. That solar energy fraction is released. Now we call it life. Life is energy. And that life is unconditional, empowering love for your body. Now, wouldn't it be nice to feel unconditionally and empoweringly loved? You know, we look for it out there, and so, oh, she loves me not, you know, all that stuff. But we are actually unconditionally loved inside. Again, if we sit still and yeah, let me just finish the sentence and go inside and feel that. We feel so cared for that it changes how we live in the world. Okay, go ahead.
Well, I just want to slow down what you're saying so that, you know, let's have a discussion as we go along. Because my understanding is you're saying really health is being in line with, you know, who, you know, late nature, yourself. I mean, who you are yourself. And you had said, you know, look, part of it is peace, like actually just getting out of literally your mind and all these distractions. and all of us, I mean, I think intuitively we understand that we have a body, but we're not a body. There's something else here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think intuitively we understand, like, you know, some people, oh, well, you know, you have a soul. I'd say, you know, it might be closer to the truth to say you are a soul.
Mm-hmm.
And we're living in a body. But you're saying, like, first of all, be aware our body occupies a space, right? Like you were explaining to me earlier, our body occupies our space, and we have to have control over that space. Like nobody else should have control over our body, that space. And within that, we kind of have an inner core where we're, you know, at our inner core, who we really are is peaceful. And we have to be in line with that if we're going to be healthy. Like, do I have that right? Like,
yeah, there's good research that shows when you do deep meditation or you experience peace, you reverse aging. How's that for being good for health, right? So I'm saying that. I'm also saying the energy that keeps you alive, you know, peace is your universal essence. The entire universe, including you, came out of peace. Okay? There's more peace in the universe than anything else, more than hydrogen, more than anything. Okay? And there's more peace in the universe than war, even though we get more focused on war because that's how stupid we are. Right? And then your individual essence is actually that life energy. It is the master in and of your body. And that energy is indestructible, can never get sick, never dies, runs everything, weighs nothing, and is perfect health. And if you could get out of your mind and all of your worries and your fears and your limitations and your emotional upsets, if you could get out of those and just let that energy flow through your body, it would be very, very hard to get sick. But we we think ourselves sick. So,
it is interesting. Like I've heard that, you know, if you carry anger for long periods of time or emotional upset for a long period of time, and I think this is fairly conventional, like this isn't going to surprise anyone, that our negative emotional states can lead to chronic illness.
Liver problems associated with anger, and also you fry your adrenals. We used to say that, just, you know, people say, oh yeah, you're frying your adrenals with the stress you're doing, right?
Right. So our mental state, if it's out of line, if we're not finding that peace and we're kind of basically getting control of our thoughts, then we're out of line with who we're, you know, supposed to be, and that's not healthy.
Right. And and so in fact, you don't want to stop your mind. You want to transcend your mind. You want to step out of it. Let it go. Your head, you know, is made for thinking and correlating and figuring stuff out. It has a job to do, but you don't have to be there watching all the time. So you can enjoy peace while your mind and your brain do their work without your attendance. Okay. So then if you feel that unconditional love, that is your personal essence. So we are lovers by nature, right? When we're in touch with ourselves, and then we're kind to people, and then we don't beat people up, and then we don't need 1,000 rules, because if love is the only law you follow, you don't need any other laws. And if you don't follow the law of love, you'll take all the other substitute laws that get made, that Moses made and that every government makes, right? They're the lawmakers, right? Why do they make the laws? Is because if you don't follow the law of love, you break every one of those laws when it's convenient.
That's why I loved Jesus' second commandment so much. He basically says, just love your neighbor like yourself. And that's it.
Yeah,
every other rule. I mean, he literally says that's the every other law. That 100%. It's all about loving your neighbor like, first love God and then love your neighbor like yourself. But I just want to back up because you were saying something so important about, you're saying just, let your mind go, but literally step out of it, transcend it. And I think some people, because, the outside world just gives us so much stress. And at times the media wants us to be worried and afraid. And some of us get caught up in our thoughts where then we become emotional, we become worried, we become fearful. And then where I'm wanting to discuss, Udo, is you're bringing up the point, that's not you. Like your mind is supposed to be collating and looking for things and trying to solve problems, but that's not you. You don't have to get emotional about that. And you can actually just come to understand, no, that's my mind doing what it's supposed to do. But I don't have to become emotional. I don't have to become fearful.
Yeah.
Right. Like that's it. I just didn't want to gloss over that.
Yeah, because your experience of your existence depends on where you put your focus. If you put the focus on peace, there'll be peace in your life. If you put your focus on love, there'll be love in your life. If you focus on the shine of love, of that love into the world, I call that positive purpose or positive mind or inspired purpose, right? If your focus is on that, then your focus isn't gonna be on, oh my God, they did this to me. Oh my God, oh, I'm overwhelmed. Oh, I'm so worried. I have so many bad memories and so many bad things happen. You don't have to live there. You get to decide where your focus goes.
Right. So you can actually say those are thoughts and I'm going to think about something else.
Yeah. Or I'm going to go into the peace that is an experience of total, let go, right?
Mm-hmm.
Total relaxation, right? I'm going to experience that even if there's chatter out there, whether it's the birds singing or the politicians trying to mandate shit, right? I don't have to put my focus there. And even if they mandate it, that does not affect the peace that I can feel, and it does not affect the love I can feel. That is my life. They can't actually interfere with that.
And that's taking control of the space your body occupies.
Yeah, because the love is also my power. Life is your power, right? When you're in your power, then it's not hard to look at the world and say, okay, well, I need to go this way and I need to do that and do that. And I need to stand up to that. And I need to speak truth to corrupt power. It's like when you're in your power, that's where you're supposed to be living because that's you.
And if you're not, you're out of line, right?
Well, yeah, then you're gonna absorb, then your focus is gonna always be pulled to everything that changes. That's for survival. And then you're going to become a victim of everything around you. Well, you're not supposed to be a victim. You're supposed to be the wizard of your own life, not the victim. Right? And then, so now we've talked about positive mind. That's about thriving. Mm-hmm. That's about vision. That's about genius. That's about making life better, figuring out how to help, or doing what needs to be done, or making the biggest splash for good that you can make in the time that you have on this planet. And now the fourth part is the body. That's where most people focus, food and fitness. And mm-hmm. digestion is a part of it, and rest is a part of it, and food, water, air is a part of it. That's where most of the focus goes. But people won't follow the rules for eating, drinking, and exercising if they're not feeling content and they're not feeling empowered. That's why so much of the good advice falls on deaf ears, right? So that one gets most of the attention. So I don't want to spend a lot more time. I worked in the area of oils, essential fatty acids, omega-3s. Flaxseed oil was my invention. I'm in the Canadian Health Food Association Hall of Fame for starting an industry of making oils with health in mind. Right.
Well, actually, we'll go there a little bit, but I just want to keep on the definition of health because we've kind of talked about, the mental, spiritual part.
Yeah.
But there is a physical part to it also.
Yeah. So there's the physical part. So then the next part is, I call it protective mind. And that's basically your survival skills, because you live in a body. It's a worthwhile but losing proposition, because eventually something will get your body, right? But while you're alive, you want to be alive as much as possible. Safety, reproduction is part of the survival, raising the kids, learning survival skills. I call that the protective part of mind. Then there's another part of mind. That's the baggage, the mental baggage that we inherited from cultures and nations and religions and stuff. And it's stuff that we say, but that's actually not true, or might have been true at one point and no longer is true. And the best way to deal with that is just to dump it, just to look at it and say, well, I just said that, I just thought that, but that's actually not true. So let me, let me not go there anymore, right? And then outside of that is your social group. You know that the social group affects your health, right? Because if people look at you weird, you have a reaction. So social group, and when we played soccer as kids in the schoolyard, and somebody kicked the ball, but they missed the ball and then kicked you in the shins. Our response to was, "You make me sick." We get really angry. "You make me sick." So even as kids, we know that the people we spend time with affects our health, right? So you want to pick the people who encourage you, who accept you, who support you, who love you, who, tell you honestly what they see, and who can be helpful to you growing into the magnificence that you are by nature. Then there's the natural environment. And the natural environment, obviously, you keep eating that natural environment, but you also feed your senses with it. And it's what your body is made out of. The body is made out of the natural environment if you're healthy. It's not made out of drugs or pesticides. It's made out of natural molecules, right? And there's somebody who once told me a summary of every environmental issue. It had been carved into a log in huge letters, like 2 feet tall and maybe 3 inches deep. And it said, "Shit in your nest and you nest in your shit," right? That's the natural environment part. And then outside of that is the big picture. Here you are, your body is a terminal condition and you're living in an infinite universe. And to accept that and not be worried about it and not be anxious or depressed or overwhelmed by it. Okay, I'm in a temporary body that is terminal in an infinite universe. And what is the best way for me to fully enjoy this incredible temporary gift that I have, where water and dust and air, 3 buckets of water, a handful of dust, a few gulps of air, we're all mixed together in a way that allows the human experience to unfold.
You to be here. And I need to slow down because you said something really important. And I just want us to think about it for a second, because, you call our bodies are terminal, meaning we're going to end, where we have this is what you are experiencing it's a finite experience physically. Like your time in the body is finite. I was reading a psalm last week, and it was kind of saying, like, why do men even complain? Your existence is so brief, like it's just such a whisper in the wind, so to speak.
Mhm.
Like, why do you even make a fuss out of anything that's happening? And it kind of jarred me, Udo, because I was having to face the reality again. I don't want to face the reality I'm mortal, and I think most of us don't. But I think what you're saying is well, if we're going to be at peace, I think we have to understand the reality, and it's a beautiful thing. It's not meant to be not beautiful. The reality is this physical experience, which is a wonderful experience for us. It's meant to be temporary, and it is temporary, and we should be at peace at that. But that also, I think, then will like, we need that to be healthy, is what you would say. Like, we have to accept we're temporary. We have to accept that our bodies are going to die, but we won't.
Mm-hmm.
And that's being in line with who we are, is that we're temporary. And
Well, that the body. Well, no, because we're not the body. See, we mix that up a lot.
I mean, the body's temporary. So
yeah,
I think
the body's temporary, but life is eternal. You can't destroy energy. You know, it's one of the rules is energy is indestructible, right? And peace is also indestructible. Peace is also awareness. You could also call it God. Some people do, you know, or the physicists call it the field, right? So the field and the energy of life are indestructible. So that there's something in your destructible body that is by nature indestructible. If you're worried about death, go to the part in you that doesn't die. It's more you than your body anyway. Oh, you know, and then when you're living that way, you're literally in the power, in the peace, in the power, in your own presence.
And not in
fear. You were given this gift to enjoy. And sometimes people say, oh, well, it's selfish to dwell on yourself and to sit with yourself and to do meditation and to practice self-knowledge. No, you should be doing something else out there for somebody else. No, bullshit. Because you were given that gift that you have inside of you. And if you don't enjoy that gift, it's a wasted gift because nobody else can enjoy it for you. And that gift is free of interference of any outside source of mental, emotional, social, environmental input. And which one? Or physical input. That essence of your being, the universal and the individual essence of your being, are free to begin with and are what truth is. And when you bring that into the world, you know, we're going to have a very different world if 8 billion people are present in their space, enjoying the gift of life, and then doing the little things they got to do for the body and helping each other get them done instead of throwing bombs on each other and lying to each other and trying to force them, you know, locking them up and doing all the stupid things that history is a record of. It's like,
so, you know, just back to the definition of health. It's being in line with, you know, who you are. And then I do want to switch. I appreciate, you know, you'd say shouldn't be the focus, but physically we have to be in line with the fact that we're, you know, our bodies are part of nature. We're part of, you know, and if we get out of line with the way we're supposed to eat, that we're supposed to have healthy food, that we're not supposed to be spraying pesticides and accumulating that within our bodies. You had said we're not supposed to be taking chemical drugs. I want you to elaborate on that again. Like, why is that a problem? Like, why are synthetic drugs and foods a problem? Because some people viewing this presentation by you may not really understand the importance from a physical health perspective of eating right, of avoiding synthetic things.
First of all, if you love your life because it feels so good to be alive, because I'm present in it, right? Then I say, okay, I love this experience. I want to extend it for as long as I can, right? I want to be both healthy and long-lived as much as I can. What do I need to do to make that happen? You know, usually people ask me questions. I call them Russian roulette questions. What can I get away with? Well, can I fry with hard fats? Or, you know, because I say frying is the worst thing we've ever invented to do to ourselves in terms of food, if health is our goal. Okay, so because it's very, very destructive. And so what do I have to do to live in line? Well, you got to give each one of those 10 parts that we talked about its due. Each one has a different nature, a different function, needs a different kind of attention regularly, goes off in a different way, and responds to a different kind of intervention. So fundamentally, what you want to do is you want to bring your understanding to what is actually true about you in your totalness, right? And then when you do that, you say, okay, well, body came out of nature. It's been 4 billion years in the making. There were never any drugs there. There was never any fast foods there. There was never any, you know, it wasn't civilized. There wasn't all that garbage, and there weren't those pesticides, and it wasn't all that stuff. Well, actually, if I want to be healthy along the line of how the whole thing worked and works, I wouldn't want them in my food now. Not pesticides, not drugs, because these are molecules that don't exist in nature in the form in which we make them. So they're synthetically created by man. And when they go into our body, they go into places in our body where some other molecule should be, and some other natural molecule should be. And in the space in our body that they occupy, they interfere with what's supposed to be going on there. That's why they make us sick, because we're actually putting stuff in our body that interferes with the normal, natural interactions of molecules that are the biochemistry of life. So when you interfere with that and it doesn't work, well, yeah, hello, your body doesn't work when you poison it, because that's what we're doing, right? On a molecular level, all physical disease begins at the level of interactions between molecules, not electrons, not atoms, but interaction between molecules, interaction between the wrong molecules, because we put the wrong molecules in there as pesticides and drugs. They're going to be interactions that are not conducive to normal, natural, healthy function of a body that is a part of nature.
Yeah, and I again, like you're saying things that they're just common sense, but I don't think many of us think of that as our body has functions. They're supposed to be naturally occurring molecules that, you know, we've been designed for them to do a function within us. And when we put in synthetic molecules, they take the place of the natural ones, but they don't function the same way. Yeah. And that interferes with our body doing what it's supposed to do, which is now that we're out of line, our functions are out of line.
Yep.
That's
a definition of sickness.
Right, is being out of line. Now, you had said a little earlier, like you're in the CHFA Hall of Fame for, you know, basically starting the healthy oils movement. And as I understand it, when you were, you know, kind of really doing research because of, you know, your health crisis, you came to realize that nutrition was super important, but there was incomplete information about oils. Am I right about that?
Yeah, when I started looking for self-help, because the doctors didn't have anything, I was looking at all of, you know, nutrition and health, nutrition and disease. That was my focus, because I was thinking more about the body, not so much about water and air. But nutrition and health, body's made out of food, so raise the standard. But what are the standards? Well, you know, so then I got into the essential nutrients. So minerals, vitamins, amino acids, fatty acids. And the area that was really confusing was the area of fats. And so I had this thing, it said omega is a study. Omega-6 is essential. You have to have it. You can't live without it. If you don't get enough, you die. If you bring enough back into your deficient diet before you die, all the problems that come from not getting enough are reversed. and you get your health back, because life knows what to do with those building blocks, provided we take responsibility for providing them. So they got to land in our body. Okay. So I'm reading this article. I say, okay, omega-6 is essential. And the very next study I read said omega-6 gives you cancer and kills you. And I'm going, what? Right? I have to have it so it can kill me with cancer? No, there's some, and I was like, no, I must be missing something. There must be something going on, because this does not make any sense. And that forced me to look deeper into how oils are made. Now, there's a lot of people these days saying, don't use omega-6s, don't use oils. All of those people, none of them have ever talked to me. None of those people who say that have ever talked to me. And they should, because, that's my area. And I haven't been hiding. I've done 10,000 talks, 40 countries, tons of media. None of those people talk to me. And they haven't done their homework, because they see the results. When you do research with damaged oils, you're going to have some effects of the damaged oils on whatever your research topic is, right? So they get the results and say, oh yeah, okay, omega-6 is bad, seed oil is bad. And what they're doing is they're blaming the damage that industry does during processing these oils, when they make colorless, odorless, tasteless oils, and the damage we do to it, especially in the frying pan. So they're blaming the oil for what should be blamed on the damage. Because when they're not damaged, omega-3 and omega-6 in the right ratio are essential nutrients, in the right amounts, the right ratios, are essential nutrients for every cell in your body.
Can you, I just realized I should back up. Like, some people don't understand that actually we need fats to be healthy. Because the media, we've got this fixation on being thin. We'll try eating non-processed foods, but fat's bad, fat's bad, fat's bad. But that's actually not true at all. That you can't be healthy. And do you want to kind of explain? Like, it might even surprise people how much of the nervous system, how much of your brain is fat, and that you need fat for healthy cells and all of that.
Yeah. So first of all, bad fats are bad and good fats are good. It's not like fats are bad or fats are good. There's two kinds. My book is called Fats That Heal, Fats That Kill, because that's the difference between good fats and bad fats. And the bad fats are the fats that are damaged, and it's the damage that is the problem. So what do the essential fatty acids do? I started at the height of the no-fat, low-fat craze. And people were getting dry skin, low energy levels. Some people completely removed all of their fat from their diet. And one of the heads of starting that, his name was Pritikin. He actually got leukemia and killed himself in New York in 1969, I think. No, when he was 69 years old. I don't remember what the year was. It was after 1980, maybe 89. But he killed himself because he was pushing this no-fat diet. His diet was 8% fat, which is way too low. It should be about 25%. and because he said all fats are bad. But there are two essential nutrients that you can't make but have to have, that every cell in your body requires, that come from oils. So when you go on a no-fat diet, you will kill yourself. It'll take about 3 years. But your body will slowly run out of those essential nutrients that have important function in the body. And when you run out of them, your body crashes. That's it, right? So what do they do? Well, the omega-3s that are too low in 99% of the population increase energy by 40 to 60% if you get optimum amounts of it. Optimum amounts would be a tablespoon per 50 pounds of body weight in winter, and maybe a tablespoon per 75 or 100 pounds in summer. More in winter is burned for heat. They are heating oils. They keep you warm in winter. They are required in the membrane of every cell. They make the hormones work more effectively at the cell receptor level. all the hormones work through receptors. That means you need less hormones to get the work done. That means you age slower. That means you run out of hormones slower. In the brain, if you take the water out of the brain, fats make up more than 60% of your brain weight, and they're half omega-6 and half omega-3 derivatives that are super important for brain function. In your retina, in the back of your eye, highest amount of omega-3 called DHA, super important for vision, super important in pregnancy for brain development of the child. And the child will take the fats out of the mother's brain if the mother doesn't have enough in her diet. That's why women get baby brain. But the research has shown that each child depletes the mother further, and each child gets less than the previous child. And they figured out that that's why oldest kids on average have the highest IQ, and youngest on average have the lowest IQ. So they're important not for brain, only for brain development, but also for brain function. And the one thing I think that is most important is the body turns the essential fatty acids that come from oils, omega-3 and omega-6, into derivatives that have hormone-like regulating substances of just about everything that goes on in every cell on a moment-to-moment basis, lifelong. So if you don't have fat in your diet, you're headed for the dustbin of history. And the thing about fats making you fat was also never true. In 1979, McGovern wrote his, what was it called? Report on Nutrition and Health in the US. He was a senator. Mm-hmm. And that became the background work for the food pyramid. And on that food pyramid, they put carbs on the bottom as the foods you should eat the most of, and fats on top that you should eat the least of. They didn't make a distinction between good and bad fats. And then people started eating that way. And in 20 years of following that stupid food pyramid, overweight went from 25 to 60% of the population. And nobody said boo about it. The fat, because fats don't make you fat. They suppress appetite and they stabilize blood energy, blood sugar. Carbs make your blood sugar go up, make your insulin go up and down. And carbs, when you don't burn them, get turned into fat. So most overweight comes from too much fat or too much inflammation, which leads to water retention in the body. So the idea of fats making you fat was never true. And the omega-3s, you can actually use them to lose fat because they increase your oxygen and energy metabolism. Our athletes, 40 to 60% increase in performance within 30 days of starting to take a tablespoon per 50 pounds of body weight of an oil blend that is properly balanced with omega-3 and 6. That right. I developed the formula for.
Yeah, so
40 to 60%. So these, and we gave people, if you want to lose weight, you need to lower your carbs and increase your omega-3 intake. And then you lose fat very easily.
Just to back up. So because you've got, people in the natural health community know, but other people may not. We've all heard of Udo's blend. And that's what you're talking about, a blend of oils. So there's supposed to be a certain ratio. And there actually was a clinical trial done showing that athletes perform way better if they're taking this. And my understanding is some sports teams, like hockey teams, they've learned and they're on your blend, right?
Yeah. Hockey and football, any of the both strength and endurance. The bodybuilders we worked with said they were going back to doing workouts they did in their 30s when they were in their 50s after they started taking the oils. There was a guy. There was a football player from Dallas Cowboys that called me, and he said, "Do you put drugs in your oil?" I said, no, why are you asking? He says, because I have a shoulder injury that hurts all the time. It's inflammation, right? And he wrecked something. He's probably got scar tissue in there and stuff. He says, when I take your oil, the pain goes away. And then when I don't take your oil, the pain comes back. Yeah, that's because omega-3s have anti-inflammatory benefits. And they help. So they help. Inflammation it causes pain, especially when it's happening in the wrong place, right? And one of the easiest methods to get rid of pain is by increasing omega-3s that are not damaged, because most people are deficient in them, right? There are other ways to deal with inflammation. Magnesium is good, and iodine can be good, and drinking more water can be good, and getting the toxins out of your system can all be good. But of all the nutrients that help with inflammation, omega-3 is number one. Some people call it the God molecule because it is the highest energy molecule of all of our nutritional molecules. And then you get this energy, and it comes from, by the way, omega-3s come from northern and southern hemispheres close to the poles, where it's the coldest. You get a warming oil, whereas the saturated fats in the tropics are cooling oils. And that's what you want. And the poles, you need more heat. And in the tropics, you want to get cooler, right? And it's all designed in nature, right? That's why, to me, it's like...
Right, so we have locally what we're supposed to get. Like nature's figured that out. But
but let me make a point there. Now most people live in sort of a temperate zone because we have air conditioning. So in the tropics they have air conditioning, and in the north they have heat. So we all kind of living in a temperate zone, and there's omega-3s in the temperate zone, and they still work the same. But if you were living in the tropics, you would probably sweat more if you used a bunch of omega-3s, because they increase your oxygen rate, your metabolic rate. And some people find that in summer, they need less oil than in winter, because in winter, they burn more for heat. In summer, they don't need that heat. So, yeah, so I interrupted you.
Oh, no, actually, I mean, I was just wanting to, re-emphasize the point for people watching that they have to get rid of this idea fats are bad. In fact, the right fats are essential. You cannot be healthy. Like, you have no chance of being healthy unless you're getting the right fats. So they have to kind of disabuse themselves of really what's been misinformation. So you've got to have the right fats. Now,
you got to get the right fats, and you got to get them undamaged, and you got to get them in the right ratio. Those are the three main issues, right? Okay, and if you go on a no-fat diet, that will eventually kill you.
So let's talk about damaged fats. And you've mentioned frying pan already and that, but I have to tell you, I got a little alarmed in our pre-interview. It's like, oh my gosh, I'm probably not doing things the way I should.
I'm sure you're not.
Yeah. So share with, and forget about the audience. This is total self-interest. I'm just kidding, audience. But tell us, how are fats damaged? And then I assume it's again, so your body, you said every cell depends on good fats. So fat molecules that aren't damaged, I'm assuming we've got a damaged fat molecule, the body will still take it up, but that function can't work.
Correct. Yeah. If you have a damaged fat molecule, it will go in your body, depending on how it's damaged, of course. It'll go in your body in a place that should be occupied by an undamaged fat molecule. And whatever function was supposed to go on in that space, in the molecular architecture of your body, can't happen. So it blocks. It either sidetracks or blocks or interferes with whatever biochemical reaction is supposed to go on there. And then you're taking apart the body's architecture. And guess what? If you do that often enough, then you get a diagnosable condition, right? So what damages oils? Two ways. Industry damages them. And they do that because they wanted a long shelf life on these molecules that have the shortest shelf life by nature, because they're very sensitive to damage by light, oxygen, and heat, right? I already said that. So they wanted a long shelf life because then they could make the oil they could make it in Ottawa and sell it in Vancouver and sell it in Johannesburg and sell it in Moscow and sell it in Buenos Aires and sell it in Shanghai and sell it in wherever else you want to go, Berlin, right? And so they wanted a long shelf life, and then you get economies of scale, and then you can make these huge, humongous presses and machines and just pump tons of seeds through there and make oils and make good money. So how do you get a long shelf life on oils that by nature have a short one? That's the issue for them. Mine is, how do you make an oil with health in mind? How do you make an oil with shelf life in mind? These are clearly two different goals, and they're going to lead to different behavior, right? So they want to make shelf life. So they found out if you treat an oil with sodium hydroxide, which we know as Drano, which you clean your sinks with, you burn stuff out of your sink with it. Drano, sodium hydroxide. Then with phosphoric acid, which is used commercially to clean windows, a very strong acid. Then you bleach the oil, take out the color molecules that absorb light, which can then damage the oil. So you take those out with bleaching clays, and now the oil is rancid. And so in order to get rid of the rancid molecules, you have to deodorize, I call it de-stinkerize the oil. You have to heat it to frying temperature for about 30 minutes to blow off the rancid molecules. But you also get to blow off half of the pesticides in the oil. So that's what they told me they did that for. Then you have a colorless, odorless, tasteless oil, and about 0.5 to 1% of the molecules are damaged. And when I asked the industry why they do it when it does damage to the oils, they gave me this reason about pesticides. And then I said, why don't you start with organically grown seeds so you don't have any pesticides to blow off in the oil? And the guy got mad at me. Like there was a long silence. Then he got mad at me. He said, I don't know what your problem is. It's only 1% damage and 99% good. And what the hell is your problem? So then I thought, well, okay, maybe I'm overreacting because I didn't know. So I decided to find out how many damaged molecules are you going to get in 1 tablespoon of an oil that is 1% damaged by the industrial processing. And I ask people that all the time. If you guess, I get guesses all the time. And all the time, I have never had anybody guess the actual number because we don't know how big molecules are, right? So it's like we don't have a basis for making the estimate, but make it anyway. So what I find out, nobody has ever guessed less than 1 billion times too low the amount of damaged molecules in the oil, which means that we're using these oils and we're thinking that they're 1 billion times less toxic than they actually are. Holy smokes. So the number is, if it's 1% damaged in 1 tablespoon of oil, you will have 60 quintillion damaged molecules that never existed in nature. 60 quintillion damaged molecules is more than 1 million damaged molecules for every one of your body's 60 trillion cells. And then you do that. Okay, you don't do 1 tablespoon, you do 2 to 4, and then you have pesticides, and you have plastic that leaches into oil, and you fry the oils. You got to multiply that number by another 5 times, and you do that for 30 years, and you wonder why you got cancer. Because fried oils increase inflammation and the risk of cancer.
So what types of oils are they doing this? You've described this processing where, they basically go through 3 or a couple of chemical steps and then they boil it to get rid of things. What types of oils that we would typically, see at our grocery store is this type of processing done to?
All of them, except extra virgin olive oil, if it really is, because the industry lies on that sometimes, because there's a lot of call for extra virgin olive oil and the trees grow very slowly. So there's more demand than supply. So then they dilute the oils with damaged oils, and sometimes they damage the oil too. So all of them except extra virgin olive oil or oils that say on them unrefined. And
Okay.
that's hardly any oils anywhere.
What about
Unrefined
coconut oil?
coconut, you can get unrefined coconut oil, but unrefined coconut oil has no omega-3s in it. And it is the oil lowest in omega-6 as well. So you're getting oil, and oil has energy, and your body can burn that for energy, but you're not getting essential fatty acids. And the truth is, when it comes to all fats and oils, the only thing you have to have from them is omega-6 and omega-3 undamaged in the right ratio and the right amounts. And you need to do that first. You know, it's like it's like health is not the absence of fried oils. Health is the presence of omega-3 and omega-6 in the right ratio, undamaged. Right? Just like health is not the absence of disease. Health is the presence of components and principles that are required to be brought in and followed in order for the body, in order for life to make you a body that works normally, that works healthy.
So if I go to even my, health food store or organic market, and there's organic oils on the shelf, I still need to look for unrefined or raw type thing, right?
Yeah, they don't usually say raw, but that would be a good name for it. And if it says, what did they say? Cold pressed. Cold pressed is a meaningless term because there's no definition for that term. Should be organic because you don't want pesticides in your oils, because pesticides poison you. And unrefined, organic unrefined. That's usually the organic oils are I would say largely they're unrefined, but they should also be in glass and not in plastic, because oils swell plastic and then plastic leaches into oils. And you're hearing a lot about microplastics these days. Not a good thing to put in your body. Okay.
And then back to something you were saying earlier. So heating up oils, very bad. So like the frying pan, that damages oils that aren't damaged. And then we're back into this. It's so many molecules.
Correct.
That you're going to be uptaking some of them and disrupting functions that are supposed to happen.
Yeah. So I say to people, you got a frying pan in your house? Everybody does, right? Go get the frying pan, turn it upside down, hit yourself upside the head with it so it's associated with pain, and throw that stupid thing out. It's the dumbest thing we have ever invented to do to our food from the perspective of health. More health problems come from damaged oil. More physical health problems come from damaged oils than any other part of nutrition. Actually, some mental problems too, because you mess your brain up.
But you just said a big point here, and you've done a ton of research. You just said more physical problems.
Yeah.
So you're like talking chronic illness, things that are manifesting.
Yep.
More health problems come from damaged oils than pretty well any other single cause.
Any other part of nutrition.
Okay. So as far as
health problems come from lack of peace and lack of feeling loved.
Right. But for those of us that are, I need to supplement and I need to eat organic and all of that, we may not be paying attention. Oh, no, I'm using extra virgin organic olive oil to fry
the hell out of my potatoes, right?
No, exactly. Which is why I'm appreciating this conversation, because I didn't know, and I think a lot of people won't know that, no, if we're actually trying, then we have to be aware about not heating up fats.
Correct. Yeah. Well, you can't do health without knowledge. And there are some things we haven't been told. The industry won't tell us, because their interest is not our health. Their interest is their money, right? The government that supports that industry is not going to tell you that, because they're more interested in whatever it is. They're why they, government is generally more about money than about people. That's why Canada can send $16 billion to Ukraine to help people kill each other, and will spend $0 at home for peace. And it's like, you're doing what with my tax money? Why aren't you, you know, we have all our measures are economic. We don't have any measures for are people happy? Do people feel safe? You know, how's the quality of life? You know, are the kids getting their needs met? You know, we don't have any, we don't even measure any of that. We just measure how the banks are doing. Mm-hmm. Like, what, you know, and that's like, we live in a world that is so corrupted from what a human being is and can be and how they can live in harmony together and with themselves, with nature and the planet and all of nature. We are so corrupted from that.
I think, sorry, one thing that just came to mind when you're talking about this is, and it's kind of off topic, but maybe not, is I think we're becoming disconnected from actually the world around us, as artificial as it is for most of us, with our devices.
Yeah.
Like, and our attention span, like you had started talking when we were talking about what is health, because if we don't know what health is, we don't have a goal to go to. And the first thing you started talking about, and it's because intuitively it has to be the most important thing, is being able to go inside ourselves and find that peaceful part of us.
Yeah.
And yet people have been addicted to, you know, the 10-second hit from our devices. And I think, you know, there's going to be a huge health consequence, both mental and physical.
Yep.
Because we can't be at peace. Our minds never slow down. Do you have any thoughts on that? Like, and I'm sorry,
I do.
We got a total segue here.
Yeah, I do it, and I think it's actually, this is probably the most important point that I'm going to make today. So when you're in your mother's womb, right? All of us have been there. Nothing to do, nowhere to go. Everything's taken care of. And it's pretty safe. Right? So then a question is, where's your focus when you're in your mother's womb? Well, it's not out there because there's no place to go. And it's not on something you're doing because there's nothing to do. And it's not on getting your needs met because your needs have been met. So where's your focus? Well, your focus is at rest inside, in its source, within the space your body occupies, in life and in peace. And if you look at pictures of fetuses, sometimes you see the little smile on their face and just sort of hanging out. They're like in a deep self-knowledge meditation. They don't know there's a mother around them. They don't know there's a world around the mother. They have no words. They have no ideas, no culture, no religion. It's all just biology carrying on, right? And then you get booted out of paradise, Paradise Lost, right? Get booted out of this incredible place. By the way, it's really boring, but you're not bored. Oh, for 9 months you sat still and you weren't bored. Oh, because you were in bliss. You were in peace. You know, you were in the love that is your life. Wow, how cool is that, right? So then we got kicked out. Then we have to, now everything's changed. You have to survive in the world. So now you got to get to know the world. So awareness, your focus of awareness goes out through your senses into the world, attracted to change. Because every time something changes, you got to look at it and say, is that friend to approach? Is that enemy to run from or fight? Or is it irrelevant and I can just ignore it safely, right? So you do that, and that starts the moment you're born. And then with time, you get more and more present outside, absent inside. When in the womb, you were present inside, but absent outside in your focus, right? And so then gradually you get out there. And what happens is you get disconnected from yourself. And the disconnection from self is the cause of heartache. I don't know anybody who doesn't know what heartache is. You know, somebody dumps you, or your grandmother dies, or your best friend moves away, or your dog runs away, or somebody promises you something and they're lying to you and you find out they're lying. And you always feel uneasy in your chest when, you know, those are triggers. because we try to have the things on the outside reconnect us, and because we've forgotten that the disconnection was inside from ourselves, and it's a natural, normal, necessary process, right? And out of the heartache, out of that disconnection comes a discontent, and discontent will always spread discontent. That was my take home at 9/11, you know, when the towers blew up, right? I was on a whitewater rafting trip, and I started thinking about it. Nothing was affected where I was. And I started thinking, wow, discontent people will always spread discontent. And if people who know what contentment is, and I claim to be one of those people, if we don't spread contentment faster than they spread discontent, guess where we're going, right? And we are drifting toward destruction because of the corruption, because we have not found our way back to ourselves, because when we feel heartache, we either we don't like the feeling, so we try to distract ourselves or ignore it or deny it or try to rationalize it away with ideologies or blame it on somebody. When what we should be doing with heartache, sitting with it. You don't have to look for heartache. It'll come to you on a regular basis. When you have it, sit with it quietly, feel it. You might have some tears. It will not kill you. But why is that? Because heartache is the greatest gift life gave you, because just like thirst is a gift because it makes you look for water when you need it, and hunger is a gift because it makes you look for food when you need it, or tiredness is a gift because it lets you know when it's time to rest your body. Heartache is the call of your heart to bring your focus back home inside, to reconnect to the peace and the love that are your essence, that you should be living from into the world and expressing into the world.
Right. So we're supposed to be living from the inside out, not be focused on all this outside.
Yeah. Well, and we're still living from the outside in, right? Because it's almost like we got caught out, because nobody, no government and no church and no media and no medical profession tells you the story I just told you. Natural process, homecoming required, if you want to live a life of quality. But you know who did? There was this guy. I don't know. I don't know a lot about it because I wasn't there. I'm 2,000 years late to the party. He said, the kingdom of heaven is within you. The kingdom of heaven is within you. Oh, let's see. God lives there. Jesus lives there. Holy Spirit lives there. All the good things live there.
And you live there.
And it said, oh my God, that's in me. And then the second thing he said, first seek the kingdom of heaven within you, and everything else will fall into place. Now, if 8 billion people did that, we would not have disease management misrepresented as healthcare. We would not have governments that create problems or make problems known because that's how they get attention, because we're still all out there, you know, saying, oh my God, now what do we do now, right? So there's no place in any culture, any religion, any society, any country that I know of that makes this part of the education. And until peace and life become part of the education of human beings, almost the foundation of the education of human beings. Of course, you want to learn how to, you know, flush your toilet and, you know, run your bath water and cook your food. You want to learn all of that. But you need to, of all the things you most need to know, is your foundation in life and in awareness.
Yeah, and who you are, because you're not the thoughts in your head.
Because that's who you are.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So everything we look up on the outside, I mean, it's a joke, right? There, everything we're looking for on the outside, like deep down, really looking for, is all already within us. And all it requires is not for us to create it, but only just to bring the focus back to it.
And back to the definition of health, because you were saying the definition of health is basic, or is being in line, and that's in line with that you are a finite, you're an infinite person. You're a spiritual being that's going to survive this experience, but you've been given this physical gift.
Yeah,
and
so you can have the experience.
And you've got to be in line with that. You got to be at peace with that. And then also understand you're part of this ecosystem where you're supposed to have natural molecules. And if you have other ones, you're out of line with what you're supposed to be. So just like, being out of line mentally and spiritually leads to disease. Being out of line with the fact that you're supposed to have natural molecules that have a specific function, then that's going to lead to sickness.
To disease, Also, to dis-ease, and life, the energy that keeps you alive is perfect health, and peace is beyond health. Even it's not even the realm of health; it's beyond that, right? So there is no illness in peace, and there's no illness in love. There's no darkness in light. That's it's the same thing, right? There's no darkness in light. What is your essence? In your essence is wholeness, oneness, wholeness, health in your essence. You are health, wholeness, oneness in your essence, in your universal and your individual essence. And on that, then you can live in wherever you live and whatever's going on. You have a place that belongs to you that nothing can touch and no one can corrupt unless you let go of it. Holy smokes! It's like, wow, that's good news.
So who's responsible for our health?
Well, you could blame God. God's responsible for our health, but fundamentally, you are responsible for your health. And now that goes to the other question. If I am responsible for my health, because honestly, my doctor doesn't care. Really, he has his things that he does, and he has his routines that he follows, and he doesn't really look at what is really going on with this Udo guy, right? And he does his thing, and even if his method doesn't work, he gets paid, but I don't get the benefit. Oh, but if you know that health is actually your nature, and you're willing to do the homework, to sit still, and bring your focus to it, and feel the peace, and feel the love, and feel the inspiration, and listen to the insights, and find the wisdom, because it's all in there. It's not like you have to get it from somewhere. It's all in there already, right?
And take
from
responsibility.
From that perspective, it is 100% my responsibility. My health is 100% my responsibility. But that also means you don't have a right to tell me how I should do health. And neither does the government, and neither does Health Canada, which is more disease-oriented than health-oriented as far as I've heard. I'm not an expert on that topic, or the medical profession, or the media. So you got to take everything that comes to you, that comes from people, with a grain of salt. If it's out of line with peace and love, it's probably bullshit. And you probably should do your best not to follow it, right? And so when we make a lot of laws, we don't need those laws if love is where we live from. When you feel loved and cared for, you don't go around wrecking things. It's automatic. It's an automatic follow from it.
I came to understand through another project that our laws, both criminal and civil, are basically based on the second commandment. That we're supposed to love each other like ourselves. Like it's all over the civil law, but I'm coming to understand that actually for our health, if we would just live that, Like,
Well,
so if we would love each other,
yeah,
we're not going to be controlling each other. We're going to be doing our best as a society to have
yeah,
healthy food,
yeah,
and we're not going to be censoring truthful information, and we're going to be respecting people's bodily integrity.
yeah,
Like, it's like the whole
yeah,
thing could be solved by just doing what we're supposed to do.
yeah. Except you can't do it by being told to love other people either.
Right. It has
Because
to
you
come
have
from
to
inside.
feel the love. So you need to do the homework. So we all have homework to do. And that homework, if you ask the really wise people, that homework is ongoing, lifelong. You spend every day some time getting in touch with the place which, when you get in touch with it, requires no other laws. And if everybody in government was required to have mastered that particular habit, we would have a completely different government. We would spend 16 billion on peace in the country and not send it elsewhere to get people to kill each other. And we would sit down together and we would say, not like you shouldn't, you did, and we don't, and therefore, and punish, and we would say, okay, you're alive, I'm alive, we both have the gift. What can we do together to make the most of that gift, both for ourselves and then for our kids and for our families and for our community and for our natural environment that we live in? What can we do together? And then it's not antagonistic. We don't have to live in antagonism. We can live in love. Is the opposite of antagonism, right? Love is the opposite of mandating and imposing and pushing and punishing. Why aren't we living like that? Because that is our nature. Right?
Well, Udo, I'm optimistic that we're getting there, and I also know you told me earlier you have finite time. So I want to get to one question I ask everyone, and that simply is, we're marching, this health tour across Canada, and we're bringing different voices, and a lot of it is people just telling their own health journeys, like you've shared with us yours. Do you have any message for Ottawa? And that includes Parliament, that includes Health Canada.
Yeah. Well, there's a saying in certain business circles. They say, people don't care what you know until you know they care. Okay. So if the government, first of all, the government should be asking my help to do their job better, honestly. But not just me, anybody, right? So what are your talents? What do you bring to the party? How can we maximize the getting that out? If it's good stuff and it helps quality of life, we should be encouraging that and we should be supporting that. Well, we're not really set up that way. So what I would say is, if you're from the government, or you're from Health Canada, or you're from the corrections branch even, or you're from psychology, whatever it is you're from, my question to you is, can you show me how to get to the peace that I'm looking for? Can you show me the love that I'm looking for? Can you show me the health that you claim to represent, that I really want? I want that health. Can you show me that? And until you can show me that in practice, properly explained, with follow through in terms of products and procedures, I'm not going to listen to you, because you don't know what you're talking about. You call it health, but you're actually what are you doing? You're pushing disease, right? Everything's about disease. There is no healthcare. It's all disease management. And of course, it's better for money, because if I'm sick all the time, then I get a pill every six hours, and then it wears off, and then my pain comes back, and you never fix the problem, but I can take another pill. Well, yeah, then now you have for 80 years, you sell me pills every 6 months. And that's good money in that, but it's completely corrupt, and it doesn't bring health, And until you change that, because you yourself are a human being, and you yourself have that peace and that love and that inspiration and that health in you, until you dig into yourself and dig that out, and then can help other people who are looking for it, who haven't gone as far as you have, and you help them find that in themselves, whatever you're doing is corrupt. And so one way or another, people will find their way around it. And eventually it'll get so bad that there'll be a revolution, a bloody revolution, because that's how it has been in history for every 3 generations or so. People get so fed up with not getting what they're promised and not finding what they're looking for, that then they blame somebody for it. And then they, the revolutions don't work either, because the revolutionaries know what they don't want, but they don't know what they want. Mao, he knew what he hated. He knew what he hated. When he got in, he knew nothing about how to government or what would be a better system to put in place.
Can we, I don't know how much time you have, but do you have, you had mentioned to us very briefly at the beginning, that you're a child of war and all of this, and you actually have quite the story.
Mm-hmm.
Can you just share really briefly about that? Like, I appreciate you only have a minute or two left, but just because we want to avoid this. We want to avoid that crisis. We want to be at the place where we can peacefully come together and start saying, how do we do this better?
Yeah.
Right?
Well, they had a First World War, and nobody practiced peace after that mess. And so then they had 21 years to practice, and they didn't practice, so they had a Second World War. And after the Second War, nobody said, oh, this is so crazy. This is completely not right. We need to practice peace, and they didn't do it. So we're drifting in that direction worldwide, no question in my mind. And the only cure is to give where you want to go the attention, not where you are or where you have been. And where do you want to go? Deep down inside, every human being wants to live a fulfilled, rich feeling life. Peace in it whenever you want it, love in it whenever you need it, inspiration and wisdom and adventure and all of that. That has to be job one for every human being who wants to have a good life. It's the only way to do it. It's a global thing, but actually you're only responsible for your part in it, which is to find your way back to that good place and then build a world from that place, right? A world that I build from feeling love is not a world filled with danger. It's not a world filled with enemies, right? It's a world filled with love. When I feel peace, I can see pieces everywhere. But if I don't feel peace, I can't see it. Then I see the leaves flapping, and then I see the seagulls shitting on my carpet, whatever it is that's going on, right? And I'm going to get tied up in all of the changes in the world of change. And I don't bring anything stable into that world. You can't bring stability into the world without peace. And it's biological. We're not talking philosophy here. We're not talking religion. This is biological. Peace is part of our biology. Love is part of our biology. We are love in our essential nature, in our individual essential nature. We are love. But it doesn't feel like that, and it doesn't look like that until we feel that. So it's going to ourselves, finding that awesome magnificence that we are in our deepest nature, that will make the changes. So as you can't hammer, whoever it is, whether it's Trudeau or it's Trump or it's Carney.
I wasn't asking you to do that.
I'm just explaining you can't hammer those people. First thing is we gotta do our homework. When that homework is done, we will become an influence in that direction in the world we live in. What if 8 billion people do the homework, and then our influences into the world of that homework? Oh my God, There's the golden age everybody's dreamed of. And everyone is a part of that. Either they're blocking it, or they're supporting it, or they're encouraging it.
But they're apart. Like that's, we'll end on that just because I know you have to go. I've just really enjoyed this conversation, but we're apart. So we have to decide who we're going to be, what role we're going to play in what's happening. But for us to think that we're not an influence, both for bad or good, is, you know, missing our responsibility.
Right. Yeah. Whatever is your state of being will come to expression automatically. There's no way around it. Right? If you're paranoid, I mean, I've been with paranoid people, and I was looking over the shoulder, and pretty soon after half an hour, everybody's looking over their shoulder. Right? It you know, it's just like it's like that, right? But if somebody comes into the room and they're just shining, you know, people like the shine, so they tend to come closer. And you talk shine from shine, and people go home and say, "Wow, that was so good. Wow, that was so nice. Gee, we should do more of that."
Peaceful people leave us feeling good, and you know, everyone knows what I'm talking about. You run across people, I call them gentle spirits, and you're one of them, you know. Is, you know, we come across them, and you just feel good afterwards that you spent time with them, versus, you know, if somebody's angry, just to do a contrast. I mean, you're agitated and you're worked up. So we do influence the world around us. We influence people around us. And we have to, you know, to use your words, kind of occupy the space that our body's in and be responsible for ourselves. So I'm really thankful to have had this conversation. I know we kind of went all over the place.
It's a good conversation.
I thought it was a wonderful conversation. So Udo, on behalf of the World's Greatest Health Show, sincerely thank you for taking the time today, sharing you know, your thoughts on health and your expertise on essential oils. I'm confident that many people like myself will go, "Oh, I have some things to change." And even just how you break it down, like, no, this is at the molecular level. This is cellular health. Like, of course, if you're blocking what's supposed to be happening, then you have a problem, right?
Then it's not going to happen. Yeah,
exactly. It's you know, it's simple, but you know, I think we've lost sight of it. So again, thank you so much for attending today. It's just been an honor.
Yeah, and thank you for thank you for doing it. And I hope some people get benefit from it. I hope 8 billion people get to watch this interview, actually.
Me too.
Yeah. So
thanks, Udo.
Yeah. Thank you, Sean.
So now I want to talk about Section 13, and it's about protecting against significant health risks. So we all know that natural health products have a tremendously safe profile, but to effectively regulate them, when there is a significant health risk, the Ministry of Wellness has to have some tools to protect us. And Section 13 basically allows them to get a court involved to get any type of order that is necessary to protect us. Now, it deliberately involves the court because we've run into problems with Health Canada where they can take some products off of a market without involving any other impartial body. And when they do this without a reasoned risk analysis, they actually create harm. I can give you an example where a court found that they caused deaths by restricting access to a product. Well, that's when they were acting unilaterally. If a court was involved, a court is going to hear both sides and have a balanced risk analysis. And so Section 13 that we're discussing was specifically drafted to ensure that when you're taking a treatment away, that both sides of the risk equation are brought into focus. So it's a very strong section in giving any power that's necessary to protect us, but it also includes an impartial third party. Section 14 is codifying a principle in enforcement, because the Charter of Health Freedom gives the Ministry of Wellness some very significant powers and gives courts very significant powers to basically make almost any order necessary to protect us. Well, this has to be reasoned. Remember, I have spoken previously, we need balanced risk analysis. Section 14 codifies that. So a court, in protecting us, is to make the least restrictive order necessary to protect us, and is not to take a treatment away if actually taking a treatment away will be more dangerous and cause more harm than leaving it on the market. Sometimes we should be mitigating risk in other ways. And so Section 14 is a big protection for us, because a court is required to be doing a balanced risk analysis when deciding what is best for us to protect us, because the goal here is the best health outcomes. And so we don't want to thwart that with going too far in enforcement. And that's what Section 14 is all about. Welcome to the world's greatest health show. I'm Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have Jane Pritchard with me. Jane, welcome to the health show.
Thank you, Sean. I'm delighted to be here.
Now, some of our viewers out east will recognize your voice and recognize your face. Can you tell us what you did?
Well, I spent nearly 40 years with CTV Barrie, originally known as CKBR. Some of the older viewers will remember that name. So I started out as a talk show host. I had never worked in television before or had any training in television. And I went in there looking for a job because I wanted to work close to where we were moving to, and ended up getting this job as a daytime talk show host. And I had a wonderful time interviewing about 3,400 people over 10 years. Then I became a reporter for news. Then I went into the promotions department for a few years. Then I went back into news as a full-time anchor. And that's what I did, I think, for the last 18 years.
Wow, okay. And that makes you super well known in the community. And now something happened to you health-wise, and it began a health journey, and that's why we're interviewing you, so you can share your health journey. Can you tell us what happened?
It was the beginning of 2018, and I was diagnosed with an aggressive form of breast cancer in the early stages. And I almost didn't go for my mammogram that year. I thought, oh, I'm fine, I'm healthy, I take care of myself. They never find anything anyway. I don't feel anything. And I was so close to just not making that appointment. And then a little voice in the back of my head said, be responsible, be an adult about this, take care of yourself like you do, and go get the mammogram. Because what would you say to your doctor if he said to you, why didn't you go? I wouldn't have a very good answer, would I? So I went for that mammogram. That led to a second mammogram, that led to a biopsy, that led to a second biopsy, and then that diagnosis, which threw my world upside down at the time.
No, I actually can't imagine. So, like, psychologically, that has to be a huge blow to get that diagnosis.
Absolutely. You start thinking about all the what ifs. How will I manage this? What's going to happen to me? Will I survive this? I'm going to be off work for a while. Who do I tell first? Because I got this diagnosis while at home alone, and I couldn't reach my husband for a while to tell him. So I was sitting with this and all the what ifs by myself, and it was a horrible time.
Now, as it turned out, you had a journey that's been successful, and it's a little bit different than most people take. So can you kind of share with us what happened?
Well, I already knew I was not going to have chemotherapy if that was prescribed, because I was aware of other treatments, fortunately. And I knew that would be the route I would go. So once I settled down and adjusted to this life-altering diagnosis, I started thinking about this calmly and thinking, well, of course I'm going to survive this because I know about massive doses of vitamin C given intravenously and where I can get it. I will see my homeopath more often. So I had a plan, and that was the route I took. And it was funny because people would say to me, well, how are your treatments going? And I would say, they meant chemotherapy. And I'm saying to them, no, I'm not going for chemotherapy. And my neighbor said, good for you. I was careful to tell her that I wasn't going for chemo because she'd had cancer twice. And she said to me, you know, I think my cancer came back because I had chemotherapy. So good for you for not going through that. So
Can I just slow us down a little bit? Because you're saying, you know, when you basically get the diagnosis, you already know in your mind that you're going to make a decision not to do chemotherapy. Can you share with us how you arrived there? Because you had actually ended up doing a lot of research, and it, you know, wasn't because you were ever anticipating getting cancer. So how did you, what happened to lead you to kind of learn about this before you need it?
It was thanks to my husband, actually. He went to the chelation center in Barrie because he'd had 2 stents put in his heart about 6 months prior. And he wasn't feeling well on all the medication that his doctor had put him on. So he had started the research by looking into chelation therapy and what sort of therapies work best to clean out the pipes, so to speak, clean out your arteries. So he started going for treatments. While there, he met a man who 14 years prior had been diagnosed with stage 4 cancer, and he was just going for maintenance. So my husband came home with this book that the Chelation Center had compiled, and it was information about all the treatments that they did there for patients. So then I just pored over that. I was fascinated by the vitamin C and how it had been proven to kill cancer cells in large doses given intravenously. So I just was really interested in what they did there. And that's when the research on my part started. So I already knew in my mind that that was the route I was going to take.
So, and just we'll fill in the blanks a little bit here. This research is available. Like there's peer-reviewed studies and all of that on IV vitamin C. Anyone can you know, do their own research. This isn't hidden.
No.
It's just the doctors don't tell us about it as an option.
No, they don't prescribe it because this is not what they're taught in medical school. They will prescribe chemotherapy. And in fact, my surgeon sent me to see an oncologist because she really wanted me to go through chemotherapy. And I thought, well, if I say no now, she'll think I'm not giving it any thought. And I thought, well, now I can get some more information by talking to this oncologist anyway. So my husband and I did go to the appointment that my surgeon set up for me. And I talked to the oncologist, and she shared with me all the damage that it does to the body and what's involved and how I'm going to feel. And it was terrifying and very scary. I thought, well, I'm glad I'm not doing this.
Right. And in fact, it's a little bit of an interesting story because you're sharing with us that the surgeon was encouraging you to do chemotherapy. And then you go to the oncologist, and the oncologist is encouraging you to do chemotherapy. But you asked some really good questions, and they seem to be questions regardless of the treatment. They're important to ask. So you were being asked to do chemotherapy so that not to treat your cancer, but to prevent cancer from coming back. So you were a case where they were expecting that the surgery would deal with the cancer, but this was to prevent cancer coming back. And can you share with us the questions you asked? Because I think these questions should always be asked, just adapt them to your situation.
So we asked the oncologist, okay, are you saying then that if I go through chemotherapy, there's a 0% chance that the cancer will come back? And she said, oh no, nothing brings it down to 0%. Without chemotherapy, there would be a 15 to 20% chance that your cancer will come back. With chemotherapy, a 5 to 10% chance that your breast cancer will come back. So my husband said to her, if you were in Jane's position, would you go through chemotherapy? And she said, no.
And I know I've read about a study where they asked oncologists, would you do chemo? And the vast majority says no. And I was interviewing a naturopathic doctor, and he cites the study. So that's easy to find also. But this is interesting, and this is what I think people should understand. Regardless of the treatment, ask questions, because here they're saying, well, take chemo to prevent cancer from coming back. And it's no secret, the oncologist will agree, chemo is very risky. It's basically poisoning, it's poison, but the gamble is it'll poison cancer cells before it'll poison you. It's interesting when they're saying you have no cancer, so take something that in theory will kill cancer cells before it'll kill you. Very risky. Well, what are the odds that this, how is this going to help me? Oh, well, you have a 5 to 10% chance of getting cancer, your cancer coming back, but without the treatment, it's only like 15 to 20. Like that's hardly any difference.
Yes.
And then my understanding is this chemo can make it more likely that you'll get other cancers.
Yes, because your immune system is affected. I was told that my nerve endings would be damaged, my heart could be damaged, my lungs could be damaged. And this is aside from the physical, the noticeable effects of losing your hair. But there were some other long-term health risks involved in having chemotherapy as well. So why would I go through that when there are other things that are better?
Right. Okay. So tell us then what you did do.
So I went to the Chelation Center, and I was there twice a week for 2 months. And I was set up with an IV. They worked up to 60 grams of vitamin C. They started with 30, then went up to 40, 50, then 60 grams of vitamin C. That was followed by a multivitamin infusion after that. And I was there for a few hours twice a week, and it was very relaxing. I would put my feet up. I would bring a book to read, my crossword puzzle book. I would catch up with text. They'd bring me tea. I felt great, no side effects. And when I was finished, I went about my day.
Right. And you did do the surgery.
Yes, I did. I believed in the surgery. I wanted to get rid of the tumor. I had a total of 7 surgeries, which were not expected, because I had some setbacks. First of all, the first surgery I had was a skin and nipple saving mastectomy. So that was quite traumatizing, but I thought, well, if this is the worst of it, then I can handle this, if the worst is over now. But no, it wasn't. The pathology report came back and showed there were some suspicious cells around where the tumor was. Where they had taken it out. They want a clear margin. They want a space around the tumor that looks like it's clear, so that they didn't leave any suspicious or cancer cells left in you. So because of the pathology report showing these suspicious cells, they wanted to go back in and do more surgery. So 3 weeks later, I went back in for a lumpectomy. So they did take the nipple, they did take more flesh. And then, let's see, I had some reconstruction in between there. Then I was deconstructed in emergency surgery because I had complications. I built up a lot of scar tissue that pushed the implant forward against the incision and actually split the incision. And this happened on a weekend. And I texted my surgeon, who was wonderful. She was very approachable. I could always reach out to her if I needed to. So she made arrangements for me to have emergency surgery to remove that implant. And then I had to start all over again 9 months later on this side. And that was horrible emotionally because there was nothing there. I was concave on that side. And my husband had seen everything, but I wouldn't let him see that. I didn't even want to see that. I didn't even look at myself in the mirror unclothed for 9 months, except by accident twice. And I was upset when that happened. That was the worst of it.
Yeah, sometimes we don't take into account kind of the psychological body image things, which are really super important.
I felt like I'd been through an amputation bit by bit by bit. A part of me that was supposed to be there was gone. And it was very tough on me emotionally. I was very bitter. I was very angry. I was very depressed. It took a long time to come out of that.
Yeah, and I think you have some comments about that. Now, on the cancer end, so you took the vitamin C, you found that extremely successful. The cancer hasn't come back.
No, it's been 7.5 years. So that was like insurance. Going through those treatments was sort of like insurance. If I was supposed to go through chemo, then why don't I do this instead? Because it builds up everything in the body. And I saw my homeopath more frequently, where I was building the body back up again through her methods and her energy treatments. And I also saw an acupuncturist who could help to speed up healing as well.
I want to talk about your homeopathic doctor, because your homeopathic doctor, you've really looked into the successes and the difference your homeopathic doctor has made. I mean, like, you've literally researched your homeopathic doctor's cases. And I understand you can't tell us about that, but I just want you to share kind of how you became interested in what your homeopathic doctor was doing, what your own experience has been. And then we'll get to, the part about that you can't talk about it to protect your doctor, because that's part of the story, is the part we can't tell. It's kind of like, in Sherlock Holmes, the dog that didn't bark was important.
It was my hairdresser and friend and neighbor who told me about this homeopath because her brother had been diagnosed with lung cancer and went to see this homeopath. Somehow he found out about her and he's okay now. So my hairdresser said, she also does amazing work to determine if you have parasites, toxins, and bacteria in your system, which we all do, and clearing it out to just improve everything. And so she would see her once a year and have some treatments to get rid of any parasites, toxins, and bacteria. So I thought, well, I'm always looking for ways to improve my health. I think I'll go and see her as well. So I started going for treatments, and she told me that the skin cancer I had had years prior was caused by bacteria and not the sun. And she made me up a homeopathic remedy to keep that bacteria at bay and not cause any skin cancer in the future. So while there, I read a book. It was a very thick binder containing testimonial letters from patients. And the stories were phenomenal, what she had done for them, which I couldn't talk about. When I wrote the chapter about my homeopath, I sent it to her so she could vet it to make sure I didn't have anything that was incorrect. And she wrote back and she said, "You cannot say I saved lives," because her governing body would not like that and she could possibly lose her license. So I was very careful not to say anything like that in the book about her.
And I just want people to understand. So you end up writing a book about your health journey and research you've done, which we'll talk about a little more in a moment. But you felt literally compelled to write about your homeopathic doctor because you've become aware that this doctor literally is saving lives and taking people that, you know, are disabled and making them well. And these will be people that have exhausted the mainstream medical system. And so like you're wanting to share this so that other people can find out and get help. Like, you know, there are people out there that just, they feel like they're at the end, that there's no hope. And like, you just want people know, wait a second, there are other things you can try. And you're all excited about this. You're thinking your homeopathic doctor is going to be really happy that you're sharing what's happening. And instead, the doctor is, you're going to get me into trouble if you share truthful information about what's happening.
Yes, I cannot share the results. I can just say she's done some astounding things for her patients.
Right. Like literally you share life and death stories, or, you know, being disabled to being completely well, but you, to protect your doctor, you're not. You've decided, I'm not sharing those in my book, and I'm not sharing those on this health show.
I can't. I can do it when I do workshops and I speak at local events. I can tell people those stories there, but I can't put them in print, and they can't be published in any sort of form, unfortunately. But
Right.
you know, you can go and see her for yourself, and you can find it for yourself, and you can read that binder of testimonials, and you can see for yourself what she can do.
And I've just had this discussion so people watching can understand that we have this censorship about what natural health practitioners do, so that, you know, basically others can't learn about it. It's an interesting world that we're in.
It's not fair. Why are they hiding? Why is this information being hidden? I don't understand it.
Yeah, well, I don't have an answer. I just know I don't like it. I think that, which is one of the reasons we're doing these shows. Now, you, after, you know, having this experience and having, you know, going through the IV vitamin C treatments and doing your research, you actually felt it was important to put all of this in a book, including some, you know, basically, I think you have 10 tips to help people to stay healthy. And I'm wondering if you can, sorry?
I didn't want this book to be just about my breast cancer journey. I wanted this to be sort of a guide to good living. I wanted information here, news you could use, that anyone could use, men or women. So yes, that's why I put my top 10 health and wellness tips in the book.
Yeah, so it's a way of being of service to others to share these tips. So can you share them with us?
Yes, I'd love to. The first one is exercise. The body was designed to move. Everything works better when you exercise. You reduce the effects of osteoporosis. You can alleviate depression and stress. Your digestive system works better. Everything works better when you exercise. As we age, we lose muscle. We don't want that to happen. We don't want to age and become frail. So it's important we do things like lift weights, and it's never too late to start. It's important to go up and have a walk 3 times a week, let's say, or 4 times, whatever you feel like doing. Everything works better when you exercise. It's been shown that people who lead a sedentary lifestyle, it's as dangerous for them as smoking. So you've got to get moving, and it doesn't matter if you have mobility issues. There are things you can do, like chair yoga, for instance. You know, they've done tests with people in their 80s who were able to build bone and bone density and muscle mass by working out, by walking, by working out with weights, let's say. It's so important to your overall well-being. Everything benefits when you get moving. So that's my number 1 tip. My second tip is eat 7 to 10 servings of fruits and vegetables a day. They are the most nutritious foods on the planet. They contain things that meat doesn't. And it's been shown that people who eat more fruits and vegetables a day have fewer cases of chronic disease than people who eat less. So what is a serving? Because usually when I tell people this, they gasp. So imagine your dry measuring cups in the kitchen. So a serving is, let's say, half a cup of a cooked fruit and vegetable is a serving. 1 cup of a raw fruit and vegetable is a serving. And 2 cups of salad is a serving. So if you think you're having breakfast, a snack, lunch, a snack, and dinner, you have 5 opportunities to get those minimum 7 and maximum, well, more than that, I shouldn't put a lid on it, but 7 to 10 servings of vegetables and fruits in your diet in a day. It's so important. There are compounds that affect every essential process in the body. So try and work those into your diet every day. Number 3 is water is essential to life. And it's been shown by it's a Journal of Clinical Oncology has shown that the less water you drink, the more your chances of cancer go up. So I tell people, take your ideal body weight and cut that in half, and that's how many ounces of water you should have in a day. Every cell needs it because water takes nutrients to your cells. It takes waste away. Your digestive system works better. It can help with headaches. Sometimes if people feel tired, usually they're just thirsty. They don't realize they're thirsty because as we age, we lose our thirst mechanism. So it's important to plan our water every day. So this is why I encourage people to drink water, let's say first thing in the morning, 16 ounces minimum, and then throughout the day. I don't go anywhere without my steel water bottle with me. Number 4, eat less processed foods. Now, these are the things you see that have been baked. We're talking about commercial salad dressings and dips and things like that. Things that aren't real food. They've usually got a lot of chemicals in them, too much sugar, or worse, artificial sugar. They have bad fats in them. And if you overload your body with these processed foods, you're going to become ill. And you're probably going to gain weight at the same time. So aim for foods that are whole foods, that are natural foods, things that your grandmother would recognize as foods. So that is my number 4 tip. Number 5, toxins. Try and eliminate the toxins in your life. Now, there's not much we can do when we head out our front door every day, but you can take a look around your home and see what toxins are in your home. For instance, what's underneath your kitchen sink or your bathroom sink? What are you using to clean your house with? Many of these chemicals are hormone disruptors, and they can lead to serious disease. There is something like 85 to 100,000 chemicals in use today, and most of them have not been tested on humans. What are you spraying in the air to purify your air? What air freshener are you using? Chances are it's something with a lot of chemicals that are disrupting your hormones. I use essential oils to freshen the air. I use baking soda, hydrogen peroxide, and vinegar to clean with. So those are some things that you can think about and get rid of the nasty stuff under the sink and the spray air fresheners that you may not want to have in your house either. Number 6, eliminate the unhealthy fats in your diet. And these are the ones that you'll find in the processed foods. So what are the unhealthy fats and why do you want to eliminate them? Well, first of all, they include margarine, mayonnaise that's made with canola oil or soybean oil. Those are unhealthy fats. Anything that's hydrogenated. Also safflower oil, sunflower oil, peanut oil. They cause inflammation in the body and the brain. And inflammation in the brain can lead to Alzheimer's. These fats have been heated, bleached, deodorized, and refined, so they stay on the shelf longer. It's all about money. It's not about your health. So which ones do you want to buy? Coconut oil, avocado oil, butter, and olive oil. Those are the fats I have in the house. And I don't scrimp on them. I don't say, oh, I got to watch the fat on my diet. I don't care about those fats. They're good for me. They're good for my spinal cord health. They're good for my brain health and to eliminate inflammation in the body or to help eliminate.
Can I just step in?
Yeah.
Because some people
Yes.
don't realize I think 60% of your brain is fat, and your nervous system is fat, and your cells, the cell walls, like, you need fat for so many things. So this,
Yes.
preaching, don't eat fat. No, don't eat bad fats, but you actually have to make sure you're eating enough good fats.
You do, because you need them to make hormones. Your cells require them. Your brain needs fat as well. Your spinal cord is coated in a myelin sheath, which is made of fat. So I also put omega-3 in my smoothies in the morning. So that's a liquid kind that you never heat up. So that's a supplemental kind. But oh yeah, I put olive oil on my vegetables and in my salads, and I cook something in the pan with butter. Yeah, and I don't have a weight issue. And as far as I know, I'm healthy. Number 7, manage stress. We all have it in our lives. It can be caused by good things as well as the not so good things. So how do we manage it? We can't eliminate it, but we can manage it. We can start by thinking how we are looking at this. It's all the way we respond, isn't it? The conversations we have with ourselves in our head. Are we blowing this out of proportion? Are we making this into the worst thing that ever happened? Is it a glass half empty kind of a situation, or is it a glass half full situation? So think about what you're saying to yourself. Try and think of positive affirmations. Let's say you've got 10 people coming for dinner 2 nights from now. That's stressful. Yes, it's fun, but it's stressful, isn't it? There's a lot of planning involved. Well, you can ask for help. You can say to yourself, well, you know what? I'm not going to be a Martha Stewart. It's going to be nice. Not going to be perfect, maybe the style of a Martha Stewart dinner, but it's still going to be fun. And I'm going to enjoy being with these people. So all of a sudden, the level of stress might come down a little bit. And ask for help. It's okay to ask for help, and it's okay to say no. A lot of people think that they have to be what's the word I'm trying to look for? I'm trying to phrase. You can't be everything to everyone. And if you can't be everything to everyone, then take care of yourself first. And it's okay to say no to people. And you can do it in a nice way. If people come to you and say, hey, can you help me with this? Or can you help me with that? You can say, well, I'd really like to, but I have a lot on my plate right now. And I just don't think I do a very good job for you right now. And I'm trying to find balance in my life. If I can think of anyone else who can help you, I'll let you know. That's a nice way of saying no. So manage the stress in your life. Don't take it all on. Learn to say no and learn affirmations that will help you through these situations, and try not to look at things so negatively. Number 8, eat every 2 to 2.5 hours a day. Now, what this does is it boosts your metabolism. Everything will burn faster. It will just be humming along so nicely if you eat on a regular basis. And what that does is it will help to get all the essential nutrients you need in a day, like those 7 to 10 servings of fruits and vegetables. But also it will stop spikes in your blood sugar. You will feel more energized. You will stop feeling tired because you haven't eaten in 6 hours. That's not a good thing to do, because if you go, let's say, 6 hours before eating again, your cortisol levels will spike. And this is very damaging. It breaks down muscle fiber and stores fat. So this is why it's okay to eat every 2 to 2.5 hours. I helped a client lose 22 pounds in 3 months by eating more. And this was before she joined my gym. So keep that in mind. It's okay to have breakfast, snack, lunch, snack, and dinner. Just make sure they're healthy. Number 9, make sleep a priority. So many people pride themselves, oh, I only need 6 hours of sleep a night. No, you actually need more than that. It's been shown that the optimum amount of sleep you should have is 7.5 hours. This is when things rebuild. This is a rejuvenation time at night. It's essential. Otherwise, your health will suffer. It's been shown that people who work night shifts, who work less than 6 hours, who sleep less than 6 hours a night, have higher rates of cancer. So you've got to make this a priority. I suggest to people that they try and go to bed at the same time every night and get up at the same time every morning. Turn off the phones, turn off the computers, turn off the TV an hour before bed. Put on relaxing music, have a bath, read a book. Make sure it's dark enough in the bedroom. Make sure it's cool enough in the bedroom. If there's noise, try and do something about it or put a fan on to drown out the noise. So have a little ritual and try and get the essential sleep that you need because you need it for good health. Number 10, be thankful and appreciative of things every day, because every day we do have things to be thankful for and appreciative of. You see, we're all energy vibrating at a certain frequency. And when we think of positive things, when we're in a state of gratitude, it raises our frequency and attracts to us more things at that higher frequency that we can be thankful for and appreciative of. Whether you say them out loud, whether you think them, whether you write them in a journal, I highly recommend you think about the things you have to be thankful for and appreciative of every day. So those are my top 10 health and wellness tips. Sean?
Well, thank you, Jane. Those are interesting tips. And, you know, things like you were saying, turn off the TV, turn off the computer. And I know you're saying that because the blue light in those devices actually tell us it's time to get up. It's daytime.
Yes.
So, you know, you put a lot of research into this, and just people need to understand that when you're saying stuff like that, there's a reason for it.
So this is like a condensed version of my top 10. I have even more information in the book, and I attribute this information to the various sources. So I'm not just pulling things out of thin air. You know, this is all documented.
What's your book called?
It's called Breast Cancer After the Diagnosis.
Okay. So, Jane, we ask everyone who attends what their message to Ottawa is. And so what's your message to Ottawa?
My message is this: I should be able to continue to take the immune boosting supplements that I take, to go for treatments that I may want to take, to support my health, because I know what I need and what works for me. It would be criminal to take away these things that I use to support my health every day. That is my message.
That's a good message. Jane, I'm really thankful that you came and shared with us. And so on behalf of the World's Greatest Health Show, thank you for coming and sharing. And if anyone wants more details, just, you know, get Jane's book and learn more.
Thank you, Sean, very much for the opportunity, and continued success and good luck with all the wonderful things you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome to the World's Greatest Health Show. I'm Toni Morberg, and I'm here today with Esther, who is going to share with us her health story. Esther, would you like to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Sure. I'm an avid reader. I'm a writer. I'm a gardener and a ballroom dancer with my husband.
Exciting. That sounds like a lot of fun in your life. I'm happy to hear that. Would you like to start sharing your health story?
Okay. I knew I had to get in touch with the Natural Health Products Protection Association. When I heard what was going on with our natural health products being removed from our health food stores, I thought they might be interested in my story. So in June of 2013, I had a bout of shingles, and I went to my family doctor. She sent me to an eye specialist because the shingles was on the right side of my face, as well as in my right eye. And I was losing my vision, and I was frightened. I trusted my doctor because early on in our relationship, she surprised me. This was back in 2003 when I had canker sores in my mouth, and she told me I didn't need an antibiotic. Instead, just go home and gargle with plain old salt water. It worked great. Anyway, back to the shingles outbreak. I saw my doctor right away. I don't know, I was very afraid of going blind. There's a specialist for everything now, you know. So my doctor referred me to a specialist, an ophthalmologist, who I got to see in November of 2013. This doctor gave me pharmaceutical antiviral eye drops and Valtrex pills. Unfortunately, my vision continued to worsen. After about a week, I made another appointment with the specialist and asked for a medication change. Seemed like the logical thing to do. The doctor got short with me and said, "No, you have to take this for the rest of your life." Well, since the meds weren't helping and in fact making it worse, I couldn't accept this as a legitimate treatment if my condition was getting worse. So in the meantime, the ophthalmologist sent my doctor a letter, like a follow-up, making it sound like his recommendations to me had cleared up my problem when it had not. How do you get help from someone like that? He is saying it's resolved, and it's not. This letter was in November 2013. So I'd been having this problem for 5 months by now. I was beside myself with concern for my vision and my well-being. I was seeing double, and I'm trying to write in my journal or trying to read a book. It's terrible.
Esther, were you working at the time too?
I was. I worked at a local university, and I had also just published a book about my life. I was afraid I would lose my ability to work, to read, to write, to dance, to do all the things I love to do if I couldn't see.
Was it affecting your job?
Yes, it was. The worst thing about it was my boss was very, I don't know how to say, I don't know how to describe it, but every time, and I guess it had to do with the insurance, the work insurance, you know. If you miss a day, then you have to have a slip. You have to have a thing from your doctor. So then, of course, if I missed a day because I wasn't feeling up to it, then the next day I had to go to the doctor, you know, and get another slip. So it was, and I was so tired and worried and everything, upset. And I just felt like I was on a treadmill that I could never get off of. So I had to go on sick leave because this just wasn't working for me to keep on doing what I was doing. I wasn't getting the rest I needed. So I was feeling like a high degree of stress and trauma because of the vision loss and because of all the confusion with work and everything. It was not a pleasant situation. It occurred to me that the prescriptions also were too great a toxic load, and pharma was unable to help me. I felt such a sense of loss. I felt let down by the system. I doubted very much that I could tolerate a long-term treatment such as the doctor, the specialist, had suggested. I realized I must pursue a more natural remedy. So I found myself a naturopath who told me first thing, you need food. So obvious. This was January 2014 by now. He suggested organic food and recommended some vitamins that would help. And I resonated with that. He wanted me to have saliva tests, but they weren't available to me here in Canada through the naturopathic system. Now, interestingly, naturopaths are open to working with pharma doctors in Canada, but we're not supported by the pharma system. My understanding is the pharma labs were not allowed to help him. Now, the naturopath felt the saliva testing would show the state of my adrenal health. So my saliva testing was sent to a lab in the state of California. Now, the tests came back April 24th in 2015 now, and it showed severe adrenal fatigue, basically extremely low cortisol, even first thing in the morning when it was supposed to be high. After a good night's rest, it's supposed to be high. Then again, I wasn't getting a good night's rest. And the naturopath also realized that I was depleted in nutrition. And he suggested to also avoid toxic food, avoid city water, environmental contaminants. I had already started eating the organic food and drinking filtered water, avoiding toxins in general, like dryer sheets and smelly cleaning products. After my first visit to his office, he made many good recommendations as far as vitamins as well. Do you want to know what some of them are, or just?
Yeah, but let's just take a step back. So was it his opinion that your body was just so depleted and run down that you couldn't really launch a defense or a healing process to be able to address the problems you were having with your sight that were due to the virus?
I don't really know. All I know is I was so exhausted. I would fall asleep on the bus ride to work, things like that. And I was getting weak. And, when you're not sleeping night after night, like everything was disrupted. Everything, it just was, it was a terrible time.
Mm-hmm.
Once I got help from the naturopathic doctor, it only took me about 2 weeks to start to feel better. And eventually my eyesight improved. And thankfully, I have not had a recurrence of shingles. So I'm happy about that. I think I must have done some good repair work with all the help from the naturopath.
Yes, it sure sounds like that. Yes, getting rid of the toxic load and then adding the nutrition and nutrients and minerals and that sort of thing that your body needed. So at the time that you started with the naturopath, what was the state of your vision? It hadn't improved at all from the specialist recommendations, had it?
But anyway, and then, so yes, my vision improved and I could read again. Like I was seeing double, like 2 lines, and I'm trying to write in my journal. Where do I write? Because I had 2 lines to choose from, and I was getting so upset seeing that happen to me. I couldn't imagine losing my vision.
Yes.
I have so many activities I like to be involved in. Couldn't imagine.
Well, the hobbies that you mentioned at the beginning, I think you need your vision for most, or if not all of those, right?
Undoubtedly.
And were you still working at this time or back to work at that time, or what was the status of your work life?
I decided that I would retire because I just, I didn't know how else. I went to other doctors too, and I was talking to them about it. Like I had a a psychologist, and he referred me to somebody else who also, so there was the two of them that thought, maybe you might want to just, retire. I mean, I was old enough I could do that. I mean,
Yeah.
I was not quite at the age where I could retire, but I thought, okay, I'll just take an early retirement, because I just thought, okay, if I want, I can go back to work after I heal all of this or whatever. But that was my decision. I just had to let go of it all, just because I was so concerned. I had to stop the stress. And I don't know, like, why a doctor would prescribe something that was harming me, and yet I was supposed to take it for the rest of my life. That doesn't make any sense to me.
No, I understand what you're saying. I mean, and it sounds like once you were off it and then addressed the health issues, your depletion and toxic load and that kind of thing, how long did it take for you to start to feel improvement?
2 weeks.
Wow.
It was amazing, I mean, but, stop poisoning yourself. You're going to get better. That's how I see it. Stop poisoning yourself.
Mm-hmm. Our body wants to heal itself, so we give it the tools and take away what's harming it, and it's amazing what can happen.
Our natural state is wellness, not sick time or whatever. Our natural state is wellness. Like if we all eat healthy food,
sorry,
we wouldn't be sick.
No, very true. So that was what, 2015, 2016?
Yeah, that would have been, when did I say I got 2015? April 2015, the tests came back showing severe adrenal fatigue. And yeah, so yeah, in a couple of weeks I was better once I knew, I liked knowing what was wrong with me, that I could learn on my own. I watched shows about, eating healthy, and there was some good shows, just happened to be on just then about that. Like there was a whole series of good shows, and I watched them all, and I learned all I could.
You took your health in your own hands.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Self-empowerment. That's what we need. Self-empowerment. And start trusting our own wisdom, our own internal wisdom, our own guidance. We have internal guidance for a reason. Don't just give it all away to some so-called professional. Somebody with the outfit or something. A special outfit,
Yes, that's right.
The
right uniform.
Yeah.
We need the ability to make the choices that we determine are right for ourselves.
Exactly.
Yes, well, that's a great story. That sounds like just so impactful for you. And what a quick turnaround once you had the right tools. Is there anything else you want to add about that, about your situation, about your health journey since then, or anything like that?
Well, we stayed on I got my husband on it too, so that was nice. We're both doing better. A whole lot better. Yeah, I have an active life again, and, I love my reading, and I still do all the things that I used to do. And, so I've made a good. And the interesting thing is this letter that the doctor wrote to my doctor, the specialist wrote to my family doctor, seemed to indicate that as long as she stays eating, like taking the protocol that I suggested or offered, she'll be fine. Like he's already taken credit because he knew I was going to the naturopath. He thought, okay, she's going to get better. I better grab this while I can. And say, well, look what my medications did for her, and it's totally not the case.
No, it definitely didn't
Mind-blowing.
do the job. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
So do you have a message for Ottawa then, based on your experience and what we know is going on right now?
Well, I think about that and I wonder, what about our representatives in Ottawa? What do they believe or understand about the loss or inability to obtain natural health products and vitamins for their families, for themselves? What's their sense? Don't many of them use natural health products? Don't they wonder about their own personal well-being and of themselves and their family members if this government overreach is permitted? And already I know someone who is a provider of natural health remedies and has had to change all their labeling. Like, this is happening already. They're not allowed to disclose what a product is for, and no mention of its health benefits. That's unacceptable.
Mm-hmm. It is, and
How
which is
can-
why we're here to do something about it today. Mm-hmm.
We can't let that happen.
Yeah, that's a great message to Ottawa and to the individuals that are deciding our fate.
Yeah. Like, how can, I suppose lobby money, it's lobby money or something like that, but how can you be bought that easily?
Yes, we don't know what the rationale is that's being presented to them. Not completely. I mean, we have some awareness of it, but who knows what else is being said to sway. Yeah, we can surmise, but there's probably not much benefit in doing that at this point. I think we need to find out what they have to say. And that's why we're driving the charter to Ottawa. So,
Yeah.
yeah, well, Esther, I thank you very much for your time today. Do you have any last words before we say goodbye?
I just want to thank you, Tony, and the NHPPA team for this countrywide project. I think it's an awesome project, and I'm thrilled to be a part of it.
Well, we definitely want to thank you, Esther. Your story is very compelling, and I can certainly feel for what you went through, and I'm so happy that it all resolved itself the way it did.
Oh, me too.
Okay, well, thank you so much once again, and take care of yourself.
You bet.
Welcome back to the Highway to Health. I'm Jason Dahl, and it's day 7 of the Health Charter Tour. Sean, Teresa, and the world's greatest health van have crossed the mountains from Kamloops, BC, all the way to Grand Prairie, Alberta. And last night we hosted our biggest show yet. Thanks to the incredible support from Homesteader Health, the team helped us fill the beautiful JP Event Center for an unforgettable night of stories, inspiration, and action. Let's take a look at some highlights from last night's event. We did, however, have a serious health security alert at the show, where this individual was seen eating flat-leaf parsley in the open. But it was quickly taken care of by notifying Health Canada of this dangerous self-care framework violation. If you see any self-care framework violations, be sure to immediately ingest a novel chemical drug and call the Health Canada Self-Care Framework hotline at the number on screen. Before we continue, though, I want to share a little story from the road. A message from Teresa came in as they were wrapping up the Kelowna stop that perfectly captures the spirit of this tour. They arrived at the Kelowna Events Center around 4 p.m. The budget was tight, and the small room they'd booked just wasn't going to work for the size of the crowd we were expecting. While the local team ran off to grab tables, Teresa decided to take a walk. She found the event office and spoke with a kind young woman about the situation. Moments later, the venue manager appeared, listened to the story, and said, "Okay, you can have the main hall tonight. Next time you'll have to pay for it, but tonight it's yours." In an instant, they went from a broom closet to the full auditorium for the same price. Kelowna, you made that night extra special. Thank you for stepping up and making room for this message to grow. The team collected dozens more signatures, added more email addresses, and even helped form the new Kelowna volunteer chapter that will keep spreading the word about the Charter of Health Freedom long after the van rolls east. And now let's talk about today's broadcast lineup for the world's greatest health show. We've got another full day of knowledge, insight, and empowerment coming your way. Ben Farley will be bringing his grounded wisdom on integrative health. Nick Wallace with a fresh perspective on natural medicine and policy. Another episode of Nutritional News Flash packed with timely updates from the industry. Udo Erasmus with his lifelong message about essential oils and holistic health.
And if you could get out of your mind and all of your worries and your fears and your limitations and your emotional upsets, if you could get out of those and just let that energy flow through your body, it would be very, very hard to get sick. But we make ourselves, we think ourselves sick. So,
It is interesting. Like I've heard that, if you carry anger for long periods of time or emotional upset for a long period of time, and I think this is fairly conventional, like this isn't going to surprise anyone, that our negative emotional states can lead to chronic illness.
Liver problems associated with anger, and also you fry your adrenals. We used to say that people say, oh yeah, you're frying your adrenals with the stress you're doing, right?
Right. So our mental state, if it's out of line, if we're not finding that peace and we're kind of basically getting control of our thoughts, then we're out of line with who we're, supposed to be, and that's not healthy.
Right. And and so in fact, you don't want to stop your mind. Frying pan, turn it upside down, hit yourself upside the head with it so it's associated with pain, and throw that stupid thing out. It's the dumbest thing we have ever invented to do to our food from the perspective of health. More health problems come from damaged oil. More physical health problems come from damaged oils than any other part of nutrition. Actually, some mental problems too, because you mess your brain up.
But you just said a big point here, and you've done a ton of research. You just said more physical problems.
Yeah.
So you're like talking chronic illness, things that are manifesting.
Yep.
More health problems come from damaged oils than pretty well any other single cause.
Jane Pritchard, sharing the human side of health advocacy. Esther, reflecting on the emotional journey of this movement. A special Highway to Health feature, that's me, right here on the road. Chantal Anne Dumas, bringing insight into holistic nutrition. Bob Dixon, exploring grassroots organizations and public outreach. Dr. Bonnie Kaplan is back to discuss mental health through micronutrients. Janice Amaro, a voice for freedom and accountability and wellness. And Kathy Van Gogh, sharing her artistry and passion for personal health transformation. It's an amazing mix of experts, creators, and everyday citizens, all united in the call for health freedom. Now, for tonight's show, we'll be broadcasting a recorded event from Nutter's Everyday Naturals in Kamloops. That was our Wednesday stop, and it was a powerful evening of truth and community. Sean and Teresa won't be hosting a live event tonight as they're making the long drive with the world's greatest health truck to Edmonton, where they'll get the van checked, set up for the next leg, and prepare for another big Alberta event. But while they're on the road, you can still tune in tonight for this incredible pre-recorded episode from Kamloops. One of the most heartfelt stops of the tour so far. If you missed any of the previous broadcasts, don't worry. You can watch them all online right now at nhppa.org/live. Catch up on the inspiring speakers, moving stories, and the growing movement behind the Charter of Health. And most importantly, join the tour. Visit nhppa.org, join the tour to follow the journey, find upcoming events, and show your support. This is your chance to be part of something historic. Across Canada, stand for health freedom and truth. We'll have more incredible stops coming up as the Health Charter Tour moves deeper into Alberta and beyond. Each city brings new faces, new stories, and new strength to the cause. Thank you to everyone who's come out so far, and to all our volunteers, hosts, and local sponsors making this possible. I'm Jason Dahl, and this has been the Highway to Health, Day 7 of the Health Charter Tour. We'll see you tomorrow on the world's greatest health show.
Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name's Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have with me Chantal Anne Dumas. Chantal, welcome to the health show.
Thank you so much for having me, Sean. It's a pleasure.
It's kind of fun. You are attending today from the Dominican Republic.
I am. I've been living here since November 2021.
It's kind of fun because, you know, I interviewed a person from Paris, France today. So this is really, you know, kind of International Day at the health show. Now, you have a compelling health story. So can you kind of share with us, you know, you ended up in the Dominican Republic and then, you know, something happened. Can you share your story with us?
Yes, of course. Yeah, so in my early 20s, I was working in the tourism and hotel management industry, and I came here as a destination representative. Eventually, ended up falling in love with a Dominican man, getting married, and started living as a local in Dominican Republic, because when you come as a destination rep, you usually live with the tourists and the resort. But living as a local was a very different story in terms of, you know, access to clean water and a variety of food, and, you know, the emotional strain also to live abroad as a young person. And eventually I became infected with different types of parasites. But the one that caused me a lot of problems was Salmonella typhi, which caused typhoid fever. So I was infected with typhoid fever for 2 years of my life, and it became very, very serious. Of course, doctors here, gastroenterologists, were trying to treat me with different types of antibiotics, chloramphenicol, various drugs, and they would usually make me feel somewhat better, meaning they would improve my fevers, they would improve the constant diarrhea, but as soon as I would stop taking them, I would fall right back. So I went to a point where I was extremely sick. I was having very high fevers. I was literally unconscious for about half of the time. My weight went down to below 100 pounds. I lost my hair. And I could not travel back to Canada because I was too sick to travel by myself. My then husband didn't have visa to come to Canada with me. And my family come from a small village in Quebec, and they had never taken a plane. It was way before the internet, and they didn't realize, I think, how sick I was. And so I was basically stuck here. And eventually I was in the hospital for a week taking intravenous antibiotics until the gastroenterologist decided to let me go because there was no improvement and he did not know what else to do with me. So at 25, I was basically sent home to die. And on my way home...
Can I just slow you down so that people really get the gravity of this? So you're like a 25-year-old woman and you're being sent home to die from the hospital. You're down to 100 pounds. You're unconscious for half of the day. You've lost your hair. You're terribly sick. So, I mean, this is life and death for you. The medical system's actually sending you home to die.
Yeah, out of option. And, you know, from the beginning, the gastroenterologist was telling me to go to Canada, that I might have better options in Canada. He was conscious of his limitations here, but honestly, I didn't see how, and I didn't have the money, I didn't have the resources to get back home at that point. And interestingly, it's something I haven't really shared before, but when I was on my way home, like we have motorcycle here that we use as taxi, we call them motoconcho. So I was so tiny, I was sitting in between the motoconcho driver, my ex-husband on that bike, and all I could think of is I can die, because I was adopted when I was 3 months old, and my parents had lost another child they had adopted when she was 5. She got hit by a car, by a drunk driver actually, and she died. And I felt I couldn't do this to my mom. So I felt like I can't die. Like, you know, she's not going to be able to go through this. So I have to live. I don't know how, but I have to live. And so on my way home, and, you know, sometimes I think maybe I had this inspiration, and, you know, people with more of a spiritual or religious background may say I was guided. I will say I was inspired to stop at what we would call like a general store, but I was living in a village. Like today it's Punta Cana, but back then it was a very small, underdeveloped area of Dominican Republic. So we had sort of a store that was like in between a pharmacy and a convenience store and had a little bit of everything. And I kept thinking, in Quebec, in my hometown, we often use different herbs to treat common day-to-day ailments. And I felt like, well, typhoid fever is a Dominican problem. They must have a Dominican herb to resolve that. And so I felt inspired to stop in that store. And I did get a book where they were offering different solutions, different herbal solutions to treat different parasites, including the one causing typhoid fever. So the remedy was naranja agrias, that would be like bitter oranges. And I just started making decoctions. They're basically like normal oranges, but they're harder and they're much more bitter. And I was making decoctions. I was supposed to just drink the liquid part, but I was literally eating the whole oranges because I felt like either I'm going to get better, I'm going to improve, or I'm going to die, but I cannot stay like this. And then, I felt even more sick, but 3 days later, I stopped having fever. And diarrhea, started calming down, and I felt better. It literally felt as if a cloud had been lifted up my head, because all the time, my brain was not even functioning properly. And it's like everything cleared up and the fever went down, and I was like, oh, wow, something is happening. Something is working in these herbs. And so I went back to the gastroenterologist. Like when he saw me, he was already impressed. I was like, wow, what happened? And I explained to him. And instead of saying, wow, that's interesting, let's see what's in this naranja agria, it was like, oh, yeah, it happens, like spontaneous remission. Anyways, he got me tested and the parasite was gone. So yet until to that point, there was no recognition that this had happened because of the decoction. But nonetheless, the problem remained that because of me being sick for 2 years and taking antibiotics and, being malnourished and stressed out for 2 years, my whole GI tract was very, very damaged. So microbiome, GI tract, I was only able to basically drink water at room temperature. Food was hurting, everything was hurting. And so not too long after, we were able to finally travel to Canada. And then, of course, I went to consult medical doctors and, got all kinds of tested. I was still parasite-free, but my GI system was, a whole ulcer, basically. And
so can we just slow that down? So it's basically because you were on antibiotics for so long that destroys all the bacteria and good things in your digestive tract. So your whole digestive system has been wrecked by the antibiotics.
The antibiotics, and I was taking a very potent drug called chloramphenicol, and one of the side effects of that is leukemia, and it's not meant to be taken for a long time, and I was taking that for 2 years. Besides that, the malnourishment, because we didn't have much money, I was not able to tolerate a big variety of food, so I was basically surviving on rice, on white rice, and sometimes like beans, but I was about it. So, that also account, like my body didn't have what it needed to repair itself. So it was a combination. Plus I had, amoebas and all kinds of other usual suspects that you would think when you live in conditions like I was living. So yeah, it was a combination of factors, but definitely the antibiotics had a big role in what became my health. And then so when I consulted in Canada, I was very hopeful that they would be able to help me out. And then all they had to propose to me were anti-acid medication. And I was like, but I don't have gastric reflux. I barely eat. How can I have gastric reflux? And they were like, yeah, well, that's what we have for GI problems. you don't have no parasites no more, so antibiotics won't help. And that's what we can recommend to you. And I felt that I had taken already so much drugs to no avail. Like, I didn't want to do this. And I wanted to stop hurting, and I want to be able to have a normal life and to eat. I was at that point probably like 27 years old. And so I found out about a naturopathic doctor, and I felt like, okay, I got better thanks to the herbs in Dominican. So maybe she has something else that I can use. And sure enough, she put me on aloe vera gel, probiotics, stuff to repair my gut lining, vitamin A, zinc, multivitamin and all. And within a matter of weeks, I was tremendously better. And then, I found my way back to health. Of course, I was now living in Canada, less stress, more financial means, better nutrition and all of that. So again, a combination of factors, but I got my health back. And I was so impressed and so in love with herbal medicine and naturopathic medicine as a whole that I decided to switch career, and I started studying naturopathic medicine. And I have been practicing naturopathic medicine for the past 28 years.
What do you have to do to become a naturopathic doctor? Like, so what did you have to do?
Yeah, back then in Quebec, remember, like it's like literally 32 years ago. But still today, naturopathic medicine is taught in private schools. So you had to have, in Quebec, after high school, we have an extra 2 years to get a college diploma. And then you need the college diploma, which is like 2 years post high school education to enter the program. It was a 4-year program in a private school. So I basically studied with the person who gave me back my health. And so today it's still, naturopathic medicine is not regulated in Quebec. So it's still taught in private schools. And, because it's not regulated, you have different programs and different associations. But I've been a member of l'Association des naturopathes agréés du Québec for the past 28 years. And it's the association with the strictest standards. And we have promoted programs to the private schools that have scientific courses and all of that. So we literally operate as in the other provinces, but we just don't have the regulation in Quebec. So I studied that, and then I realized, as much as naturopathic medicine has saved my life, that as a practitioner, I needed more tools, because although naturopathic medicine has 4 pillars as a foundation, and emotional, psychological health is one of the pillars, I felt that my training did not prepare me well enough for that, as well as the energetic component of the human being, because all the natural approaches are what we call holistic approaches, meaning that we take in consideration the whole person. It's not compartmentalized, cells and tissues and blood, and we take the whole person into account. And I felt that I needed to have better tools for that. So I studied another 4 years to become an homeopath, and I did an extra 2 years as a mind-body practitioner. And I'm currently completing acupuncture. And then besides that, because we didn't have the recognition, we still don't have the recognition in Quebec. And I had a clinic where I was working with pharmacists that are compounding pharmacists preparing bioidentical hormones and all of that. I was seeing a lot of women with hormonal issues and breast cancer, like everything related to hormones. And it was difficult for me to get the respect that I guess I deserve as a practitioner, because I was practicing a profession that was not recognized by the conventional medicine. So I decided to go back to school, went to McGill, got into biochemistry, ended up as a medical anthropologist, and then started working on different health and humanitarian missions, and became a consultant for the public health government in Cuba, because Cuba is trying to bring more of a scientific approach in the herbal medicine. And that was my role until the pandemic happened in 2020. So, and then besides that, I've worked with different companies as a medical advisor, consultant. I'm also very present in the media. So basically, I was supposed to die when I was 25, and then I've doubled that, and I'm super healthy, super energetic, and I felt that my life has been dedicated basically to herbal medicine and natural healing modality.
You know, it's interesting, Chantel, because I'm having the honor of interviewing people like you that are healers now. Like they've dedicated, you've done an impressive amount of training for the purpose of helping other people. But it seems that so many have had their own health journey first. And it's like, okay, I got to help others, right? And you're...
Yes, and thank you for pointing that out. And in all honesty, though, like it is for helping others, but everything starts from our own journey. So a lot of what I've studied was also to help myself. But when I did my medical anthropologist stage and part of my studies in Mexico, I studied with the Maya. And I produced an interesting paper that I had the opportunity to present at the Anthropologists Association. And it was very a common thread there because the healers are called men in Mexico. So it's X''MEN. It's like shamans, we would say, but shaman is a Siberian term actually, but we tend to apply it to all the traditional healers. But anyways, when I was with the Maya, I found out that this was also a very common trait. And there's even an archetype, that we call the wounded healer. And we also talk about the dark night of the soul. And I think that I consider this almost as an initiation process. It seems that in these times where we're very healed, in my case, where I was in and out of my body, in and out of consciousness, I think we have the opportunity to touch with other realms and with something that is bigger than us. And somehow we become a vessel for that higher form of energy. I've seen that repeatedly in almost every real healer, regardless of the name of the modality, whether it's homeopath, naturopaths, acupuncturists, we're healers fundamentally. And I also taught at the naturopathic school in Quebec for about 13 years. And it was also a common stories amongst many of the students. And many of the students of naturopathic medicine are people that come from conventional medicine. Many nurses, many other practitioners who didn't feel fulfilled with the system as it is are looking for different approaches, something that makes more meaning to them. And it seems to be a very common thread.
If I can share a funny, well, it's not funny, but I've interviewed two now medical doctors, both that practiced for over 40 years, one who's still practicing as a medical pediatrician. And both of them, partway through their medical journey as medical doctors, came across homeopathic medicine, and then they both trained as homeopathic doctors, so that now they were practicing as both of them for at least 20 years as both. And, I asked them, like, do you get better results out of homeopathic medicine? And it's without question that like the one doctor was sharing, actually, he was so dissatisfied practicing medicine because, especially for chronic illness, he wasn't helping people. And so there, kind of that spiritual, ethical joy you get when you're helping people was absent. And neither of them were knocking traditional medicine, but it's just your discussions led me to kind of be thinking, medical doctors could be getting so much more satisfaction out of their practice if they became integrative medical doctors, where they have more tools, and more training in these other modalities. Like they would be happier people.
I think, we're talking about the wounded healer. Again, very different archetypes. amongst natural health practitioners and medical doctors. The majority of medical doctors, because medical anthropology, we have many courses with conventional doctors and nurses. Many courses are from the same programs. And I don't know too many medical doctors and nurses that did come to medicine because of their own health challenges. Some do, but not a majority. When a majority of the so-called alternative practitioners have come to that because of their own journey. And I think that in itself speaks volume about the motivation, about the kind of people, and also the spirit in terms of, we all know that to practice conventional medicine, you have to adhere to certain codes and this and that. And I find that sometimes it can, like a frame can be a good thing because it standardizes treatments, but it can also be limiting. And I feel that at some point people kind of give up on creativity, on seeking for answers outside the box. And I think that's also why they don't get maybe the satisfaction that we do get in other modalities, because most of the time, like some people come to us for prevention, but that's not the majority of the patients. Most of the patients I see are people who haven't had answers in the conventional system, because let's face it, people come to see us, they pay from their own pocket, and then it requires a lot more involvement in your healing modalities, because you have to change your diet, you have to adhere to exercise program and all of that. So if people had remedy their situation for free in the conventional system without so much effort, we wouldn't have patients or clients in the alternative approaches or complementary approaches. So I find that the fact that we are not regulated in one way has certain advantages, and it forces us to go outside the box and find other solutions maybe that were not found, because obviously if the patient got to us, it's because they haven't found their solution. So again, it's not to talk against conventional medicine. I think all the modalities have their reason for being in existence. The problem is when you start limiting people's access to the different modalities.
Yeah, no, it's a good point, because obviously in Canada you go to the mainstream medical system and the government is paying for a whole bunch of treatments, basically almost without exception chemical drugs. Like they've structured that system deliberately so that it's one type of treatment modality only. And I think most people access that not only because it's free, but Chantal, I think most people don't understand that there's this whole other system, this natural health community, with naturopathic doctors, with homeopathic doctors, with traditional Chinese practitioners. And one of the things that's affecting me, like I'm interviewing people like you that have had health crises. The medical system wasn't helping them. They find the answer. Like, so every story is positive, but I'm finding I'm grieving, which I had to ask, why am I so unhappy when these are positive stories? And the reason is most of these people also explained, they were losing hope. They were suffering. And I know that there's a whole bunch of other people out there that are losing hope and they're suffering and they don't know they can find health again.
I agree with that statement, partly, because after practicing for 28 years, I feel that we are quick sometimes to blame the system, whatever that means, the conventional doctors, big pharma. And yes, they're part of the system that in some cases save our lives. But patients also have a responsibility. And because, like, for example, in Quebec, we've been having la Régie de l'assurance maladie du Québec. So we've been basically having free healthcare since 1967. So it has also created this mentality that you're not really responsible for your health. And if anything happens, you go to the doctor, they fix you, and it's even free. So patients go see the conventional doctors. And I have many friends in the conventional community, and they tell me, well, sometimes we try to, recommend a vitamin. One good friend of mine who's an MD say, I was prescribing statins for a big part of my life and opioids, and people never questioned me. And if I prescribe vitamin C, they ask me if I have scientific studies to validate that. And some patients don't feel like they had a satisfactory encounter with their doctor if they don't leave with a prescription for a drug. It's so they're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place because there is a demand. Like I said, everything in the natural realm is a partnership. Like I tell people sometimes as a joke, I say, okay, you came to see me to do the initial consultation. We spend an hour and a half. We go through a 17 pages questionnaire, but you're not fixed. It's like if you're going to have an encounter, an evaluation with Arnold Schwarzenegger at Gold's Gym, you're not going to come out of there buff. Like it's an evaluation, then you get to do the work. So I accompany the patients on their path to a better version of themselves, but they have to do the work. And a lot of times people are not ready. They're too tired. They're too sick. They're too broke. They're too emotionally despaired to do the work. And so this system works for a majority of people because a majority of people is not willing to invest in their health, whether financially, whether in terms of time commitment and all of that. So yes, it's great that we get the word across and then we give people that option. But realistically, I know that even people who know me personally, people who know other practitioners, sometimes prefer the conventional road, either because they've been brainwashed into thinking that it's better, more efficient, faster acting, or simply because they're not willing to become the co-creator of their health.
So you've kind of mentioned some different things here, and I'm wondering if you can explain the importance, because you've implied when somebody comes to consult, you're spending an hour and a half in the 17-page questionnaire, you're going to be asking many people to change their diet. And so I'm going to ask you, why is diet important? You're going to be asking many people to change their lifestyle, which could include exercising. And I want you to explain why that's important. You're going to require some people to change, do things that will change their emotional stress level or, make them healthier, kind of lifestyle from a stress and emotional perspective. Yeah. And you know what I'm talking about. So why are those types of things important? Because Chantel, I think a lot of people don't understand that, the human body, it needs nutrition. It needs exercise. It needs to be out of significant stress. Like we are all going to have those periods, but those things will put us out of balance. And then when the body's suffering, it tells us. And now we want to go to a doctor when there's something else going on often. So do you want to share with us why those three things are so important?
There's actually 4 components. We have to add to what you've already mentioned, the environment. So everything related to, for example, heavy metal exposure or, well, they're important because obviously, if you tell people that they have to change oil in their car, everybody knows that. It makes sense that the quality of fuel you're going to put in your car and changing your oil regularly is needed to have the optimal performance by your car. So why doesn't it make sense that the food that is our fuel does not need to be premium quality as well, right? And that is by design. That is for the reasons you were explaining earlier, that the whole medical and pharmaceutical industry empire is built on people being sick. Like I always tell people, a healed person or a dead person doesn't produce money, is not desirable for the industry. And we've somehow forgot about that. We think that because for a number of years, the hospitals were run and staffed by people that were nuns and the whole religious establishment. And people have kind of forgotten that pharmaceutical industry is an industry. It needs to make profit. And so if you take the time, like I do, like health practitioners in the complementary field do, to spend an hour plus with your patient and really find out about all these different aspects that might not be aligned in their life, then you're really addressing the root cause of the health issues or the symptoms, right? And then you're going to fix it. Like patients are going to fix what is wrong. Therefore, they're no good consumers of drugs anymore. So if you depend on people being sick and buying drugs, what you want to do is see as many patients during a day that are going to buy a maximum of drugs. You're not going to encourage people to have a better diet and a better lifestyle and manage their emotion and all of that. So the whole medical empire depends on people being sick. And the medical empire, well, spends a lot of money doing lobbying. So it influences governments. They put money in advertising, so it influences the propaganda we get. It influences big technology in censoring people such as myself because they have the money to do it. And to keep having money, they need people to keep being sick. So that's why we have the model that we have. And that's why people believe that. You don't know, Sean, the amount of patients that I see that have cancer and that were told by their medical doctor, diet doesn't change anything. You don't have to change anything to your diet. Although we know that diagnostic depends on sugar molecule because cancer cell will prefer sugar molecule. And so we know that. Why do medical doctors tell patients that their diet doesn't matter? Well, because in their 7 years of training, they get like 3 hours of nutrition. And because the whole system, the whole medical system has compartmentalized medicine. So of course, if you're looking at a tumor and you're not realizing the tumor is part of a system that is part of a human being that is interacting with other human beings that have exposed to, I don't know, 5G, to heavy metals, to you, it doesn't matter. It doesn't make any sense because you're just focused on your tumor. And then you have so many different specialties in medicine, and the more specialized, the more compartmentalized they become. And they lose focus of the human being as a whole. And for me, the more I practice, the more I am convinced that everything starts in the emotional realm. Because let's take a very common ailment that naturopaths see all the time in consultation, GI issues. The first thing that happens when you're stressed, your body goes into fight or flight response, right? So you're going to secrete all these stress hormones, adrenaline, cortisol. And what happens is your body is now shutting down all other functions that are not essential to your survival right now. So like I often say as a joke so people understand is if you're running away from the mammoth, it's not time to digest your Big Mac. And everybody understands that, right? So then your whole digestion system, your whole gastric acid production is going to be shut down because your body is going to use the resources to fight or flight. So GI issues are almost all the time related to chronic stress, but we're so chronically stressed that we don't even see the difference. Everything is going to go on shutdown mode. Everything that you don't even think is related. Bone mass turnover. You know, when it's not time to make new bone cells if you're running away from a stressor or a perceived stressor, because they're not always real. 90% of the problems we worry about will never occur, but we get into chronic stress because of that. So again, if you're disconnected from the whole human being and the impact of stress on the different systems in the body, well, you're going to miss the point. And why does that matter that we have chlorhydric acid production? Well, because if your food stays too long in your stomach, you're going to start having gastric reflux, and then you're going to be prescribed inhibitor proton pump, you know, or anti-acid medication. And what's going to happen? If you don't produce acid, you're not going to be able to absorb your minerals, your fatty acids, your proteins. And guess what? Everything in your body is made of that. You know, people take so much antidepressants, anxiolytic drugs, but all of these neurotransmitters that we need are produced from the proteins that we consume, but we need to be able to absorb these proteins. If we're stressed or if we're taking this medication, we're not able to break them down into amino acids to build the neurotransmitters. So everything in our body comes from our diet, but having the proper environment and the proper lifestyle is what allows us to be able to integrate these nutrients properly. Because again, there's 4 pillars to health. You can have the best diet, everything organic, and your macros right, and your micros right, everything right. But if you're chronically stressed, it's not going to work out. If you're not being physically active, it's not going to work out. If you're emotionally distraught, it's not going to work out. So you have to address the 4 pillars.
You know, I've actually really appreciated you sharing this, because you've made it actually quite understandable. You know, I was interviewing a naturopathic doctor the other day, and I asked, like, what's, you know, tell me about the patients that impacted you the most. And one of his stories was a 10-year-old girl that came in and was suffering from severe allergies. And the medical system just wasn't solving it. And, you know, the mother was concerned and brought this child in. And the doctor I was interviewing, the naturopath, said, oh, there was a clear emotional dynamic between mother and daughter that was really unhappy. And so he realized there was, you know, it was most likely emotional, this fight and flight. And so the treatment plan included addressing that. And the mother got completely on side and, you know, resolved that tension and reported back that, like, everything went away. And I have to say, when he was saying it was emotional, you know, I wasn't really with him. I was thinking, this sounds a little off to me. And then he explains exactly what you did. No, you go into fight and flight. The parasympathetic nervous system puts you in the stress response. And if it goes on too long, you get an inflammation response, and then leaky gut. And now your food you're allergic to, and bang, this 10-year-old is suffering from severe allergies, which is emotional. So I really appreciate you sharing it. If for no one else but myself, it's kind of driving home that I need to watch my stress levels. So yeah, we're a whole being. We're not just you can't just add a chemical and have problems go away.
That's the thing. And again, it's this, you know, Cartesian coming from the compartmentalized vision of the human being that has made us lose sight of this. But when I was working with, you know, the men in the Maya community, it would never occur to anybody to prescribe herbs to their patient without doing some kind of consultation and some kind of spiritual ritual. You know, they don't disconnect. And that's something common to most traditional modalities, is everything is integrated. And they know very well. And that's another thing I really appreciated with working with Cuban doctors, is because they still do a lot of home visits. And so if you go and visit a patient, you realize their house is near, electrical plant or golf course or something like that, then you're already conscious of something that might affect their health. I'm not saying it will absolutely affect, but it might have an impact on their health. So nowadays, in a 3-minute consultation in your office, a lot of doctors don't know their patients, they don't know about their lifestyle, they don't know where they live, they don't know what's going on. So they're missing out on things like that. But for example, because I've been practicing for so long, I've had like a first generation of women, I've had their daughters and now the granddaughters in consultation. And some of them that were well on their way for the past 15 years, whatever, something tragic happens in their life. Of course, they have a reoccurrence. And very easily, we're able to make the connection. There was this English doctor in the 1890s called Edward Bach, and he created an homeopathic system of the Bach flower remedies, we call them, and they address the 38 human emotions. And Bach was talking about the fracture between the soul and the personality. And I can say that, especially since 2020, my practice is very much revolving around that. I've added trauma and somatic work into my consultations a lot because you can see that fracture between the soul and the personality in different ways. And that's where chronic disease enter the person, is in that fracture between the soul and the personality. And again, if you don't take the time to find out what's happening in someone's life, you're not going to be able to connect the different stressors. And like you said, most people, because they don't know the biochemical pathways, will think that while emotions and, what happened in someone's life is sort of woo-hoo. It's not woo-hoo at all. We have this science, like I think since the 1960s or 70s, with Candace Pert, molecules of emotion. We know psychoneural immunology. So we do know that there is an impact on our nervous system, on our immune system, on everything in our body based on stress molecules. So we know how to explain nowadays. So it's not woo stuff. It has a very scientific basis. And it's just, to me, again, very sad that so many things we know, whether it be the impact of sugar on cancer, whether it be the impact of emotion on a whole array of health issues, we know that scientifically. Why hasn't it translated into the conventional medical practice? And the only logical reason I can say is follow the money.
Right, meaning that if we actually were treating cancer in other ways, so by diet change, by addressing emotional issues that are basically preventing the body from healing itself, even if we're giving it what it does need, taking a holistic approach as opposed to just doing chemicals, there's no money in that. There's healing in it, but there's no money in it. That's what you're trying to say.
Correct. Unfortunately, yeah. Correct.
I find this this really challenging, how we're treating people, because there's suffering going on, and the fact that we can't share it. Like, you're now in the Dominican Republic, but if I was interviewing you, if you were still practicing in Canada, you would be afraid, literally, to share with me if I was to say, "Hey, can you share some of your patient stories?" And you're nodding. So there's censorship.
Yeah, I refuse to adhere to that, and that's one of the reasons I came here, because I've always been very vocal and very critical of the system, because my own life is a testimony of what I say. So it's not just a philosophical approach. It's I am alive today because of it. So. And I have seen it over and over the 28 years of practice. Now, in Quebec, I have certain approaches I can use and a lot of others that I can't. And that's why I was working in a clinic with medical doctors and pharmacists and, other health professionals more in an integrative manner. But of course, here laws are different. And for example, intravenous vitamin C is very readily available here, and it isn't in Quebec. Now, it is in Ontario. So people with cancer in Quebec have to travel to Ontario being sick, having to pay out of pocket for those treatments. So they're not dangerous in Ontario, but they're dangerous in Quebec. There's so many things like that that don't make sense. And I've been critical about it all along. And one of the cases, like you were talking about the cases that influence us or that had an impact on us, of course, 28 years is a long time. So I've had many. And because I guess I was also in the media, I probably had more of my share of difficult cases because, I was more readily available, I guess, and also because I was teaching to other naturopaths. So they would refer me the cases they could not deal with. So I have a lot of them, but I can certainly share the one from my own adoptive mother. My mom was diagnosed with lung cancer. And they initially thought they were going to be able to operate on her, but because they realized that her both lungs were affected, they could not operate. So they can only propose chemotherapy. And my mom had just lost one of her close friends. And she had gone through the whole process with her, and she just didn't want to go that way. And
You mean
so
she'd lost a friend to cancer?
To cancer, and so she was with her when she was sick and taking her chemo and being extremely sick. And my mom didn't want that. She was someone who had never taken any drugs except for the occasional Tylenol, but she was not on any medication or anything like that. She was never very much into that, right? So the whole idea of her taking chemo, she would have done the operation if it had been an option, but at that point it wasn't, and she didn't want to do chemo. So she asked me if I could, help her out, and I said, of course. And my mom was living in a different city. I was living in Montreal at the time. So I took her to my place, completely changed her diet, bought her a juicer. We started, the green juice, the detox, the heavy supplement. I was lucky to work for a supplement company at the time because that's another factor to take into account is that high-end supplements can get expensive when people have serious health challenges. And because, we already pay for the medical system, whether we want it or not, and then we have to pay out of pocket for all the supplements, that's another issue that, interferes with our freedom of choice. But because I had a better price on the supplements, we were able to create a very heavy protocol for her. And another very key factor for me was the fact that because I left my home when I was 15 years old, there was so much stuff I didn't know about my mother's life. And I have a son. So I told her, because I knew my mom was not the type, and we didn't have the time to send her to therapy or to other stuff like that. So I said, Mom, because there's so much stuff I don't know about your life, and I would like to write about it so that my son has those stories when you're no longer with us. And so basically, we went through her whole life story for those 2 weeks that she was at my place. And so we cried a lot, we laughed a lot, and she was a transformed person when she left my place. And also, my mom was believing a lot in Frère André. I'm not sure how you say it in English. The guy was like a priest, and he got sort of a special status. And he's buried in the basilique, in the l'Oratoire Saint-Joseph in Montreal. And my mom had always believed in him because she had health challenges when she was a child. And they prayed to that saint, so to speak. And so I took my mom there. And she spent a couple of hours praying and just soaking in the energy of that church. And I think because she had so much faith, I think that also played a role in her in her survival. So at the time when she come at my place, the conventional medicine had given her 3 to 6 months to live. And my mom ended up living for 5 years. The lung cancer didn't recede but never progressed. It stayed exactly the same for 5 years. So the oncologist was taking radiography every 6 months. And I told my mom, this is not a good idea because you're exposing yourself to so much radiation. Mm-hmm. And she was going to tell the oncologist, and he told her, well, because you're doing so well, we're only going to do it every year. And then eventually it became every 2 years. And at some point he told her, well, I'm not sure what you're doing, but whatever you're doing is working for you. So we're not going to keep having those regular visits. And if at some point you need us to alleviate your pain or whatever, then, we'll be here for you. And so my mom basically stopped going to see the oncologist. And that went on for 5 years until 2020. My mom had moved in a senior home. And when they came with all the public health measures, it was very difficult in Quebec. And my mom had trouble sleeping at that point and was falling asleep in the morning, but they were coming in every room at 7 in the morning when my mom just basically fell asleep to take their temperature. And then they had, the little arrows to go to eat, and everybody had to eat at the same time, at the same place, in the same room with the same people. And my mom, having spent her whole life in the countryside on a, big farmland and everything, she just could not live like that. So in October 2020, she told me, I don't want you to send me all my supplements. And, and I said, Mom, if you stop, what's going to happen? She said, yes. And I said, well, why? And she said, because I don't want to live like this no more. And I don't see the end of this. And I said, I can ask you to do it because I wouldn't do it myself. And so she said, so how long do you think I have? And we were in October. I said, probably 3 months. And she passed the 1st of February of 2021. So that's
so great.
Yeah. But it was on her timing. You know what I mean? Like she still gained an extra 5 years of life, with me, with my son, with her other grandchildren. So those 5 years were extremely valuable. And the interesting part is the fact that because she did not take any conventional treatment, it cannot, like her survival for 5 years cannot be dismissed as, it is not because of naturopathic medicine, because in her case, it clearly is because of the changes she made and because of her own journey, And so there are a lot of cases like that, but I guess I feel more at liberty to speak about this one because it's my mom and she's no longer with us. But yeah, we have that. And then sometimes we have not so good issues. I had a friend, her name was Jacinthe, and she had breast cancer and she was also a practitioner. And the cancer was very aggressive. So she was younger than myself. She was in early 40s. And for some time, she sort of went into remission. She was doing a lot of her own research. And she wanted to come here in Dominican to work with me. And she had found a treatment that she needed to import from somewhere else. And then nobody else could go. I could not go because of my status at that point. So she was waiting for somebody to bring that to her. She could not have access to certain remedies in Quebec that I'm no longer allowed to mention. And the remedy came in on her birthday, and she also passed on her birthday. And 3 days before that, I had posted a picture of the different ice cream, like, gelatos made with natural fruits that we have here in DR. And she was telling me, oh, I'm going to have the raspberry one. And all she wanted was to get well enough so she could travel here and have access to other modalities that she knew would make a difference in her life. But she didn't have the time. She didn't have the opportunity. And I did a very emotional live that evening because I was very upset. because we had so much hope in that treatment that she was waiting for, and everything just happened so quickly. And options are available, but people just don't have access because they happen to live in Canada, and some bureaucrats decide that they shouldn't have access. And that, for me, is the difficult part. Not that, some people may not elect to go with those treatments. We should have the choice. We should have the choice of what we want to do with our own health.
Now, you had explained earlier, I mean, you've just gone through so much education and you've been practicing for 28 years. You're talking about remedies that you've seen work, that you know are perfectly safe. Like when we're talking about natural remedies, like even to talk about risk is misleading.
Well, absolutely, because, toxicology reports, how many years have we having that? We know that it's very well accepted in, different studies that up to 2/3 of serious incidents and deaths in hospitals are related to medicine, are related to drugs. And we do not have one single recorded case of people being seriously harmed or dying in Canada or the US because of vitamins and herbs. But yet we're the dangerous ones, right?
Yeah, and that's when you know that the narrative's not right. And I mean, the real danger is that they're taking the benefits away.
They're taking the benefits away. They're reducing dosage. Like a very simple example I can give. I was mentioning, for example, intravenous vitamin C being available in Ontario, but not in Quebec. Let's talk about progesterone. Why do they have access to progesterone over the counter in the US, but in Canada you need a prescription? What about vitamin K? You have common dosages of like 20 grams, even more in the US, but we're allowed to use 120 micrograms in supplements in Canada. Why is it dangerous for us and not for them?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Like I mean, it's a whole other discussion how Health Canada limits us in vitamins and minerals with these recommended daily allowances that no one can be healthy if they take.
Absolutely. Like I tell people, at 65 milligrams of vitamin C, you're just not going to have scurvy, but you're not going to be healthy. We're not talking about optimal health. And it's like that with every vitamin, basically. Talk about vitamin D and the whole impact of vitamin D on our immunity, which was one of the big issues that I faced in 2020 and 2021, because I was talking about natural immunity and vitamin D. And, they strictly authorize amounts based on bone metabolism, but completely ignoring the fact that we need much higher dose for our immune system, to counteract depression. And how much does it cost to the system? The simple fact that we all have pretty much in Canada suboptimal level of vitamin D. That's also in terms of collective burdens financially and otherwise.
Yeah, like so vitamin D is so essential for our immune system and a whole bunch of other functions that basically limiting us in the amount of vitamin D we take guarantees that we're going to have a sick population, just as a single vitamin.
Absolutely.
And we could talk about vitamin after vitamin. So we basically created a system in Canada that almost guarantees we're going to be sick.
Absolutely. And some provinces are worse than others. Like we can talk about why in Quebec we don't have access to a lot of things that other provinces do. Why isn't naturopathic medicine regulated in Quebec when it's regulated in many other Canadian provinces? And we have to remember that the first medical university, which was McGill, was founded in Quebec. The Collège des Médecins was initially in Quebec. The first Régie de l'Assurance Maladie was in Quebec. The first coverage of conventional drugs was in Quebec. So it's a very strong hold of the medical pharmaceutical industry. We have 22,000 jobs in Quebec that depend on the pharmaceutical industry. That's a lot of people paying taxes. And how much money is given back to the pharmaceutical industry because of that, because they're creating jobs and all of that. And when all these government incentives go away, many of these pharmaceutical companies close down and go establish themselves where they get cheaper labor and where they can operate. And what is left to us? What is left to us beside the sick population? Like mRNA. We are seeing now under Robert F. Kennedy all these different regulations appearing in the United States to limit, the use of mRNA vaccines. We're having new plants built for mRNA vaccines in Quebec. Why are we like 20 years backward?
So what you're saying is Quebec as a province is particularly invested in the chemical drug industry.
Absolutely. 100%.
And that's influencing provincial policy. So Quebec is limited compared to other provinces in what can be accessed. And then here we are federally, where Health Canada is moving to take away all of our natural health products. Now, that's a bit of an over-exaggeration. We're still going to have, basic vitamins in that, but they really are moving. So we're going to lose our multi-ingredient products. We're going to lose those things that people like naturopaths and homeopathic doctors use to treat us. What would the health consequences be if Health Canada succeeds, Chantal?
Well, it's tragic because that, first of all, when they created the Natural Health Product Directorate, we saw a reduction of 70% of the products available already back then because of the different regulation. It put a lot of the small producers out of business. People didn't have the money to apply for those licensing fees and all of that. So it has reduced and then again put the ball in the hands of the bigger players and concentrating, the power to the pharmaceutical industries, who has also bought a lot of natural health product companies. And so, well, the consequence would be like, just think about myself and how many other practitioners, such as myself, the amount of patients we see on a weekly, on a yearly basis. These people literally depend on the natural products for their health. Many of them are also using drugs. So it's a misconception, I feel, that if you support naturopathic medicine and a healthy lifestyle, it would completely destroy the pharmaceutical and the medical industry, because there will always be a need for that. You have, car accidents, you have certain disease that absolutely need conventional medicine, but we are also complementary to that system in helping reduce a lot of the side effects of a lot of these treatments and optimizing the health of many people who just don't want to go the pharmaceutical route. And collectively, we are an aging population. So eventually, who's going to pay for all these drugs? Who's going to pay for all these, expensive testing and expensive procedures? How many hip and knee procedures are we doing annually in Canada when, we could slow down that process or even reverse it with the proper diet, proper supplements, proper exercise, So eventually, who's going to pay for all of that? Because we're having an aging population who's not going to be working. So it's limiting all the actual Canadians that depend on these products, but all of the future ones as well. And then think also about emerging diseases. For example, one of the big concern right now internationally is about bug and antibiotic resistance, right? So I was doing an interview last night with one of my longtime friend and practitioner. He's also a naturopathic doctor, but he's specialized in essential oils since, the past 30 years. And we were talking about, because of the complexity of the mixes that we do, like the herbs themselves containing hundreds of phytochemicals, and then we're combining them amongst each other. And it makes it a lot harder for any kind of bug or parasites to become resistant to those plant molecules, because they're a lot more complex. And those synergies of molecule, they don't just act on the bug, but they modify what we call the terrain or the milieu, which means they will modulate the immune system, reduce the inflammation, reduce oxidative stress, and all these factors that are conducive to healing. So if we don't have essential oils, what are we going to do when we're all, infected with antibiotic resistant bugs?
Mhm.
And like so many other things, we were talking about the pandemic and vitamin D. It's been demonstrated over and over that the higher the deficiency, or the more important the deficiency in vitamin D was, the more severe the symptoms were, and the more likely to die the patients were.
Well, what I find interesting about vitamin D is some governments, like I believe Scotland, for example, was giving vitamin D to their population.
It should
But
have been a public health measure.
We had the public health in Canada saying vitamin D doesn't help you, when that is false. The reality is to have a healthy immune system.
It's worse
let
than
alone
that.
other
I had,
things,
yeah,
you
it's worse
need
than that,
vitamin D.
Sean. I did a webcast where I showed one of the memo that was issued by the institution pharmacists. So there's an association of pharmacists who works in CLSPs and all of that, that had given specific orders to not administer vitamin D to the patients. So whether it was done knowingly or unknowingly, people such as myself were advocating, the administration of vitamin D as a public health measure, but we got silence.
Mhm.
So, yeah.
Yeah, no, the censorship, like that's an example of specific censorship. And I just find it, heartbreaking that actually practitioners and manufacturers, just using vitamin D as an example, can't share even published peer-reviewed research that's government funded on vitamin D. So are people listening? So in Canada, manufacturers of vitamin D, practitioners that see amazing turnarounds with vitamin D, cannot share with you peer-reviewed, published, government-funded research on vitamin D. There is total censorship of truthful health information. So people can't know about things that will help them in Canada. And this protects the chemical drug industry and the government-funded healthcare, because it keeps our public confidence in it.
Yeah, and this propaganda is also what makes people influenced by those decisions. Like we were saying earlier, that I said, I know for a fact that even if some people knew that they could have good results, like it creates the doubt. And even amongst my clientele, some people will say, well, I'm doing the diet change and I'm taking the supplements, but I don't want to get off my statin drugs, for example.
Mm-hmm.
And even if I share with them the studies that show that you have an inverse correlation between all-cause morbidity, mortality, and a lower level of cholesterol in your body, people still have that mentality that if it were true, although I showed them the PubMed study, right? But people have this notion that if that were true, their doctor would have told it. If it were true, then everybody else would know about it. It wouldn't come from my naturopathic doctor, right? So
yeah, like your body manufactures cholesterol, and that in itself, should tell you maybe you shouldn't suppress it. Most of your nervous system, like 60% or something, is cholesterol.
Yeah.
You need cholesterol to be healthy.
Yeah.
And so here we have, so, and somebody very close to me, Chantal, is on an anti-statin drug, and it drives me crazy, because I know, like another person that's presenting at the health show is a medical doctor, Dr. Zoltan Rona. I mean, I've seen him lecture, like, whatever you do, don't go on an anti-statin drug. You are not going to have good health outcomes. And this is what you're sharing. So, PubMed, peer-reviewed, published research. And those of us in the natural health community know it's out there, but it's not shared with the public so that they can make informed decisions. Do I go on this drug or do I not?
You can share, because if you are a regulated professional, there are certain things you cannot say. And then even if you're not, because it was a good and a bad thing for me that naturopathic medicine was not regulated in Quebec. But then I had 2 radio shows and I got canceled. It's very difficult. Radio shows depend on money they get from the government and money they get from advertisers. And so you have this naturopath that talks of, about the side effects of vaccines, about, going on a gluten-free diet or in a dairy-free diet. And you're being sponsored by the dairy industry in Canada or the agriculture industry or whatever. So it's very hard to get a Tribune to talk about natural health because there's no money involved, once again. And big tech is also in cahoot with big agro and big pharma. So, for example, my Facebook pages and YouTube are constantly being shadow banned because of the stuff I talk about. And like you said, even if I publish peer-reviewed studies. So there's obviously a financial interest in suppressing the information. A financial interest, and at this point, to be quite honest, I think it's beyond the financial. I think it has to do with controlling the population as well.
Yeah, but I mean, you're raising interesting points. So here you've got 2 different radio programs. I expect they were wildly popular because most people find health information really compelling. And so the, but because big advertisers are basically big industry. So it's, the chemical industry, the pharmaceutical industry, the food industry, which is just this huge machine. Well, they're the main advertisers. So that the radio stations don't lose their advertising, they drop shows like your shows and, on social media, shadow banning. So means it's hard to find you. The algorithms hide you. Even though people would find you interesting, you're deliberately kept down because of the advertisers. And that's just the world we live in. I don't know how to get around that, Chantel, but it hides. And I think with AI, it's going to get worse.
It's going to get worse, definitely. And it's with everything because, for example, my website is on a platform called Wix. And now in the conditions, you cannot sell certain products. And so, and everything is getting all together. I was just trying to organize an event. I'm going to be in Quebec for my birthday in November, and I was trying to organize an event. And Evan Bright started giving me all kinds of problems about my identification. And, my whole name is Chantalan, but my passport was done with just Chantal. So now I cannot identify myself. And so everything is getting blocked. And so it is an issue now that oftentimes they'll tell you your password is not accurate when I know my password is accurate because I use the same one everywhere. And then it forces you to use Google to get into whatever program it is you're trying to get into. And then, of course, it's getting centralized after that. And so people are just not understanding, the extent of the ramification. And that is a huge problem because when we talk about natural health product, people think it's an isolated factor, but we just name the cahoot between, the advertisers that come from, big tech, big agro, big pharma, and it's all working together. And again, in order to keep their strong hold, they're going to have to limit and censor people who give an alternative version of their narrative. And I think it became very obvious during COVID. And now what did we see with this guy who got killed during a speech about, arms in the US? The freedom of speech is a big issue. The freedom of speech is a big issue. And you don't know it is until you get confronted with it. I feel it's like, I always tell people to travel the importance of a health insurance. And until you get sick or hurt at destination, you don't fully understand, being Canadian, how expensive and how problematic it is. Well, it's the same. Freedom of speech, until it affects you directly, and it's often late in the process, people don't realize that it's not just about health. It is a lot about health, but it's not just about health. So when we're fighting for the freedom of choice in accessing natural health products, we're actually fighting for freedom as a whole, because we know what happened about restricting bank accounts during the pandemic. We know a lot of human rights violation that we saw, and because of AI and because of biometrics, facial recognition, central currency, digital currency, everything is converging, and literally by the push of a button, we can decide that someone such as myself is undesirable.
No, it's interesting, but I would even take it further and say people are suffering in the health community from a lack of freedom of speech, but they don't even know it. So which is one of the reasons I'm having you on this show. You're sharing a health journey, and because you're sharing your personal journey and your mother's journey, you're free to share it. You're not going to be punished for that. As a practitioner, I see you've been really careful not to talk about patients because you'll be hammered. But people are suffering, locked into a medical model. And again, it has its place, but you're not, people are losing hope. They're suffering when they don't have to because of this censorship. So, I mean, Chantel, I think it's deeper than we think. Yeah. But if people don't understand that they have to protect freedom of expression, they have to protect the right of people to share information that you could disagree with. They have to protect the right of people to share information that advertisers disagree with. We're not going to end up in a very good place.
No, and the freedom of choice, it's freedom of expression, but I don't know too much about other provinces, because a lot of people I know moved to Alberta during the pandemic and seem to be receiving better healthcare. But in Quebec, a lot of my patients are literally held hostages because it's so difficult to have access to a doctor. And if they refuse certain interventions or don't want to take certain drugs, then they're being told, we're not gonna keep you as a patient. And that's terrible, because it's beyond not granting access, which is already not a fair access, because of, like we said, we're already paying for the drugs socially and for the medical system socially, but we have to pay out of pocket. For example, I raised my son. My son's going to be 24. He had never taken an antibiotic. He had never received a shot until he got in the army. So people such as myself, who haven't been on antibiotics for the past 25 years of my life or any other drugs, we're paying for that system collectively, and I'm okay with that. But then we are paying the high price now for all the natural health products that are being overpriced compared to any other country, because of all the lobbying and the regulations, and because some people purposely want to limit our access to that. So that's already bad. But it's worse than that, because not only we're not competing on a fair foothold and adding to that the censorship, but the patients are under the threats of not having access to a medical doctor. Some people take diabetic drugs. Some people take chemotherapy. Some people need a surgery. And they're being told, if you don't want to take this and you don't want to do it my way, then you're just not going to have a doctor.
So, that kind of goes to really your choice, your informed consent, because, both international criminal law is you can't be pressured or coerced into taking a medical treatment, or else it's not consent. But here, you're diabetic, you need to continue to be prescribed insulin, or you will die. And yet there's other treatments. The doctor's going to drop you, and then basically it's life and death. You need your insulin prescription. Yeah. And the medical system's so strained, you're not going to find another doctor. So really, there's no informed consent in that case.
No, and yeah.
Yeah, and that, so that in itself is, raises other ethical concerns.
Absolutely.
And I don't know, I assume, well, I do know there's pressure on doctors not to be not to allow these things. and even patients are conditioned, and you brought it up, if a doctor can prescribe any chemical drug and there's no question from patients, but if they suggest you take vitamin C, which just is an essential nutrient, let alone for your immune system, but for almost everything else, that they're going to question the doctor, because we've been so conditioned, and doctors have been so conditioned. And I think what's happening, Chantal, is the mainstream medical system is now under so much stress. I feel so sorry for these doctors and nurses and other practitioners that, I think the stress level is so high that they're losing their perspective.
Well, they're contributing to that, unfortunately, because if they would let us do our job, and I'm talking about naturopathic doctors, but osteopaths, all the other complementary modalities, there would be a lot less people that would end up in the emergencies and burdening the system, because we would have a real preventative approach, just like RFK is trying to do in the US by modifying certain laws regarding drugs, regarding vaccine adjuvants and all of that. Like, we have to address the whole system. It's way beyond just the freedom of choice. And another factor I want to mention while we're talking about medical doctors, because of this threat hanging over people if they talk about, their naturopaths and the vitamins they take and the herbs they take, patients lie to the conventional doctors about it. And so that also contributes to this situation we have where they're not witnessing the good that we're doing because the patients lie about it.
Because they're afraid to say.
Exactly.
So they don't get fired. I know how to solve our healthcare crisis. And that is we just change our policies, because, and you've mentioned this already, the chemical pharmaceutical drugs are one of actually the leading causes of death in Canada.
Yes.
So, and, the person I interviewed this morning, was sharing that it's the third leading cause of death, pharmaceutical drugs taken as directed, let alone, highly preventable medical errors, which is another leading cause of death.
Yeah.
So they're so risky, and natural health products are so effective at treating chronic illness without endangering us. We could solve our healthcare crisis by changing our policy so that you had to take natural remedies first and could access the chemical drugs if and only if it's shown that the natural remedies aren't helping you. The doctors would have so much time, Chantal, they would be doing home visits again.
That would be awesome. And we were talking about, for example, antibiotics, probiotics. We all know that, you should be taking a probiotic if you take an antibiotic. We know that. We were talking about the effectiveness of essential oils. Essential oils have been demonstrated to potentiate the effect of certain antibiotics, even certain antibiotics that were no longer useful in treating certain infections. When you combine them with essential oils, they're more efficient. So the idea is not to eliminate, the conventional medical system, but if we could really work together, then, like you said, they would have more time, we would have more money in the system, so that we could have more modern methods of testing and all of that. But the problem is, and it was very obvious to me when I was working with the Cubans, because, Cubans is not part of the central bank. Pharmaceutical companies don't have a foothold in Cuba the way they have elsewhere. So we had a real patient-centric approach where we all sat together from different approaches, and we were really trying to find what was the best modality for that patient and the best course of treatment. Now, in Canada, we are completely disconnected from what is best for the patient. Again, everything revolves around, the industry. And on an individual basis, I do believe that most doctors and oncologists and everything, they do their best. They are presented with a toolbox, and they're competent in using that toolbox. But just like the oncologist had told my mom, I don't know what you're doing, but it's working for you. Why can't they just admit that their toolbox is not the all-encompassing toolbox, that other practitioners have other types of tools, and that we are experts in our tools. And if we put different modalities together, we could be potentiating what they're doing. We could be minimizing the risk. But we're talking about the statins. Well, one of the things that statin does, besides blocking the production of the essential cholesterol, which our body produces 80% of. So for more you take statin drugs, your body is still going to produce 80% of the cholesterol, but it destroys vitamin Q10, which is very important in cardiac health. So you get into this, catch 22. And vitamin Q10 is also very important for cancer. So, why can't we just do that? Okay, you're going to take the statins. I don't think you should. But if you do, could you at least take extra supplementation of vitamin Q10? So there are ways to work together, but until it's all going to be about the money and not the patient, we're going to be going on the wrong path.
Chantel, this has been an absolutely wonderful discussion. And I'd love to go all day, but I think, we're probably already an hour and a half. We're stretching it. I ask every person that comes and presents kind of a final question, and that is, what is your message to Ottawa?
We are a democratic country. We have an aging population. We need to have the freedom of choice. We need to be a leader in the free world of showing what can be done when we combine the best of all we know and the best of all we have to be thriving on all levels.
Oh, I like that. So, Chantel, it's just been an absolute pleasure. On behalf of the World's Greatest Health Show, I thank you so much for coming and sharing with us.
Thank you so much for inviting me and for your implication in preserving that freedom of choice for Canadians. You are a testament of, what we can and should be doing to get on the right track, to get back on the right track with our health.
Thanks. Welcome to the World's Greatest Health Show. My name's Sean Buckley. I'm with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to be with our speaker for this segment of the show, Dr. Bob Dixon. Bob, welcome to the World's Greatest Health Show.
Thanks for having me, Sean. Really appreciate all you do for the world and for Canadians in particular.
I want to introduce your credentials, and then I'm going to just kind of ask you about your volunteer work. But I think it's really important for people to understand that you have an extensive medical background, including, being a medical doctor with expertise as a family physician for 35 years. So you were born in Tofield, Alberta in 1951. You have a degree in physical education, kinesiology, from the University of Calgary. You graduated in 1979. You have a certification in paramedics from SAIT, the Southern Alberta Institute of Technology, that you got in 1984. You graduated as a doctor, a medical doctor from the University of Calgary in 1988. and you were certified in family practice after a residency of 2 years in 1990. And then you basically practiced for 35 years until February of this year. Did I get that right?
All true so far, Sean.
Okay, now you have extensive experience basically working for charities to help, poor nations and children and education and the like. I'm going to ask you to just kind of pick up the highlights, but for those watching, the reason why I want to go there with Dr. Dixon is because he's going to be talking about fluoride, and he's likely going to be saying some things that you're going to go, what? Well, wait a second. And I think it's important for you to understand that we're speaking with a medical doctor that is really sacrificed to help children and poor nations. So, Dr. Dixon, can you just kind of, share a little bit of the extensive experience you have with different charities and helping out?
Yeah, I'd be happy to, Sean. It goes back quite a ways, obviously, because I'm a little bit older now. So I first started with Third World, or with assistance to the poorest, with an organization called, and they're just escaping my mind right now.
Is that the Change for Children and Tools for Peace one?
Yeah, Change for Children and Tools for Peace, where it came later. The charity I was working with for Nicaragua in the 1970s and 80s, when the Sandinistas kind of took over, and we were helping the poor folks in Nicaragua. So we were loading ships and containers and going around the United States embargo. Tools for Peace. It was Tools for Peace, and so we sent supplies and equipment and all sorts of help to Nicaragua around the U.S. barricade or embargo. And so that was my first sort of taste in working with the poorest in the world. After that came Change for Children, and I was president of Change for Children for several years. They work based out of Edmonton, and work mostly in Central America, and again with programs for the poorest women, the poorest kids there, educational programs, agricultural programs, etc. And then I was chair of the Arusha Center's cross-cultural organization, and that was in the 90s, and that's an organization that again works with educating around the poorest in the world and how we can make it a better place for them. They exist till today, and do some incredibly good work with grassroots organizations and people. After that, I was a senior volunteer with Results Canada. That's an acronym that stands for Responsibility for Ending Starvation, Utilizing Legislation, Trim Tabbing, and Support. And so we lobbied and worked with the federal government, and ended up getting billions of dollars for some excellent programs through UNICEF and other United Nations organizations, and really assisting the poorest in the world in meaningful and provable ways. So it's been quite an interesting journey in that extent. Recently, I'm chair of the board for the 4 World Center for International Development Learning, and we work in Pakistan and Belize, and with Northern Alberta natives as well, Indigenous folks, and Indigenous folks in Manitoba and Ontario as well. And again, just really solid programs, development programs. Our founders, Judy and Michael Bopp, have written 3 books on international development. And if those books were read by everybody doing development, we'd have a much better world.
Okay, so, I just want the viewers to understand that you're somebody that's committed to making the world a better place, and have really focused on poor nations and children. Because you're here to talk about fluoride, and I think it's going to surprise some people. So I don't know, do you want to go to the slides before I kind of ask you, how the heck did you get into this? Or maybe I should ask that question first, because you were pro-fluoride. And so can you kind of share your journey of how you went from being pro-fluoride to, not supporting it?
Yeah, so while I was finishing my family practice residency in 1988 to 1990, fluoridation was first approved in Calgary. It had been turned down in Calgary with 4 previous plebiscites during the 60s and 70s. But in 1989, it was pushed by Alberta Health and by the Alberta Dental Association and College and by Health Canada. And so it was passed in 1989. It took them 2 years to build the infrastructure for fluoride because they put hydrofluorosilicic acid in our water, scrubbed out of the fertilizer industry stacks in Florida. And now much of it comes from China. And it's not cleaned at all. It's adulterated with several highly toxic things like lead and arsenic and mercury and aluminum. And some.
So can I just pause there? So the fluoride we're adding to our water is adulterated, which means it also includes, you said, I think, lead and mercury and aluminum.
Aluminum and arsenic.
Arsenic. Can you just share with the viewers the health effects, negative health effects of lead, mercury, arsenic, and aluminum?
Oh, those, well, lead and arsenic have been totally banned, and mercury too, and particularly in the United States. The approved level in water in the US is 0 for lead and arsenic, and close to that for mercury. Those things should never be close to anybody in any way, shape, or form, particularly not in our water at uncontrolled dose or dosages. So yes, that started back in 1991 in Calgary, and they finally got the infrastructure built. And just to make that point a little clearer, to put that hydrofluorosilicic acid, that toxic waste product, into city water, they need a very robust infrastructure, because it'll eat through your desk, through your floor, through concrete, through wood, through everything. It is so highly toxic and volatile. So they need a special infrastructure to inject it into our water. So they clean our water, like in Edmonton or Calgary. They clean our water with 4 or 5 different stages, nice and pure when they're done. And then just before it comes to our homes, they inject hydrofluorosilicic acid into it, along with these traces of other impurities we were just talking about, these highly toxic.
And there's no safe level for, mercury, lead, and arsenic and aluminum. And they're actually banned from our water supply, but we're adding them to our water supply.
Only traces, though. They say they're diluting it a lot, so that doesn't matter. So in other words, dilution is the solution for pollution.
Right. Okay. Because my understanding is it's very hard to rid ourselves of things like lead and mercury.
They bioaccumulate. So does fluoride. Bioaccumulates over years, and that's why sometimes the side effects won't show up for several years. It took top researchers like Dr. Bruce Lanphier out of Simon Fraser. It took him leading the other scientists around the world decades to get lead out of our water. Decades. And it's the same thing with fluoride. This has been going on for 80 years now. Safe and effective. Well, it's not safe and it's not effective. So let's stop saying that mantra and repeating it over and over again.
Okay, so do you want to, because I kind of interrupted you with the lead and mercury. So you were sharing with us kind of your journey, though, because, you started basically just accepting what public health said. So you're telling us that Calgary brought it in a plebiscite in 89, and then, basically started adding it in 1990. So what happened?
Yeah, it was 1991.
And how did you vote in the plebiscite?
Well, that's why I was getting to there with, I was quite busy as a new doctor. I had a large family practice starting. I was also doing some locums in different places. And there's a lot of information coming out in medicine. It's doubling and tripling in knowledge every couple of years, probably quicker now. So when it came to this new plebiscite in 1998, I saw all the glitzy brochures, the radio and TV ads saying fluoride's safe and effective. It's good for our poor kids. And I'm going, yes, I'm good for poor kids too. That's what I'm working for. So I voted for water fluoridation in 1998. And then activist friends who had been campaigning against it during the 1990s came to me and said, well, Dr. Bob, did you look at the science? And I went, I didn't really have time to look into all the science. I just trusted the experts. And so they challenged me, and I did look at the science, and I went, oh my goodness, what have I done here? So then I enlisted Dr.
Can I just back up? Because I know you're going to be going into some more details, but what type of things were you seeing in the science that would lead you to go, oh my gosh,
Back in 1998 and 1999, I was looking at the science that said there's possible brain damage here. It's very bad for thyroids. It makes bones thicker but more fragile and easier to fracture. We as physicians had treated osteoporosis probably 60, 70 years ago now with fluoride, with moderate doses of fluoride, because they made the bones thicker. But then we found out after a few years of studying it, it made the bones easier to fracture. So we stopped doing that real quick. It still does that. It makes bones thicker, but easier to fracture. You want some tensile strength when things will bend. If things don't bend, they'll break easier. And that includes our teeth too. So let's go back there then to 1998, 1999. Dr. James Beck, who was one of my mentors at the University of Calgary Medical School, a PhD and an MD, and I challenged him to look at the science as well because he was trained in America, and he said, well, fluoride, safe and effective, I guess. That's all I've ever heard. He looked at the science and said exactly the same thing. He says, Bob, we have to do something about this. So I challenged him to work with me, and he said, with all the literature and science we have here in 1999, we should have this done in a few months.
So,
well, Sean,
I just want to make sure that everyone understands what you're saying. So you and another medical doctor have looked into the science. So you went out of your way to just look at the available, I assume it's peer-reviewed, published research, and the science was so conclusive that fluoride shouldn't be in the water that the two of you thought, oh, a couple of months' work, and it's going to be removed because the science is so clear. That's what you're saying, right?
How naive we were, eh? Yeah, we thought we could get it out in a few months, and it took us 12 years. We finally got it removed, along with the other activists in the grassroots side. We got it removed in 2011 from the city of Calgary Water, without a plebiscite, I might add. And so the councillors of the day, I still have the original motion here from 2010 and 2011. And that motion is so strong. It's signed by all the councillors, 10 of them, and against 3 that voted against it. And that was that motion would still stand today. It was so strong and so well put together. We helped them with that, obviously. And so they voted, it was 10-3 to remove water fluoridation in 2011. Two were absent. Mayor Nenshi was always pro-fluoridationist, and he was out of town. And Brian Pencott, who was one of our leaders amongst the councillors, was out of town too. So the vote would have been 11-4, but it was 10-3. And so we won it resoundingly, and they removed fluoride in 2011. So fast forward, we've had fluoride out for 14 years in Calgary, but in 2021, actually, 2019 is probably important to talk about too, because I just founded Safe Water Calgary, our website that still exists to this day. And in 2019, the city of Calgary hosted a 12-hour full fluoridation day at City Hall. And I flew in experts and scientists from the United States, and we had really good presentations, but the pro-fluoridationists rigged that. And all the pro-fluoridation presentations were in the morning, and then the press conference, and then everybody went away, including most of the councillors, and then they had us anti-fluoridationists talk in the afternoon and the evening when nobody was around. So that initiated through City Council a search for how much it would cost them to refluoridate, to rebuild the fluoride infrastructure that had deteriorated since that time. And also if there's any political will, if they could do a plebiscite on it, which resulted in a plebiscite in 2021, along with our civic election. I expect you've heard of the Calgary plebiscite in 2021.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it behooves us to go through that just a little bit, because it was very important. Again, that was controlled, and all the PR and all the advertising and all the, well, shall we say, manipulation would be a gentle word, I think. It caused that plebiscite to pass by 62 to 38%, which is a pretty big majority, the biggest majority of any plebiscite ever in Calgary of the 7 or 8 we've had. And so we lost that. But when you look at the numbers there, About 205,000 Calgarians voted for water fluoridation, about 130,000 plus against it. So all the councillors now and the mayor default to, well, the citizens of Calgary want water fluoridation because 205,000 citizens voted for it. However, if you look at our population now, our population of Calgary is growing, plus we fluoridate the surrounding areas. So in metropolitan Calgary, we fluoridate Airdrie, Strathcona, Sutina, the Sutina Nation, and Chestermere, and a couple of other smaller ones. And so about 1.8 million people are being fluoridated with Calgary water, which started in June 30th, after 4 years of building the infrastructure. So that means that 1.6 million people did not consent.
Right. Now, I want us to jump into more like the issues with fluoridation, because a lot of people watching won't even know kind of the Alberta politics. But your point is a very small number of people following a plebiscite where the city's probably spending tons of money on the pro fluoridation message.
Shall we call it what it actually was? Propaganda? Is that too strong a word to use here?
Well, you're free to use whatever words you want to use, and you're approaching this as a medical doctor that's actually spent you basically, I expect, to have read all of the published research on fluoridation.
Or sometimes twice, you know.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Do you want to jump into the slide presentation and start walking through those points? Because I think it's really important. I'm just going to do a share screen here. I think it's really important for people to understand that there's a public message about fluoridation. And I know, I've gone to various dentists where they basically, it's hard to get out of there without them putting fluoride in your mouth once or twice. And we're just told and told and told it strengthens our teeth. This is all good for us. And I think a lot of people would be surprised, even from your earlier testimony, that basically it's a toxic waste added to our water supply, and it's adulterated with dangerous heavy metals. So, but yeah, do you want to walk through these points?
Sure. Just while we're on that subject now, over 95% of the fluoridation in North America and in Australia, New Zealand, and Ireland is from hydrofluorosilicic acid. And if we tried to fluoridate with actually pharmaceutical grade sodium fluoride, which is cleaned, doesn't have a lot of those unwanted byproducts along with it, we crunched the numbers here in Calgary. It probably cost about $200 million a year to fluoridate with pharmaceutical grade sodium fluoride, whereas they spend $1 million a year to fluoridate with hydrofluorosilicic acid. So that's one reason why they don't use pharmaceutical grade fluoride. So yeah, let's go through these quickly, Sean. I think people would be interested to know this, and hopefully you can send this to people that want to kind of study this a little further. Any one of these 10 points here on Fluoride-Free Canada's, which I'm the chair of, Fluoride-Free Canada's top 10 reasons, any one of those should stop water fluoridation on their own. But you combine all 10 of those together, and yeah, it should be long gone. So you want to start with number 10 and work up to number 1 like David Letterman used to do? And
well, I'm actually fixated with number 1 because I think that especially parents out there don't understand that fluoride is a proven neurotoxin, meaning that it kills brain cells and other nerve cells. And you carry on and say it's one of the most toxic substances on the planet. So I'd like us to start there and like elaborate.
Yeah, you're right, Sean. That's the most important one. I mean, we're damaging kids' brains, and that's proven with good Canadian science out of York University and out of Simon Fraser. And this is published in peer-reviewed journals, not double, but triple vetted to make sure that all those facts and figures were right and that they couldn't be attacked, and yet the pro-fluoridation has still attacked them. So it is a known neurotoxin, and we don't want that in our water. It is equivalent to lead and arsenic. And we don't want those in our water neither. So why put fluoride in there?
I've heard, and I don't know if it's true, so I'm just going to bounce it off you, but I've actually heard that they've measured and that the IQ in people, where they've grown up with fluoridated water is lower, measurably lower than the IQ of people that have been raised without fluoride in their water.
That's really hard to tease out, say, between Edmonton and Calgary. That would be really difficult with the change in demographics and all. But yes, there's really good studies now that show that. So just in last year, in 2024, we had two major things happen. And one was the NTP, the National Toxicology Program out of the States, which is comprised of the best doctors and scientists on the planet. It's a conglomeration of the alphabet organizations down in the States that take their best scientists and put them into the NTP. They studied water fluoridation for 4 years, from 2016 to 2020. They had the report all ready to go, and then it was blockaded by, guess who? The CDC, the HHS, the EPA, the pro-fluoridationists around. So yes. It was blockaded for 4 years, and we didn't get the NTP meta-analysis report done. That major report was not out to the public until August of last year. So they blockaded it for 4 years.
Did that say anything about IQs?
Oh, yeah. It went through with all the major studies. They started in 2016 with thousands of studies, with all the animal studies, in vitro studies, etc. And they crunched that all down, threw out the ones that were mediocre and poor, and they came up with it was 72 studies on humans, and 64 of those showed brain damage and neurotoxicity. And then out of those 64, the 18 of the 19 top studies definitively showed brain damage. So 18 of the highest quality studies by this 4-year study out of the NTP, the National Toxicology Program, showed brain damage. And then coincidental with that, and part of the court case, you've probably heard of the federal court case that happened in the United States from 2017.
I'll pull up our slides again, because that's number 10.
Yeah, it's part of number 10.
Great. Okay.
Yeah, so the major court case, that's so we at FAN, the Fluoride Action Network, and Mums Against Fluoride, and Food and Water Watch, and some people that have been damaged by fluoridation, by fluoride, started in 2017, and it took 8 years to go through that court case. So again, part of that was because of the fact that the pro-fluoridationists had blockaded the NTP report, which the judge thought was very important for this case. And so we finally concluded that court case in February of last year, of 2024. And then the judge took about 6 months to write his 80-page report, which is excellent. It's documented. It's available, freely available to people on the Fluoride Action Network FAN's website. And that shows, again, water fluoridation is the likely cause of brain damage throughout North America at North American rates, like of 0.7 parts per million. America and Canada fluoridated 0.7 parts per million.
So here we have a federal court in the United States finding as a fact that fluoride is a neurotoxin that causes brain damage to children. And, you were talking earlier about how a small group in Calgary in a plebiscite basically are affecting, 1.8 million people. And it's kind of raised the question, and I'd like your thoughts on it. But, as a constitutional lawyer, I'm just thinking, I don't have the choice when I live in a city that has fluorinated water. I can't choose not to drink that fluoride. If I go to, even if I could afford, which most of us can't, like a whole house water filtration system that would actually take the fluoride out. That's expensive. So most of us can't afford that. But even then, you go to a restaurant, you're getting, you order your coffee at Starbucks, you're getting the fluorination, your pasta's boiled in fluorinated water. It's interesting just from a kind of legal philosophical perspective, we have no choice here.
Well, just as an aside, we brought that up with Daniel Smith in a town hall a couple of months ago, and she told one of our active members from Safe Water Calgary, she said, well, if you don't like it, you can just move. Oh, okay. So the 500,000 people or 750,000 people in Calgary that don't like water fluoridation can just move. Yeah. Or as you alluded to, we can all buy water filters that start at about $300, but go up as high as $10,000 or $12,000 for a whole house reverse osmosis system.
Yeah,
So,
because you don't want to bath in it either, bathe or shower in it. That's the fun,
yeah.
right?
So I'm showering in it these days. I have my Santivia, my nice glass Santivia water filter sitting on my counter that has a special fluoride filter in it. So I have to change that about every 2 months. It's about $20 a filter every 2 months. But that gives me really good drinking water and cooking water. But yeah, the rest of the water in my house that I water my plants with outside, it's all fluoridated, except when I can use rainwater. This year I've actually had a lot of rainwater because it's rained all summer in Calgary. But usually I water that with city water, which is now fluoridated. My pond out back here, it's filled with fluoridated water. I mean,
so we're putting fluoride. I'm just going to go back to your points, but we're putting fluoride basically into our environment because, and people don't think about this. We water our lawns.
Flush our toilets.
We wash our cars. Like all of this then goes into our ecosystem. So we're basically putting an industrial pollutant that's a known neurotoxin into our natural water supply.
And that's a good point too, because we've crunched the numbers on that. And now that Calgary is fluoridated, we figure about 166 metric tons of hydrofluorosilicic acid goes back into our environment every year. So if you started a business downtown here and had big pipe and we're putting 166 tons of hydrofluorosilicic acid in the Bow River and the Elbow River every year, you'd be run out of town real quick.
Right. So I'm just going to go back to the slide presentation and invite you to just walk through those points.
Okay, so we've covered one pretty well. It's a known neurotoxin. Number two, most harmful to babies and children. We've talked about that. I mean, that's just so logical. Children, small babies, infants, they get so much over the maximum dose they should be getting if fluoride did work. There's a maximum dose set. They're getting so much over that maximum dose because of their small size. So it's very destructive to babies and children. But I also put in there the disadvantage. So one of the things that the pro-fluoridationists try to pull the heartstrings with is, oh, it's helping the poor. Well, it's not helping the poor. It's damaging the poor, as we've just shown. And it also is very hard for the poor to get it out of their water. Like we alluded to there, our water filtration systems. How do the poor afford $3,000 or $5,000 or $10,000 for a whole house reverse osmosis system? They can't. But it's also damaging to the people of color. And there's really good data in the United States how it harms blacks more than it does Caucasians, and it also harms Latin American citizens more too. LULAC, the League of United Citizens of the Americas, LULAC, they have it right on their website that Latinos are harmed more by fluoridation. Number three, fluoride is not a vitamin and nutrient. They keep telling us it's essential. It's not needed for a single body function ever. So if it disappeared from the planet, our teeth would be better because we'd probably use things like hydroxyapatite in our toothpaste rather than fluoride. And it's just not needed. We don't need it. Number four, most of the water.
We've covered that. So
yeah, most of the water is, so some studies show 80%, 90%, 95% is not drank, but I think it's closer to 99% is not drank, just flushed down our toilets, as we mentioned before. So the money we spent in Calgary, that's worthwhile going through too. When the council passed in 2021 the motion to refluoridate, they said that Waterworks said that this is going to cost $10 million to rebuild this infrastructure to fluoridate. Well, City Council gave them $10 million. The next year, and Waterworks said they'd have it done by 2023. 2023, they came back and said, supply chain and all that sort of thing. We just, we can't do it. And we need an extra $18 million. So that was given to them, not by City Council, but out of the slush fund that Waterworks has access to. So they gave them an extra $18 million to rebuild the infrastructure. So now we're up to $28 million to rebuild the infrastructure to inject this toxic element into our city water. And also $1 million a year to buy the product and buy the hazmat suits that the workers need to handle it with too. So the next one, that's really important because most of the world doesn't fluoridate. And we in Calgary have been made to believe by the propaganda that's been put out that we're behind the times, that we're not with the current programs. And water fluoridation is one of these current programs that everybody has. Well, that is so far from the truth because now it's closer to 96% of the world does not fluoridate. And if you go right west of us here in BC, 98%, over 98% does not fluoridate. Ontario is the other way around. 71% of Ontario does fluoridate. But right next door in Quebec, 99.75% of Quebec does not fluoridate. And their teeth are at least as good as those in Ontario that's been fluoridated since 1967. Places.
So it's not the norm, it's the exception. And I think number 7 is going to shock people. Now, most people won't know what fluorosis is, but you're going to explain things are really backwards here.
They are, because most dentists and dental associations and medical associations say, oh, well, the only thing that happens wrong with fluoride, it's safe and effective, except for a little bit of fluorosis. Now, fluorosis is the first visible sign that you have too much fluoride in your system. It's the first visible sign of toxicity. And so fluorosis in its mildest form is maybe some tiny white flecks or lines, and often even in the side teeth or in the molars rather than the front teeth. So a lot of people don't even see it unless they look closely. But sometimes there's a few spots on kids' teeth, and they get kind of self-conscious. They don't want to smile a lot. It's hard on their self-esteem. So if you look at the rates of fluorosis in the United States, the CDC's own data shows that over 70% of teens in the States have some fluorosis. Now, the pro-fluoridationists dismiss that as most of that being a mild fluorosis, which you don't have to treat. Well, some of it you have to treat, some you don't. But I'm
just going to stop you there before you get to the serious stuff, because I think you're going to say it's like 20% is serious.
Yes.
But I've always been told, and I think people watching this have always been told, that, wait a second, we're adding fluoride so that we'll have healthy teeth. Like that's the main public health reason we're told we need fluoride in our water is so that we have healthy teeth. And fluorosis is actually unhealthy teeth.
Destroying teeth.
Like, so even the mild fluorosis, it's destroying the teeth. And you're going to talk about like 20% of the fluorosis is not mild.
We probably shouldn't say that that the 80% of mild fluorosis is destroying teeth. It's more cosmetic. If it's treated early, it's not going to destroy teeth unless they keep taking fluoride in their water or supplements and brushing with fluoride and swallowing the fluoride toothpaste and eating processed foods that have fluoride and drinks that have fluoride in it. So if people have mild fluorosis and then stop all their fluoride intake, then their teeth would probably be okay. But as you alluded to, the 20% is where the problem comes in. And if they ever tracked, the pro-fluoridationists ever tracked how much it costs to correct moderate or severe fluorosis. I'd mentioned to you prior that there's been cases here in Calgary that their teeth were totally destroyed when we were fluoridated for those 20 years. The kids' teeth were gone with severe fluorosis, damaged to the point they couldn't eat, couldn't function. $70,000, up to $70,000 a patient to restore all their teeth.
So can I just get those numbers again? In the United States, what percentage of teenagers have some form of fluorosis?
Teens between 11 and 15 years old, according to the CDC's data, over 70% now have either mild, mostly mild, or moderate or severe fluorosis. So about 80%.
Right. So of the 70% of teenagers in the United States are showing effects from fluoride toxicity because the fluoride's in the water, and a significant percentage of that 70%, it's about 20% of that, right, is serious. So we're actually talking about large numbers of teenagers who we've destroyed their teeth when the public, like this is significant, when the public messaging is, we're adding this to our water to protect teeth. Like what you're telling us means that we're doing it backwards.
So paradoxical, it's so upside down. And this might be a good place to say that it doesn't just go to the teeth. When you swallow fluoride, fluoride topically is proven to have some effect. But when you swallow fluoride internally, it goes to every cell, every organ, and every system in the body. And it does harm to all of those over time. Maybe not measurable, but it's doing harm to those. We're not letting our body do its natural healing, as you purport with all the supplements and things that you support. And I support too, by the way, hugely with my Dr. Bob's 18 tips for health and immunity. It's full of supplements like you were trying to save for us in Canada. So yeah, we're harming teeth under the guise of making teeth stronger and healthier.
And more importantly, we're harming brains.
That's the most important thing. That's why we put it as number one. Yeah, harming kids.
Okay, I'm going to just go back to your slide here, and I know you've got some other slides. So I think we're at number 8, and we kind of touched on that a little earlier, but it's an important point.
Oh, this one we have to touch on more, Sean. It is unethical to mass medicate, most certainly, particularly in water. And that's why 97% of Europe is not fluoridated, because very smart people over there, leaders in public health, winners of Nobel Prizes, etc., people that have published books, said back in the 60s, 70s, and 80s that what are we doing putting a toxin in our water, especially when we can't control dose or dosage? And it's highly unethical. So they stopped fluoridating in Europe a long, long time ago. So highly unethical. But the key thing there too, not controlling dose or dosage. So the example I usually use is if you drank 10 glasses of fluoridated water and I drank one, you're getting 10 times the dose. Nobody is controlling that. Nobody. You can't control it in public water. You just can't do it.
Yeah, so just so that people understand, and it's a medication.
It is.
And
however,
if you believe that you should have the right to decide what medications or what toxins you and your children are going to be exposed to, I mean, the whole point is you add it to the water supply. You have to shower, you have to bathe, you have to drink, and you have to water your garden. Like you have no choice. So it's basically a medical decision is being made for you. Even if it's well-intentioned, a medical decision is being made for you. And, you've looked at the research, you don't think it's well-intentioned.
No.
I mean, you thought that, within 2 months, you and your other doctor friend would get it out of the Calgary water supply because it was so clear. So there's a legal medical issue here.
Yes, absolutely. And it's informed consent. And so that's why that we're negotiating now with lawyers to take it to the province, actually, under the new Bill of Rights from last December. It was passed in Alberta, the Alberta Bill of Rights. And under that, you need informed consent if you're given a medication to anybody. Now, that was primarily meant for other things that you and I know of, but it also goes for fluoridation because it's a medicine. Now, what they've challenged us with the Ministry of Justice have challenged us for is to prove that it's a medication. Now, it's been proven a medication in 1955 in the Supreme Court of New Brunswick. It was proven as medication in 1957, Supreme Court versus Forest Hill in Toronto. It was proven in the New Zealand Supreme Court in 1918. And also the FDA in the States under oath has said it's a medicine. But we still have to prove it.
It also begs the question, if it's not for a therapeutic purpose to make our teeth stronger, why are we adding it? So
exactly.
That's the funny thing is so the government's adding it, telling us it's good for us, our teeth, that it's necessary for our teeth. So why then do you have to prove when that's the reason they're putting it? But it's just interesting. That would be a totally different conversation. And you're just adding to my belief that a Department of Justice is not consistent with a liberal Western democracy. Right. So can we go on to the next slide? I think I'm just going to go back to this PowerPoint presentation. I think we've we've kind of covered these 10 points, but you were talking about number 8.
Yeah, and we should just finish with that one. So you're not controlling dose or dosage, but informed consent is very important. So once we prove it's a medicine, and we'll likely have to do that in the courts of Alberta, once we proved it's a medicine, then it's done. It's finished for the whole province. That means that Grand Prairie and Edmonton and Red Deer and Lethbridge and Calgary will no longer be fluoridated because they don't have the approval to put a medicine in without informed consent.
Yeah, and the last part of that is control of dose or dosage.
And that's the one I mentioned about the 10 glasses versus one.
Can I go to the next slide?
Yeah.
So this is interesting. Please tell us about this.
Yeah, so this is from the States, and the States obviously they kind of set the tone for the rest of the fluoridated world, the 5% of the world that does fluoridated. So this is US data from the American Dental Association. So they say if you want fluoride, you can go get it from your doctor. So the one on the left side there is the fluoride prescription that that doctors would give you. 0.25 milligrams of fluoride, take once a day. Don't give it to babies. Don't give it to kids, especially under 6 months of age, but usually not under 6 years of age. The next one is the pea-sized amount of toothpaste that we put on, fluoridated toothpaste.
And pea is their pea-sized. Who puts that little amount of toothpaste on the toothbrush?
That's what Colgate and Johnson & Johnson, et cetera, advertise with. They advertise with a big swath of toothpaste all over your. So it's a lot more than a pea-sized amount. So it's more than 0.25 milligrams. But let's just say it's a pea-sized amount, 0.25 milligrams, which is exactly equivalent to the pill that the doctor has prescribed. And we were told not to swallow that. Do not swallow your toothpaste, despite the fact that Johnson & Johnson and Colgate, et cetera, put bubblegum flavor and other juicy flavors that the kids want to swallow. So there's actually a lawsuit. Michael Connett with Siri and Associates out of New York are taking Colgate and others to court for putting these flavored toothpaste out and kind of not putting the actual facts and truth out to kids and parents. So then we go to the third picture, which is your normal glass of water. That's actually 11 ounces, so it might be a little bit more than the average person would drink. We recommend 8-ounce glasses of water. But it's 0.25 milligrams in 11 ounces of water, and we're recommended to drink 6, 8, or 10, or maybe more of those a day if you're outside working as a construction laborer or doing something like as an athlete that requires a lot more water. You want to hydrate more. Every single glass of those, you're getting the same amount as you're getting on the pea-sized dab of toothpaste and the fluoride supplement. And yet no one is saying don't drink more than one glass of that water. You're saying drink as much as you want for the rest of your life.
In fact, I think we're told we need to drink, a liter or two a day, depending on our body size of water. Correct. And again, where else are we going to get it?
Exactly.
So I'm going to go on to the next slide. Do you want to talk about this? Because this, you kind of hit on this earlier when you were talking about, they message, well, this fluoride helps lower income people.
Yeah, this slide is very busy, and you really don't have to understand everything that's going on there. All you have to understand is the two lines there. The blue line that represents the poorest people and how good their teeth are. And then the purple line up above that represents wealthier people, the higher segment of society, and how good their teeth are. So their teeth are like 30% better. And it doesn't matter how many states are fluoridated. If you look at the bottom line of that graph, that shows how many states have been fluoridated. And then the curving line, the ascending line going up, shows more and more states being fluoridated. Yet the amount of poor people's kids with good teeth doesn't change, and the amount of rich people's kids with good teeth does not change over the years and years of fluoridation.
Right. So basically, most of the United States is fluoridated. So the rich kids, they're drinking fluoridated water. The poor kids are drinking fluoridated water. But the data shows, really teeth health is dependent primarily on, family income.
And I think primarily, would you go back to that last slide for just a second?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So I think the point to be made is a lot of the rich kids would not be drinking fluoridated water. They'd be drinking filtered water, which is better. And also they have better diet. They have more vitamins and supplements in their diet, don't they? They probably have vitamin D and calcium and vitamin K2, which all help with tooth health way more than fluoridation ever could. So I think that's a good point to be made there too. Rich kids have better diet and better dental care too.
And then I'll jump to the next slide, which you kind of put in for fun, and it is fun.
So yeah, I think the world has kind of changed here in the last handful of years, and us conspiracy theorists out there are proven to be correct more and more. And as my last Facebook post said, the latest score is conspiracy theorists 43 and trust the experts 4.
Yeah, well, and it's just interesting because even the term, when you create a negative term or really, a label, we're herd animals, and we're all afraid of being excluded from the herd. So what that does is it basically closes your mind, right? And we can just pick the different conspiracy theorists. I mean,
it's very, very pejorative.
Yeah. And so I think we all need to be careful, because if we have a closed mind, if we're not, that only hurts us. And what I mean by closed mind is when they have the term change your mind, like, so we've all had the experience, let's say maybe where somebody close to us, we believe they did something hurtful, and we're completely angry and we're hurt and we're upset, and then we learn, wait a second, they didn't do that, or it was very different than we thought. We've all had that experience. You understand, you actually rewire your mind. So when we say you change your mind about something, you actually do physically change your mind, and it's a little bit of work. And we don't want to do that. But we can only do it if we actually have an open mind where we'll consider new information. It doesn't mean we still make a conscious decision. Do I believe this? Do I think the same way? And then we change our mind. Like, it's still it's an active process of deciding to change our mind. But if we don't accept new information, then we don't have the opportunity to decide whether we want to change our mind or not. And that doesn't hurt anyone but ourselves. So that's why I like this term conspiracy theorist, is that, it really is made to ensure that we don't listen to new information. Like, what, you're afraid of new information?
Yeah. So it's, I don't know if you remember Alan Greenspan, who was the head of the Fed in the United States for many years, and he almost crashed the entire financial world with his policies in 2008 and 2009. And Alan Greenspan, when he wrote his memoirs a few years later, he said, one of the most difficult things in the world is for a public servant to change their mind. Indeed, it's a Herculean task. And I think that really sums it up for government people, public health people.
It is for all of us. And so let's just, we'll wrap up in a couple of minutes. But this fluoride discussion, Dr. Dixon, I'm really thankful that you came on. And it's just because if I was to go out onto the street and ask 10 people, what's fluoride good for? They'll say, well, healthy teeth. And they'll actually think it's positive. And that's because of the public messaging from public health, from city water utilities, and from the dental associations. And, most of us, just for good reasons, have, we depend on those. We depend on authorities to give us information. But, you've become an expert on this, and at least in the area of fluoridation, I think it's healthy for people to go, wait a second, I should look into this more. And so where do people go? Where do people, who want to see the research, who want to learn more, how does, we've got a mother out there that's going, well, wait a second, I'm kind of unhappy with what Dr. Dixon has just said. Where can people inform themselves more?
Well, you can go to our very own site here in Calgary, safewatercalgary.com. We have, as I mentioned, I'm chair of Fluoride Free Canada, so you can go to fluoridefreecanada.ca. But the biggest repository of fluoride information on the planet, both positive and negative, but mostly against fluoridation because there's a lot more science on our side, is the Fluoride Action Network out of New York, out of the States. And that website is fluoridealert.org. And they have tons and tons of science on there. So yeah, if you want to support our local Calgary organization, safewatercalgary.com. We also have a plebiscite on there that we have now in the last few months over 11,000 signatures. And we also have a take action button where it gives you all the addresses of all the pertinent people in Calgary and the UCP and also with Health Canada to write to. We have some sample letters. And also, we happen to have a donate button on there that's going to help to further our legal actions that we're taking against the province here. So, safewatercalgary.com.
Okay, so you've given some sources. I've just got a couple of more questions, and I'll tell you what both of them are before you answer. So the thing that strikes me, Dr. Dixon, is like a family physician is extremely busy. And you know, it's just known you guys are overworked. And yet when just, you know, people that were your friends said, hey, no, you really should look into this, and you started to look into it. It's one thing to look into something and go, okay, I'm going to change my mind. But it's a full nother step to actually get involved and be working for years and years and years, which means you have to sacrifice other things. So, you know, my first question, and then I'll give you my second question. My first question is like, really, what was it? Like what type of information, what thought process was it that kind of led you to become passionate about this? Because it's not for your own benefit. You're filtering your water. You're protecting your family. So you've decided to give of yourself for this. So I'd like you to explain, like, really what's motivated you here. And then my second question is, you know, we're asking everyone to say, well, what would be your message to Ottawa here? You know, I appreciate you working on the provincial sphere, but if fluoride is added to water for a therapeutic purpose, such as healthy teeth, which is what we're all told, then it's a drug under our federal law. And Health Canada shouldn't be allowing it into our water supply without somebody applying for a drug, you know, license for that to happen. So those are my two questions.
Okay, good questions for sure. So what motivated me? Well, I told you about the journey with the activist friends that came to me and challenged me. But the main underlying reason that I did change my mind is that once I learned something and I know it to be fact, I know it to be true, I know in my inner being that that is the case, I cannot change my mind. I cannot go back. And also, like a number of people do that are afraid to stand up and challenge the authorities, I'm not afraid to do that. If something is wrong, it's not right, it's harming people, I'm going to stand up and say something about it. And I don't care what they try to do to me. I mean, they took me to College of Physicians and Surgeons 6 years for the case that just ended in January, and got a pretty hefty fine for that, and got my wrist slapped. But I actually won that case because I won 3 of the 4 major charges on that. 3 of the 4 major charges were dropped by the college. So yeah, people have to stand up. And that's one of the problems here now. Like my dentist friend downtown here, has a big practice there, one of the best doctors on the planet, one of the most scientific, he says, as a dentist, I oppose fluoridation along with many of my colleagues in Calgary. Well, who's standing up? What of those colleagues? Who of those colleagues are standing up? 2 or 3 of them have the courage to stand up. The rest go, oh, yeah, well, maybe fluoride isn't that good, but I make a bunch of money on it, applying it topically, so I can't say anything about it, because if water fluoridation goes down, then people aren't going to want the topical treatment that I make so much money on in my office, and Colgate and Johnson & Johnson aren't going to make $30 billion a year in profit if water fluoridation goes down, you know, for their gels, foams, toothpastes, rinses, etc. So yeah, people have to stand up, and for me, I can't bury it. I just have to stand up. Something's wrong.
No, I was eager to ask that question because, you know, your point is most people won't, when they see something's wrong, you know, make a point of saying, wait a second, this is wrong. And you've really put yourself out there. So with regards to my second question, and I appreciate your battle is largely with the province of Alberta, but, you know, what would your message to Ottawa be on this fluoride issue?
Our battle is with Ottawa too. It's with Health Canada. And Fluoride-free Canada is for all of Canada, not just Alberta. Safe Water Calgary obviously is more for Calgary and Alberta, but no, our battle is nationally. And so we are working with Health Canada. They're very hard to work with. But yeah, the message to Health Canada is, folks, you are causing damage to our most precious assets, to our children. Stop it. Stop it now. Some of these things that are out there are going to take years or decades to get rid of it or to turn the ship around. Fluoride, all you have to do is stand up and say no if you don't have it, and people want you to do it, just say no. And if you have it, just vote and then turn off the switch and it's gone in a day or two. It's the easiest thing on the planet to get out of your system. Your body will slowly detoxify if you stop taking fluoride and water fluoridation. So Ottawa, stand up for the health of Canadians, and let's just turn off the fluoride switches until you can prove it's safe and effective. And actually, can I just throw in one other quick thing here? I have a $1 million challenge here. $1 million US, that's about 4.5 million Canadian. And I'll give that to anybody that can prove that water fluoridation is safe. Anybody. Standing. There you go.
Okay, well, Dr. Dixon, I'm very thankful that you've shared this with us. And so on behalf of the World's Greatest Health Show, thank you for attending and sharing your expertise with us.
I'm honored to be part of the World's Greatest Health Show, Sean. I'm really looking forward to that coming out in, I believe it's October?
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm honored to be part of this. Thank you very much.
So we just did a pause. We're going to do that again because people won't necessarily know we taped it this far in advance. So I'm just going to thank you again, and you're going to, respond how you did, but without a date. So, okay. So Dr. Dixon, I'm very pleased that you have attended and shared your expertise. And on behalf of the World's Greatest Health Show, thank you for coming and sharing with us.
I'm very pleased and honored to be part of the World's Greatest Health Show, Sean, and I so much appreciate what you do for Canada and for our citizens. It's immeasurable. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Welcome to the World's Greatest Health Show. My name is Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to have with us Dr. Bonnie Kaplan. Bonnie, welcome to the Health Show.
Well, thank you. I'm delighted you invited me to join you.
And just so people watching, I mean, we're going to have another presentation where you're going to be talking about the use of micronutrients and their effect on mood. But on this talk, we're going to talk about something that happened when you were doing research and with Health Canada, and I think it's going to surprise some people. But can you kind of share what your background training is, and how you ended up at the Behavioral Research Unit in Calgary and what that is?
Sure. So I was trained in what's called experimental psychology initially, or physiological psychology, and I always was interested in brain dysfunction, brain health problems, and in particular mental health problems. But I, as my husband used to say, I'm not a real psychologist. I wasn't interested in all of the family dynamics and socio-demographic influences on our mental health, which are important, but I was interested in the biological basis. And so I was always drawn to learning about how brain metabolism worked and what contributed to dysfunctions and poor brain health. So I, as a graduate student, this is just a funny story, Sean, but the first article I ever published was called Malnutrition and I think Mental Development. and it was in the leading psychology journal in the United States. So it drew a lot of attention, and that was in ancient times, the 1970s. So that really showed the pathway for my research. I went on to do postdoctoral training in neuroscience and in understanding electrophysiology and so forth. And then the way I ended up, that was all in the US where I was born. I ended up, I would say, how did I get to Canada? With good luck. That's what brought me to the University of Calgary. I heard about a position they were advertising that would give me freedom to study the biological basis of mental health. And that means you have to know something about vitamins and minerals, because they're the items that, they're the cofactors is the proper term, that really control the way our brains function. So that's what led me to create the Behavioral Research Unit with a lot of local support here in Calgary. And I had a very good career there. I've been retired for 9.5 years. And I have other activities like knowledge translation of this information, but I'm no longer running clinical trials myself. Does that answer?
Right. And yeah. And so when you're talking about your postdoctorate work, if I recall correctly, and I'm having to go way back, you did that at Harvard Medical School then?
No, at Yale.
Or at Yale, okay.
Yeah, Yale Medical School in the Department of Neurology is where I did some of my postdoctoral training, in addition to the Veterans Hospital neurophysiology laboratory that was associated with it. And then I stayed on the research faculty at Yale for a couple of years before I looked for greener pastures.
Right. Okay. And then, so the Behavioral Research Unit, that's a branch of the Faculty of Medicine at the University of Calgary?
Well, it's actually been amalgamated with other things now and has a different name. But during the years when I was working, yes, the BRU, Behavioral Research Unit, was associated with the Department of Pediatrics. And those of us who were faculty level were all affiliated with the medical school.
Right. And then it was based and run out of Children's Hospital in Calgary?
That's right, because that's where the Department of Pediatrics is focused, of course.
Okay. Now, where we pick up the story in a minute, you had been then at the Behavioral Research Unit for 22 years. Yeah. Basically, and you set up and ran the unit, yeah. And the unit just did research, right? I mean, that's what this unit was for, was to run clinical research.
Right.
Okay. So, right down to case series to double-blind clinical trials, right. You basically have spent, by the time we pick up this story, over 2 decades at this Behavioral Research Unit running clinical research.
Right.
Okay.
I was very fortunate to be able to do exactly what I wanted to do in my career.
Yeah, or we could accept that you were placed there for a reason.
You can do that.
Yeah. So here you've got this wonderful job, and you've done a whole bunch of nutritional research. You ended up doing running a double-blind clinical trial on a vitamin mineral supplement called Empower Plus. And basically the clinical trial was to see how it treated bipolar disorder, if I remember correctly. Can you share with us how that trial came to be? Like, what led up to the Behavioral Research Unit being interested in running that trial?
So that is a long answer. So let me think how to encapsulate it. Maybe your audience would be interested to know that when I first heard about some guys in Southern Alberta who were helping people with serious mental disorders using vitamins and minerals, my mind was made up. They had to be crazy. It was impossible. I was a product of my education. We're all products of our education. My education had taught me that minerals and vitamins were very important in brain function, but that they were not sufficient to treat a mental health problem. And I should have seen that disconnect earlier, Sean, but I did not. I mean, I should have seen, well, if they're very important for brain development and brain function, then maybe they're key to understanding mental disorders. I didn't get that at first. So when I heard about these two fellows, and their names were Tony Stephan and David Hardy, and David Hardy unfortunately has passed away, but Tony Stephan is still there. And they were going to form a company to produce vitamins and minerals to help their family members and relatives. I just said, this can't be real. I mean, it just didn't make any sense to me given my background. So picking up then on what I ended up doing is I saw examples. First of all, I saw some data. So there was...
Well, can I tell you a funny story? Because you're talking about now Dr. Brian Kolb, right?
Yes.
University of Lethbridge.
Right.
So I ended up interviewing him as a potential witness for the True Hope trial.
Yeah.
And what was funny is and just so everyone knows, Bonnie and I are having to go back like 20 plus years here.
Yes, right.
On our memory. So if we're not completely sharp, please forgive us. But so my understanding of what happened is, Tony and David, they're knocking on doors trying to get somebody to do research. You weren't interested.
No.
But Dr. Kolb, they piqued his attention and he thought, okay, I'll do this little study, basically on children and mood, where parents fill in questionnaires. But he didn't know, he did basically animal research. So he asked you to help him form the questionnaires. Did I remember that correctly?
That's pretty much right, but I better correct you, pardon me, Sean, on just one point, because it became advertised that he had done a study without ethics approval. He did not do the study. He wanted to just give a measure to Tony and David because they wanted to collect some data. And he wasn't sure what measure to use. So I faxed, we were faxing in those days, faxed one or two measures down to Brian Kolb, and I said, better you than me. I don't want to talk to these guys because I've already met every flake in Alberta, and this is impossible and you're not going to find anything. I was quite close-minded, very close-minded. So he took the questionnaires, passed them on to Tony and David. They collected information. It was just a scoring sheet for some behaviors in children that are associated with mood dysregulation and ADHD. And they collected information on, I want to say about a dozen children, as I recall.
I think it was closer to 30, Bonnie.
Oh, maybe. I don't remember that little detail, how many kids. So I sent him the forms. He handed them on to Tony and David. They collected some information. And what Brian did was a statistical test called an analysis of variance. And he wrote the analysis of variance right on the page of a graph of these children. And he faxed it to me. And I looked at it, and I mean, I am trained to pay attention to data, even though I don't always pay attention to my colleagues very well, I guess. And so I picked up the phone and said, what are you doing? How did you make these kids better? Because it just had one word on the page, vitamins. I said, what were you doing? And he said, I don't know. He said, I told you should meet with these two guys. I think they're legitimate. They're seeing some benefits from some nutrients.
So I said earlier I had a funny story. So I'm talking to Brian Kolb, and he says, so Tony and David had collected from the parents who were filling in the forms, and they dropped them off at Dr. Kolb's place, and he crunches the numbers. And he told me over the phone, well, the data was too good. So he knew that Tony and David had fudged the data. So he told me on the phone, he says, so I went and met with every single group of parents and confirmed that, that's their check marks, and they filled in the data, and that's what they observed. But he was so astounded by the results that he thought Tony and David had fudged the data.
I think you told me this story once. I had forgotten it. Yes, he also questioned. I mean, Brian is a product of his training too. And he just couldn't believe that they would have seen this magnitude of a change. basically almost all of the kids improved, and they improved a lot. Now, that's what we call open label. It wasn't a placebo-controlled trial, but it convinced both of us that there should be some controlled trials. And I started my first one. You don't jump in and do a placebo-controlled trial. This was 1997, the fall of 1997. And it's foolish to try to do a placebo-controlled trial right away. And so one less expensive and easier study to do is an ABA crossover design. So we study you, Sean, and then we want to see if a particular, let's say medication in this case, has an effect on your blood pressure. So then we give you the medication, and then we take the medication away and see if your blood pressure changes back. And if you can show on-off control of a symptom, anything from blood pressure to ADHD, that's very powerful. It's a within subject crossover design. And so I got ethics approval to do that. It didn't cost any money. I wasn't applying for grants yet. It was just a pilot kind of phase. And partway through that trial, I can tell you it was in the month of December because I'll never forget it. I got a phone call from Tony or David saying, hey, that combination of minerals and vitamins that we told you about, we're quite certain that one of the ingredients, they hadn't formed a company yet. They didn't have their own product. They said, we're quite certain, everybody's telling us that the particular liquid formula has changed. And so we called the company, and they wouldn't talk to us because they didn't have any responsibility to keep their formula constant. I had to stop the trial. There was no clinical trial. I mean, how can you study something that's changing? And Tony and David, that's when they decided, I think that was a major reason why they decided they would have to form a company, give up their other careers, and focus on this so that they could make a good, reliable product whose ingredients didn't change. And that's what led to them forming the company True Hope and Empower Plus, or well, I guess their first formula was Empower. And then we had something, we meaning the researchers, we had something that we could rely on and could study.
And you guys ended up doing 2 case series, as I understand it, one on children and one on adults. Can you share about that?
Yeah, well, these are still not placebo-controlled trials, but if you do a case series and you say, okay, well, as Charlie Popper did, he said the next 20 patients who I see, I'm going to invite them to try this formula. Dr. Charles Popper was at Harvard Medical School and McLean Hospital, and he had become aware of our work, and so he was he also thought he'd find nothing. I mean, we all thought this was just a flash in the pan. At any rate, so I think he ended up with 22, the next 22 patients, every single one of them with no, distinguishing, we just want this one or this one. We just said, would you try this product? And very significant results in his case series and our case series. Clearly, there was something going on if it was affecting almost all of the people that deserved proper evaluation. That's all we're saying at that point is, let us study this. Health Canada didn't want us to even study it to answer the question. I mean, if you're convinced that you're going to find nothing, then do the study and find out, right? But, oh man, the brick walls we ran into.
Can I just back up a little bit before we get to the really interesting part?
Right.
So the case study on children that was done from the Behavioral Research Unit, if I recall correctly, the criteria was if, a psychiatrist had a child with behavioral problems that they were having difficulty managing, then refer them to the study. And the adult one was really bipolar adults to refer to the study. And if I recall correctly, both studies basically showed, 8 out of 10 got well. I mean, you can say significantly improved and were reduced off their medication, but they got well.
They did. Many of them got very well. And then another psychiatrist from Maine joined us, and people kept reporting, hey, there's something here. It's not magic. Not everybody becomes a perfect human being at the end, but this is looking very, very promising. So we thought, okay, time to do a proper study.
Well, and proper, I'm going to challenge you on that, just basically based on things you told me long ago, that double blind, and I might have this wrong, but double blind clinical trials, the intention is that they don't overstate both benefits and problems. I mean, the idea is to try and not overstate anything, but that when you study different trial designs, that's not necessarily the case. So that if we were to limit ourselves to just double blind clinical trials, that's not necessarily, like they call it the gold standard, but there's other ways to also arrive at reasonable conclusions.
I think that there is, but when you're trying to publish and the system says has to be randomized, has to be fully placebo controlled, or an active comparator, like treatment as usual or something, and it has to be fully blinded. You do what they say because you want to publish in the best journals.
Right. Okay, so you the Behavioral Research Unit, there's some excitement here based on these case studies and what led to the case studies. And so what do you guys do? Because you're now of the opinion we actually really need to go to town here and do a full-blown double-blind clinical trial.
You apply for money because those things can be expensive. And I was very fortunate in being able to land a $500,000 grant. Now that's peanuts to a drug company that's doing clinical trials. Like the average cost now, I think, for a medication clinical trial is $8 million or something. But we were doing it with student help and everything that we could find. And the companies, although they never have funded any of the studies, they provide product for no cost and a matched placebo, which is really important. So so we got $500,000 and we set up a study that we thought we could accomplish and get referrals to. And we started, and that was in January 2000 or 2001. And actually, I think it started in December 2000 and then into 2001. And then I was out of town in March or April, and I got a phone call from our research coordinator who said that they were stuck because they needed more product, and it was being shipped in from the US, but it had been held up at the border. We said, vitamins and minerals? What did it look like that they held it up? It had to be a mistake, had to be some clerical error. And it wasn't. It was someone who in Health Canada who thought it was dangerous to give people minerals and vitamins, and he was determined to stop the clinical trial.
I'm just going to back up here. So the clinical trials being run by the Behavioral Research Unit, that for 22 years, this is what they do. It's basically doctors and psychiatrists and other experts at this. It had to go through ethics review.
Oh yeah. Oh, we had gotten ethics.
The study design, everything would have had to have been vetted that this is a valid study design.
That's right.
It's likely to be meaningful research. It's all totally ethical. And my understanding also is we're talking about a vitamin mineral supplement that, just so people know, you can go to your health food store and buy, okay, as a vitamin and mineral supplement. So
right.
From a safety perspective, you can go and buy it at your health food store and give it to your kids. So, but notwithstanding that, Bonnie, my understanding is really it was designed with the safety standards as if it was a chemical drug, right down to, you could contact a doctor if you were having issues. You guys probably did blood work now and again. Like, can you tell us about just kind of how rigorous this was designed?
Well, it was set up the way any pharmaceutical drug clinical trial is set up, with all the safety measures, evaluating people constantly for what are called adverse events. We usually call them side effects. Yes, monitoring blood, heart rate, blood pressure, etc. We had a clinical trial physician whose job it was to look at any kind of side effect. If somebody said, I had some headaches last week, that went on to a form for adverse effects. The clinical study doctor had to look at that and decide whether it was concerning and possibly attributable to the nutrients. I mean, we had all the safety measures. We had the rule for withdrawal of someone if someone wasn't doing well. Yeah, it was set up like a conventional clinical trial anywhere. I mean, these rules are well laid out, and we followed them all. We had ethics approval, as I said. In addition, we had indirect feedback from Health Canada that we should go ahead and do the trial, even though they knew that on the horizon there would be a new division at Health Canada that would evaluate the acceptability of research like this. It didn't exist yet, so we could go ahead. I didn't have that in writing. That might have helped a little bit. I don't know.
Well, but in all fairness, like in 22 years, and you did a lot of nutritional research, nobody got Health Canada approval to do nutritional research.
No, and I mean, there are I'm not a nutrition scientist. I'm an experimental psychologist. There are nutrition scientists who do tons of research on nutrition. They were saying, why would you try to get Health Canada approval? It's just the B vitamins that we all consume, that our brains need. It's just the calcium that we know so much about, and so forth. Yeah, it was.
Okay. So just so everyone's got the context then, so there's a double-blind clinical trial funded by the Alberta government, being run by the Behavioral Research Unit out of Children's Hospital in Calgary, and Health Canada stopped shipments.
Right.
What happens next?
Well, they have this system of making demands on an investigator. Stop your trial and answer these questions, and you have 48 hours. I didn't know that was normal. I thought it was insulting. How can you do a research paper in 48 hours? But we had to answer questions about this nutrient and that nutrient and the safety of another nutrient. And we answered all of these things, but that was not a happy time of my life. I can tell you, it was very, very stressful. And meanwhile, on the phone, I was getting very senior Health Canada people saying things like, there are some other things going on here, Bonnie, and you don't know what they are, and I can't tell you. Very strange kinds of things. I even had one very senior administrator say, when this is all over, let's have a cup of tea sometime and I'll tell you what's really going on. She never agreed to do that, unfortunately. I would have liked to have had that meeting, but...
Was that Sadiqa Mithani?
I'm not going to tell you the name. There were only a certain number of people, so I don't think I want to say that.
Okay, so the long and the short of it is they basically end up shutting down this government-funded clinical trial.
Basically, the messages I was getting, even outright or between the lines, were, you're not doing anything wrong, you are being singled out, and you are going to lose. You cannot win this battle.
Right. And so I just want people to understand. So if Health Canada says, hey, provide the safety data on germanium, basically we have doctors and research scientists putting together briefs.
Yep.
Like, you guys ended up publishing on the safety of germanium, for example, as I understand it.
Yeah.
Right, because you're and in peer-reviewed journals, because you did so much research to basically satisfy them. And would it be fair to say, I mean, there were no safety concerns, or you guys would have shut it down.
Oh yeah, we would have taken the or the Hardy and Stefan families would have taken the nutrient out. The germanium story was especially intriguing. It was like a detective story, and it was David Hardy who spotted something that suggested that some of the concerns were based on an error that had been published in a scientific article from Japan. And he tracked that down and he said, look, this is a mistake. And it was corrected in a later article. And this happens. People publish erratums, right? And errata, a single one is erratum, saying we made an error in referring to that chemical in this situation. And David found the error and the erratum and said, look, Health Canada's concerns, I think, derive from this. And I then went and looked at all the literature, wrote an article, and yeah.
Right. So
is not a problem.
So here we've got a research unit that, is top notch. All they do is research, sharing conclusively with Health Canada that there's no safety concerns. But it really wasn't about that, was it,
No,
Bonnie? Because
no, it wasn't.
you already said, they let you know you're being singled out and you're not going to win this. This is about something else.
Right.
And you were never told what the something else is.
No, but I think we know. We know even because we had the slides of one person who has harassed us over the years, thanking the pharmaceutical companies for funding him, So I think we know where the objection comes from. What is it? I don't even know right now. It's over a third of our population, I think, is taking a psychiatric medication. And they don't really want people taking vitamins and minerals that they so far cannot control, and which would decrease the need for psychiatric meds. And that's been going on for quite a while now. You know that story better than I do, Sean.
Yeah, it's funny because, it's almost like we're afraid to come out and speak it, right? Because there can be, well, let's just back up. Both you and I were actually traumatized by having to get our minds back into what happened.
Yeah.
What we're talking about now. Like as a lawyer, I found the whole trial traumatizing.
Yeah.
And the prep, because I basically saw, and my word is this machine that was intent. Like the purpose of the criminal trial was to get this product off the market. And, we're seeing people that were only alive because of the product. And, not to knock the chemical pharmaceutical drugs, but this was a group of people that they didn't work for. And then they're finding relief. Like, Bonnie, when I was interviewing like participants to try and figure out who I was going to call as witnesses, as a lawyer, I prepare my questions beforehand. Like I don't want to waste my time and somebody else's time. I want to make sure that I've covered everything I need to cover in the first interview. Every single person, we're talking 100% of the people I interviewed volunteered something that it didn't dawn on me ever to ask. They all volunteered. I had a suicide plan in place in case I ran out.
Oh.
Every single person I interviewed. And I still have trouble getting my understanding to somebody having had such a bad experience being chronically sick for a long period of time, that when they are healthy, they're not devising the suicide plan when they're sick, but when they're healthy, they're making a decision. I'm not going back to that. I am not going back to that.
It just breaks your heart, doesn't it?
Yeah, like how do you, I'm going to be traumatized all day just from the conversation because I'm having to relive all of this, right? So I'll share, everyone, we're going to have Dr. Kaplan's going to come back and present on the research, because there's just decades now of research into the use of micronutrients, and it's going to fascinate you. Dr. Kaplan, I think we've had a good discussion. Is there anything else you think we should add about this clinical trial?
Well, maybe we should wrap up the loose end. What happened to that clinical trial? And I can say it in a nutshell. The most expensive part of a study like that is the first part, when you're setting up the procedures and hiring the people and paying them to figure out all the data processing and the data input and everything and the recruitment procedures, etc. You use a disproportionately high amount of your money. So when Health Canada came in and ordered us to stop the trial, and I got a personal letter from the Director General saying, stop the trial and send all of the participants back to their psychiatrists to be put on medication. We had to do that or go to jail, probably. They never said, or you'll go to jail, but my understanding from the dean of my faculty was that you don't ignore a letter like that. So we stopped the trial. We enabled people to do whatever they needed to do, go back to their doctors or whatever. And then we kept answering all the questions about why this nutrient is safe and what that nutrient does in the brain. And it went on and on and on. And we waited for the new division that we were talking about, the Natural Health Product Directorate, to come into being. So we shut down for 4 years. When we were allowed to start again, first of all, we were given ridiculous directions to do the study this way or that way, or maybe just 15 people, which would kill the results because that's an underpowered study. Anyway, we finally convinced them to let us do the study properly, but I knew we weren't going to make it because by then the bipolar department, the clinic in Calgary, was telling people don't go near that study. And we couldn't get referrals. And so we were spending an exorbitant amount of money on referrals, and we didn't have much money left. I kept hoping it would drop out of the sky or something. And we had to finally give up. We could not continue the trial. So we lost the battle. We lost the battle. We lost the war. That trial died. But other trials in other centers proceeded. And that's why we have over 50 peer-reviewed publications now on these broad spectrum formulas that came out of the initial work from Tony Stephan and David Hardy. So that's what happened.
Well, and let's give everyone watching a teaser then, is you're going to have to watch Dr. Kaplan's second presentation where she's going to share this research. I promise you, it's life-changing, isn't it, Bonnie? Because basically people that really have suffering from some mood disorders and bipolar and the like, ADHD, like their lives are transformed. And I get that it doesn't work for everyone, but if it works, my gosh, like people just become healthy.
That's right. Yes, I mean, it's like everything. It's worth a try. I don't understand why people who are impressed by medications have to be anti-nutrient. Doesn't make sense to me. I am in favor of improving our nutrition, and I'm not anti-drug. The older I get, the more stupid it would be. I mean, believe me, things break with age, and sometimes you have to take medication. So why would we be anti-anything? We need to be more open-minded. And so that's why I spend a lot of my time educating people about what nutrients do in our brains and why we should stop saying that something is just vitamins. That's a silly attitude to have. So that's what I'll review in our next session.
Super. Bonnie, it's just been an absolute pleasure to have you on and to share that. And I look forward to our next interview.
Okay. Thank you, Sean.
Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name is Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I am very pleased to have Janice Amaro with me this, I guess today. Thank you, Janice, for attending at the world's greatest health show.
Thank you very much. I'm so pleased to be here.
I'm excited about your story because you've trained as a nutritionist. So you've gone to the Canadian School of Natural Nutrition, and you've been certified as a nutritionist. But that came later in life as a response to a health journey you had. And I'm wanting you to share that story, and then we'll talk about what it's been like to be a registered nutritionist.
Sure.
So so you're actually working as a teacher. You've got a full-time job as a teacher. You're 38 years old. Can you share with us what happened?
So sure, I was working full-time, and I was teaching cosmetology. That was my first profession. It was being a hairstylist. And so I was teaching cosmetology, and I noticed I was getting very, very tired near the end of the year. And I really thought it was the stress of the year, because teachers work hard and mentally it can be very draining. And so summer came, and I had this summertime off, and I basically did nothing. I just kind of sat around, and it was not me to be doing that. And I had 2 dogs at the time, and I would get up and get ready and go for a walk and just get to the stop sign and turn around. I just had no energy. And all of a sudden I noticed that I had to stop going up flights of stairs. We had a 2-story home, which is beautiful. And I had to stop halfway to let the pain in my legs subside before I could keep going. I couldn't keep my arms up long enough to dry my hair.
Can I just slow this down a little bit? So you literally, just a normal flight of stairs, you're halfway up the stairs and it's just causing so much pain, you have to stop and rest?
Yes, it was horrible. It was just, I had no idea what was going on in my life, that I was dealing with this. That's kind of when I realized that it wasn't just stress from school, from a long year.
And like drying your hair, you wouldn't, like, would you have to just stop and start and rest?
That's right. Yes, exactly. And so those things became what was every day, not even thinking twice about taking the stairs 2 at a time, to having to pause and wait, and not being able to take my dogs out, and not being able to, stand and cook all kinds of things, because I love to bake and cook. And so it was like, what is happening to me? And it came quite suddenly, and it was quite scary, to be honest, at 38 years old.
What was it like mentally for you? Because basically you became disabled.
It's so true. I did become disabled. My life, like I knew, was not the same. And I was fearful, because I had no idea what was wrong with me. I was scared that there was something really serious happening to me. And I thought that, do I have some horrible disease that I'm going to die young? I had no idea what was going on.
You're married at the time. How did this affect your relationship with your husband?
Well, thankfully, he understood. He didn't think it was all in my head. And but we couldn't do the things we used to do. We weren't able to go for our long walks with the dogs, or cycle, or going to the gym. Well, that was just not going to happen. I just had no energy for any of that. So watch a lot of TV that summer, which is something I don't do. It changed how the days went on, and I didn't plan for my summer to be like that.
And I think you said something important, like you know, the positive about your husband, as you said, you know, he understood, he believed what was going on. Because what I've been hearing from other people, especially people with something like chronic fatigue syndrome, it's not like there's a blood marker or anything. And sometimes, you know, people that are suffering terrible, it's like they're not believed.
It's so true, and I see it a lot. I see it. I hear about that, and you know, sadly, sometimes it's dismissed as being all in our heads, and it's simply not. When you know that your life was one way, and all of a sudden, the things that you took for granted that you could do with ease are completely gone. It's not in your head.
Yeah. So you find yourself at age 38 basically disabled, and did you go back to school that fall and start teaching again?
I couldn't. I think I went for 3 days, and I recognized that not only could I, because of the job I had, I didn't sit down a lot. There was class time, but there was so much practical time too. So in the lab, I couldn't stand up all day. I just couldn't do it. And then to try to show my students how to cut hair and do all the other things that you do as a hairstylist, I wasn't physically capable of doing it. So I had to take some time off.
Right. So you basically had to take a leave from your job. Was that a paid leave or?
Well, that's a great question. I was hoping to get paid leave. I had been paying long-term disability insurance with every paycheck. They were taking that out of my pay. And sadly, I didn't get any money because the specialist that I saw wrote a letter to my insurance, and that was what was going to dictate my compensation. And the letter said that I was lazy and just needed to exercise. So I didn't get any compensation for my time away from my job.
I wonder if the specialist was paid by the insurance company for the assessment.
It's very interesting.
Yeah, that's a different question. So here you are, basically, you've lost your income. You're not able to do things that you would normally do. You're finding yourself disabled. Did the medical system at least have a solution? Like, here, you can take this drug or you can do this therapy. What did the doctors have to offer for you?
After I saw that specialist and I received that letter saying that I was lazy and just needed to exercise, I honestly, Sean, felt like a door had been slammed in my face. And I was so angry, and I was crying. I was just, I was so upset because I thought, where do I go? What do I do? I'm 38 years old. I often say, even to this day, when I do my health talks, I say, if I didn't take the road that I did, I really feel that I would be in a wheelchair today, because nothing would have, there was no solution for me. There was no, let's probe, let's dig, let's find out why you're chronically fatigued. There was nothing. It's like, sorry, bye.
Right. So the medical system, the doctors aren't giving you really any treatments or suggestions, but so you start looking on your own.
Yes, I did. And thank goodness. One day I woke up and I said, I'm not living like this anymore. And I sought the help of a holistic practitioner. And honestly, I wasn't in his office 20 minutes, and he had told me what was wrong with me and how to fix it. And it was like, oh my, I think I might have a chance to get my life back, and I'm going to do whatever it takes to do that. Yeah.
You just said another thing that's really important, because in interviewing people for the health show, one theme that's come up often, and just so people watching understand, like Janice, you and I have had a conversation before this, so that I know your story and we can have a meaningful conversation. And it comes up that people feel hopeless, like they find themselves, in a chronic health condition, and they're either only getting partial relief or really no relief with the conventional treatments, and you lose hope.
You lose hope. It's interesting that you mentioned that, because before I spoke to you today, I spoke to a woman who was inquiring about my services and whether or not she wanted to understand what I offer, to see if I was the right person for her. And I also do that to see if I'm the right person if they're the right person for me, so I can help them. And when I asked her why she reached out, she said, "I'm desperate." Yeah.
And I bring that up just because, so that people watching, us have this conversation. I mean, if you find yourself with a health challenge and you feel like you have no hope, I think you need to understand there's been a lot of people before you and they find answers. And so I think you have to get over that hopelessness and understand that if you search, you'll be surprised, right? Like everyone's health journey is different. Now yours, you go to this, functional medicine practitioner, and you're told, well, you've got this problem. And what was the problem?
Heavy metal poisoning.
And can you explain, like, some people won't know what that is?
Yeah,
and,
sure.
They may have never even been tested on it, and they won't know what the effects of it is. So can you kind of explain what is heavy metal poisoning? And
mine came from, so heavy metals like mercury is basically the one that was the problem for me, and so that came from they believe having my mercury amalgam fillings drilled out within 2 weeks apart. So in June or late May, I decided to get all of my fillings replaced, and they were drilled out just like that. And apparently, and so I did one side.
Not with the big vacuum to suck all the particles so that you're not breathing them in.
That's right. And the last filling I had years later, the last one I had removed, that's how it was done. It was done properly, but these were not. And so within 2 weeks, I'd had everything done. And that was when the fatigue hit me. But I didn't think about it at the time because I had just been to the dentist. It didn't, when someone's asked, I was never asked if there was anything that had happened in my life, any trauma, anything at all, to maybe I would have mentioned that I had that done if I had been asked. But I never was asked.
So the fatigue hits you 2 weeks after you have all this dental work. I think we'll just scale back, because some people watching might go, what the heck are we talking about? So some of our feelings, and in fact, I don't want to date us, Janice, but we're over 20 each. And when we were, for most of our lives, the main filling put in teeth was a mercury amalgam. So it literally has mercury in it. And the problem is it leaches into your tooth. So you're slowly absorbing it. And when you have it removed, because mercury is a neurotoxin that you do not want in your body, and you can just Google that. There's no issue that you do not want mercury in your body, and that's why we have mercury limits in foods and things like that. But when you drill that out, when the dentist is drilling, now they know, and a holistic dentist will have this huge vacuum with this big piece by your mouth sucking all the air, so that as the drill turns it into dust, you can't breathe it in. Because if you breathe it in, you're now getting way more mercury than is just leaching into your mouth through your teeth. And so you have all this mercury kind of hits you, and then within 2 weeks, you begin your descent into being disabled.
Yes, exactly. Yes. And just to add to that, the last one I had removed, the doctor, the dentist, wore the hazmat mask thing. I don't know what they're called, but you know, with the, you see in wartime, that's what she wore while she had the big suction and everything. Yeah. So it's a toxic, it's toxic. And we don't, a lot of people don't know that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Yeah. Okay. So this functional medicine practitioner comes to understand what your problem is and says, you need to detox from heavy metals.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So how did you go about like what steps did you end up taking? Because some people won't even understand that even some plants, for example, like cilantro, will help your body slowly get rid of heavy metals. So can you share, what you did and kind of how you slowly got better?
Yeah. So I was unhealthy to begin with. I was overweight. I had I baked so I could eat it, and my diet was very poor. And so the first thing I had to do was change my diet so my body systems could start to work better, so my liver could start working, probably just working. So I was full of candida. So the first thing is kind of like peeling the layers off an onion. I had to get my body healthier so that the things that could help eliminate or pull out the toxins would actually work, because without doing that, you're not going to get very far. And even today, that's how I operate in my work is let's get you healthy first. So that's where I started. And of course it started with diet, because I was eating all kinds of things that are bad for the body, and I needed to get my body systems working better. So I don't know if you want me to talk about what I stopped eating and what I started eating, but
I do actually. I do.
Okay.
But I'll just back up and say, when you say candida, some people may not know you're talking about a specific type of, almost fungal yeast that loves sugars and starches. So do you want to share, what candida is and why that can be a problem for people's health?
Yeah. So today we talk more about the gut microbiome and how we need a healthy gut. And so, but back then, when what I started doing was kind of like I was the oddball. We women especially kind of knew about candida because a lot of women have had vaginal yeast infections, or toenail fungus. So those are signs that there's an issue in the body. So candida is your body's overrun by fungus, bad bacteria. And so the process of getting back to normal is not just taking probiotics. That does not fix the problem. You're just throwing money away. You have to get the candida out of the body. And that means no sugar, no refined carbohydrates, no alcohol. So that takes away a lot of today's the standard American diet that everyone eats. And so that's where I started. So I went all in. I whatever the my practitioner said, I did. So no more wheat, no more this, no more that. I just took it all away. And over time, then I just by doing that, I felt better. And then I started to add a few supplements and some chelating type of chelating, which means, to things that will help pull away the toxins. And even years later, I continued to do cleanses and take these types of products to continue to pull that out, because I really feel like it did take a long time. It didn't happen overnight. My journey back to health wasn't a 2-month thing. It was maybe a 4-year thing before I could feel kind of like normal again. Yeah.
Right. And you use the word supplements, but you know, if I said natural health product, that would fit also. And you took them to help you detox and help your liver and things like that also, right?
Yes, exactly. To support what I was doing, and as I got healthier, those products did their job better because I wasn't starting with such a sick body. Yeah, it's kind of like I said, peeling the layers off the onion.
And then slowly, you got back to health.
That's right. And honestly, like I shared with you earlier, I continued to, when I saw, Sean, what you can do with diet, how healing real food is, I took it and I ran with it. Yes, I had some ups and downs along the way. You know, we moved to the Middle East where there's the pita bread is the best. So I can't say I didn't have any of that, but I started to just move towards getting rid of these things permanently, finding alternatives, and change my diet and continue to detox because and I kind of at that point I started studying holistic nutrition and also studying about cancer and the link between that and nutrition. So all of this together gave me a lot of ammunition to be able to continue to feel better and better and better and get to a level of health that I never imagined possible when I was faced with that door slamming in my face saying there's nothing you can do and you're just a lazy person. So
right. So this was transformative for you when you actually then formally trained to become a nutritionist. Now, some people watching, they might not have any idea of really what a nutritionist does or you know is, and I have to say, you know, there was a time where like I didn't know, it wasn't obvious to me that there was actually a healing, you know, practice out there that focused first on just healthy food and lifestyle, you know, and then you know, worrying about supplementation if that doesn't work. Like and so people might not really even understand what is a nutritionist, what type of training is involved, what type of knowledge, because I know you guys go through rigorous training to be able to, you know, call yourself a nutritionist in those provinces where it's even allowed, right?
Yeah, that's right. It's an interesting there's some interesting regulations there with us. But, you know, I'm trained to look at the root cause of the condition, whatever it is, whether it's high blood pressure, high cholesterol, mercury poisoning, autoimmune, thyroid issues, endometriosis, PCOS, all of the things that are so common, but those things are not normal to the body. And when you give the body what it needs, it can remedy the situation by and large, or at least better manage a condition. So I'm trained to look at the whole body. I'm trained to look at sleep cycles, other lifestyle factors, you know, diet, but what else are you doing? What's the alcohol like? Are you living a high stress lifestyle? How's your digestion? Are you living in constipation or diarrhea? All of those things, I'm trained to look at that, and from there, create a plan that works to get the body healthy. So if it's you know, you not feeling well because of sleep to repair, then we're going to try to fix your sleep and better manage your stress. And you know, exercise comes into it some, because there are so many people who, of course, when they're not feeling well, exercise is the last thing on their mind. And unfortunately, when we start to not feel well, what tends to happen is we eat more because we are depressed about the fact that we don't feel well. So, you know, that kind of emotional eating can take over. And so together we're creating a worse situation. Did I answer the question? I don't know.
Yeah, no, I thought that was a wonderful answer. And as you're speaking, I'm just thinking, you know, like it's new to some people, the idea that, you know, if you don't have the nutrition you need, that, you know, there can be health consequences to that. And, you know, the most obvious one that came to my mind is, you know, historic, you know, the British sailors with scurvy.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're sailing these long ocean journeys in these, you know, sailing ships with no vitamin C, and they're getting scurvy.
Yeah.
And it wasn't an illness. It was a symptom of not having enough vitamin C. I mean, you could call it an illness, but proper nutrition completely heals that. And I was interviewing somebody else today who was talking about, yeah, you know, well, if you're getting a certain type of cramp that, you know, where, you know, compressed heat makes it go away, likely it's lack of magnesium, right? Like, and if people don't understand how important it is, can you talk about just the diet we have, the food we eat today? Because you've already made it clear, we shouldn't be eating processed foods. We should be, you know, I call it real food. And my wife and I, we try to find restaurants that like cook real food. They tend to be ethnic ones, we find now.
Yes.
Right. So can you just talk about the importance of real food and then how we kind of lost nutrition? Because you said to me in our pre-interview, you know, a carrot may not be a carrot, so to speak. And I think people need to understand this too.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, we have normalized junk food. We see it around us all the time. You deserve a break today. Bet you can't eat just one. All of those things, all those advertisements, you know, we deserve all of this food. It's all around us. It's pushed in our kids and for ourselves. And what's happened over time is the food we're eating is not real. And if you go to the grocery store, I remember my mother saying, I must have been grade 8, so a long time ago, shop in the outside aisles, in the exterior of the store. That's where you're going to get the better selection. And it's very true still today, although they're putting the brownies right next to the apples now to, you know, to get you to buy them. But real food, a lot of people think they eat really well, but they're eating processed food. Probably, I think the rate is 60% of today's food intake is processed. And for children, I think it's even higher. And it's quite sad. The food that I have a great aunt, she's 96, and she says, you know, we lived off the land, we had real food. And today, some of the things that we're eating, her mother wouldn't even know what it is. Like, you know, a cheesy. I always use that example. So we have gotten so far away from what real food is and clean eating is, because it's just come and we want it. They make it taste good. The combo of salt, sugar, and fat makes everything taste perfect, and you want more. So you get addicted to this and you eat less of the healthy stuff. And the result, we're seeing it. They do say, we didn't talk about this earlier, they do say that pretty much 95% of all health issues are lifestyle based, or lifestyle choices. 5% is genetic. And so that means, to me, that's good news. Because if you grow up hearing everyone around you say, well, you're probably going to end up with heart disease because we all have it, that's not true. That's epigenetics. And if you choose differently, if you eat differently than your tribe, you're going to have a different outcome. You can change the trajectory of your future. And really, my illness was a gift because I finally said, all right, this is enough. I'm changing the trajectory of my future. And I did. And it's not because I'm so strong and can do it. I had all the right people in place. It's because I chose to eat differently. And it's not complicated. It's not what everybody else in that restaurant that you're trying to find good food. You kind of have to look nowadays because most of it is all deep fried and so poisonous. Yeah.
Now, can I just, you're practicing as a nutritionist. You've had some really interesting experiences, and I wondered if you could share with us your experience with psoriasis. And so first of all, explain what psoriasis is so that people understand it. And I'm just wanting you to give some examples of how, basically with, diet and proper nutrition, some very serious conditions are solved.
Yeah. And it's interesting because we often are told that there's nothing that can be done about these things, that we'll have to live on medication for the rest of our lives. And so with psoriasis, it's basically, it's an autoimmune issue, and it's thickened, red, dry, usually dryish, scaly patches all over the body. It doesn't have to be all over the body. Some people just have it on their elbows and knees, but some have it from head to toe. And it's extremely painful. It can bleed if you scratch. It's very, very itchy. And it changes a person's way of life because it hurts to have clothes on. If we've ever been sunburnt, we know how uncomfortable the sheet can be. So this is what these people live with every day. And the regular story is there's nothing that can be done. You'll have to be on meds forever, and this is just the way it is. But one of my clients came to me. She knew me already, and she was basically at her wit's end. She had been spending $2,000 on medication, and moved to Nova Scotia, didn't have a doctor, couldn't get any support, and she was just in a really bad way. And I said, if you do what I tell you to do, it'll change your life. And it has. And every once in a while I post before and after pictures that she's gladly shared with me, because after about 2 weeks, she couldn't believe the difference. And then 4 weeks, she started taking pictures. Her scalp has cleared up so much that her hair is growing back. She'd lost her hair because of the congestion of these scales in her head, these welts. And they were all over her body. And now she is not on any medication. Her diet is controlling her psoriasis. And she also has lost a whole bunch of weight. And she can wear clothes where before she was so uncomfortable. She bought herself a pair of jeans. She's fitting into a size 8 from being a size 12. It's just so wonderful. And while it's like, oh my goodness, it's hard to believe. It's not, because the body just wants you to give it what it needs. And when you do, it rewards you with results like this. The same for my 2 clients. I think this, two ladies who had rheumatoid arthritis, no longer on medication, can't really seem to find any indication that it's there. So these are the stories of success when a person really wants to get help instead of taking a medication that usually leads to side effects and other medication and a poor quality of life. So those are some really great success stories, and I'm so pleased for for those ladies because they now have a different outlook on life. Yeah.
Right. So these are two people with rheumatoid arthritis that would have been taking medications prescribed by their doctor, but they're not having relief. So they're coming to you and saying, what can I do? And just through, getting the proper nutrition, changing the diet, changing the lifestyle, they're able to get off of their drugs and not suffer anymore.
Yeah. And sometimes it's a matter of the way the drugs make them feel, or the fact that it's not really managing the situation like they thought it would. Or it's a fear, like one of my clients was told by her doctor that these medications would be for life and that she should prepare herself mentally to be in a wheelchair by the time she's 60. So if that doesn't light a fire under you, then, that's where I think that person said, that's not going to be me. I have a life to live. And that's how I felt. I said, okay, enough of this. I'm going to do what I have to do to get my life back. Yeah.
Yeah. The next part of the interview, I want, I understand we have to be careful, and it's kind of funny that we have to be careful, but there's places that persons like you, nutritionists, just can't go, or they're going to get pushed back by Health Canada. And one of those areas that you're not allowed to go is to help people with cancer. Am I right about that?
Yes. And I think it's not that it is, I think, that I'm not allowed because there's a lack of education about alternative, I don't want to say treatments, alternative routes to go when a person does have something like cancer. There's so much that can be done with the plan that might be in place with the oncologist or without, and it's a choice a person can make. But it's not a welcome. In my training, and I thought I would set up a practice doing that, but I realized that there's so much censorship, and because I'm not wanted in those circles, and so there's a big fear.
Meaning you're not wanted, not by the Canadian public, but by the regulatory authorities such as Health Canada.
Yeah, and so there's a lot of pushback, a lot of I don't want to say that we're called quacks anymore, but that's what used to be. Maybe we still are, I don't know. But it's not easy. It's not easy in North America to practice that way. In some other countries, it's very easy. I met a man at a conference who has a practice in India, getting people healthy from cancer, and he has a whole team of people there. And so those are countries where it's not. What's the right word? I can't really think. There's a threat. I think there's a threat that, because it's a big business. It's a big business. And so those of us who want to go the holistic route, again, looking at the person, not the tumor, and trying to find some healing there, which often works 100%. And quality of life is better, all of the things. Both my parents died of cancer, and that's why I decided to study holistic cancer coaching, because I felt they suffered unnecessarily. I felt that they got to where they were because of the lack of education about nutrition, and it's not just bad luck. And so that's why I studied to be a holistic cancer coach.
Right. But it's funny, like as a lawyer that runs interference with Health Canada, is I will have clients that I'll say naturopathic doctors, because they tend to give, example that came to my mind is intravenous vitamin C treatments, which, you know, you don't have to research long to understand that that can be extremely helpful for cancer treatment, regardless of whether you're doing chemo or not, or what treatments you are. But if they advertise that, so they can offer the treatment, but they can't tell you what it's for. And, you know, but if people can't learn that there's something that can help them, even so that they can look into it and then see if it's something that they would want to opt for. And here we've got, you know, people like you, nutritionists, they're even afraid to go out there and say, well, okay, if you have cancer, here's how, from a nutritional perspective, you know, you can be as healthy as possible, regardless of what other things you're doing. Yeah. I just find it interesting that we have so much control, not just over, you know, what we can access for supplements, but actually over practitioners.
Yeah. Yes. And it's so frustrating, because what I see, and you're seeing it too, I'm sure. Everywhere I look, I think that I see a person and I think, you're suffering needlessly. You don't need to be going through that. You don't need to have to take all of that medication to resolve. It's not even going to resolve the problem. Like my client with psoriasis, she didn't need to be suffering like that. And it's only through her own gumption and being so basically at her wit's end of what to do, and knowing me, she already knew me, and reaching out and taking her health in her own hands. And that's what more and more people are choosing to do. And when they do, I am just thrilled for them, because I can get them to where they want to be. And that's, it's beautiful to see women flourish when they thought that their life was pretty much over, and so young. I mean, I was only 38 when I was dealing with this, but you can be 78 and still get results when you change how you eat and change your lifestyle.
I liked how you put that, because it really is about helping people who are suffering when they don't have to suffer, when there is an answer. You also practice in an area that, you know, it's not forbidden, but very meaningful. So primarily for women, you help them with weight loss. And I wanted you to talk about that. And my understanding is you even have like a course on this. But, you know, I think it would be helpful, because weight affects our health. Weight affects our self-esteem, how we view ourselves, because we're in this society where we put so much weight, no pun intended, so I guess so much importance on that. And you've been really helping people. And when you were telling me about kind of the different parts in it, I thought you're kind of, again, you're taking a more holistic approach to weight loss than I'm accustomed to hearing from people. So do you want to kind of share about that? Because I think that would be helpful also for some people to understand, things like the area of weight control, that there's different ways of approaching this.
Well, yes, and I'm glad you asked me to talk about it. The standard way to lose weight that we've been brought up believing is calories in, calories out. Limit your calories and work out more, exercise more. And there's many health or weight loss companies that's basically their business model. But they want repeat customers, and they get them because what they sell doesn't work, because every January everyone signs up again. And so the calories matter, yes, but what matters most is the quality of the food. And when we eat a good quality food, our hormones start to get back into balance, because when we're eating poorly, whether we're overweight or not, but typically, with excess weight, when we're eating poorly, it's a sign that things are not in balance. So my approach is to introduce healthier eating, and I meet my client where they're at. If they're eating at fast food restaurants every meal of the day, I'm going to meet them at a different starting point than if they love to cook and are eating all kinds of things at home. But regardless, we start to introduce healthy eating and nutrients. You need nutrients in your body. And most people today, whether they're overweight or not, are nutritionally deprived. And so when the body starts getting the nutrients it needs, all of the body systems start working well. Our metabolism improves. Our hormones start to get balanced. If we're going through menopause or perimenopause, or we're 20 and are having horrible periods or have endometriosis, all of those things, I shouldn't say fix themselves, but can get resolved. So no matter what age. And so when we start to eat well, and of course that term, when you ask someone to define what eating well is, we all have a different explanation. And a lot of us women think they eat well, but they don't, according to what the body needs to get better, to heal itself, and to finally release the weight, if we're talking about weight. So in my program, there's enough time for women to start to make changes and to be supported while they make those changes. And almost immediately they feel better. And then all of a sudden, you know, they put on a pair of jeans that they haven't worn in years because they're eating better. The body is starting to work better. The hormones are starting to work better. And a healthy body is not going to hold weight. We're not meant.
And a healthy diet includes proper fats in that.
Oh, 100%. Not the processed fats that are in the takeout.
Now, you also have an emotional kind of attachment approach to weight loss. Do you want to speak a little bit about that? Because I think that's important.
It is. And just, I don't think we talked about this because I was overweight for years, and then I got chronic fatigue. So I dieted. I can remember thinking I was fat when I was 10, feeling fat when I was 10. So the emotional eating is a big piece of why many of us have weight issues. And the other part is, I think that we don't realize how bad the food is that we're eating and what it's doing to our body. So the two together, but the emotional eating has to be addressed. And those who have yo-yo dieted for years, they lose, they gain, they gain more than they had lost. And then all of a sudden, you know, it's a vicious cycle. Most of those have never really addressed the emotional, the root cause of the emotional eating. And that's a really big piece of the puzzle, Sean, because if once we identify why we emotionally eat, and it's not because we had a flat tire today or, you know, got fired, it's rooted somewhere in our past. And whenever there's a stressor, we react with food. So it's not the actual today's problem. It's why it stemmed, where it came from in the first place. And when we can get to that, then we can better manage any triggers that come along, so that if we have a flat tire, we don't go and buy a big bag of chips and eat it all. So that's a big piece of the puzzle and the success that that my clients get, because I like for them to do that work, to get to the root, and then have some tools in their toolbox to be able to navigate their way and avert those things, those triggers, so that they are not falling in that trap again year after year after year.
Right. So you've developed a program to basically kind of break that cycle of having to come back every year.
Yeah.
By taking a more, you know, looking at the whole person.
Yeah.
And trying to sort that out. So
instead of just calories and working out more, that does not you can get a little bit of progress that way, but usually it's not long lasting.
So Janice, my final question, and I told you I'd ask this, we ask this of everyone that honors us with attending, is, what would your message to Ottawa be? So to, our regulatory friends at Health Canada, to our MPs that we're asking to put us into a more reasonable environment with the Charter of Health Freedom, what would your message to Ottawa be?
Well, I think that we should have a choice in what we want to do. I think Canadians should be able to choose what's best for their health based on wherever they get that information from. I don't think Health Canada should have that right to choose for us. And given that natural health products have not been proven to be harmful or unsafe to us Canadians, I don't understand why Health Canada wants to have a grip on that and make it harder for us to stay healthy. And we have these products that, one thing I see is the affordability of them eventually, if they're going to be available at all. And I think that we should be able to afford things that are going to help to supplement a good diet and help keep us healthy. And I think we should have the right to choose. Each individual person should have the right to choose that instead of someone else taking control of that. And the over-regulation is, I think, it scares me in my work and personally, how what that's going to look like down the road if it does happen. So I'm so grateful that you are on the bandwagon, literally, I think, to help Canadians get this resolved and win this battle.
Well, that was a great answer. Like I said, we don't know what people are going to say.
Mm-hmm.
That was just wonderful. Janice, it's just been a pleasure having you on the show and sharing not just your health journey, but also your experience as a nutritionist. So on behalf of the World's Greatest Health Show, I sincerely thank you for attending.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I am thrilled, and I'm planning to go to Ottawa.
Oh, great. October 25th. We're all going to be there. Okay. Yeah. Thanks again, Janice.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Teresa Buckley, and I'm hosting today for the World's Greatest Health Show. I'm really excited here to have Kathy Van Gogh share her health story. Hi, Kathy.
Hi, Teresa.
Thanks so much for coming on to be part of the World's Greatest Health Show. Now, tell me a little bit about what you would like to share about today, and perhaps start at the beginning. Who is Kathy?
Okay. Well, thanks for having me, and thanks for doing this on behalf of everybody that this really matters to. Okay, well, I'm retired. As you can see, I'm old, and that's a good thing because it has given me enough time to actually pursue my passion in natural health. But before I was retired, I was a serial entrepreneur. I had many businesses over my lifetime, but the most substantial ones and the most recent ones were, I was a systems analyst and a computer programmer for about 12 years. And that was a really great way to make a living, especially right around Y2K. People were panicking. Oh. I made a lot of money doing that, programming people out of their fear. And then after that, I went into the paint and craft industry. I manufactured a paint line for refinishing furniture. And then I traveled all over the place teaching people how to create finishes to upscale old furniture and save it from the landfill. I also was a high-end decorative painter. So you know those fancy finishes that you get on walls and ceilings, murals and Venetian plaster? I did that too. And I had a teaching studio for that as well. So, you know, I kind of use left and right brain in my life, and that's served me well.
How did you learn all of these skills? Because it seems like you wouldn't have the system analyst and then the artist. That's doesn't usually combine.
That's right. They don't usually go together. That's pretty weird. Well, I've been creative all my life. And I did go to Europe to study with some very specific masters in decorative painting because it's a largely European art form. And we just kind of steal things over here in North America. So I went and studied in Paris, and I studied in Italy with some people who had skills I really admired. And also there was a person in Alberta, not around anymore, who was a master wood grainer. I studied with him. And to learn systems analysis and computer programming and all of that tech stuff, it was actually quite a large field of study. I went back to school. I went back to school as an adult after raising 4 kids, and dragged my brother with me, who was a taxi driver at the time. But he was a lot more knowledgeable than I was with computers. So I dragged him with me, and we went and did this 1-year course. And it was kind of like the Wild West days when you just had to know what you were doing. And once you started doing the jobs, Vancouver's a very small town. So word gets around and you get referred and referred and referred. And funnily enough, I did a lot of work for law firms.
Wow, that sounds like you had quite a good run.
I feel like I've lived several lives. It's pretty good. If I die in the next few years, I'm going to be okay. I've had a pretty full life.
That's well, God bless you.
Hopefully I won't die because of what you guys are doing.
Well, yeah, that kind of brings us to the next point. Do you have any so you have 4 kids? How many
Yeah, I have,
do you have any
I have 4
grandchildren?
children. I have
Yeah.
I had 2 teenagers, and then I was remarried, and my husband really wanted a baby, so I said, okay, I'll have one more. Well, I had twins because by then I was old. So your chances of having twins goes way up after 40. So I had 2 teenagers, and then I had 2 babies, and that was quite challenging. And now they're all grown up, and I have 2 grandchildren as well, and we all live very close. In fact, my oldest daughter lives right across the hall from me, and my granddaughter, who I see every single day. And then my other daughter lives 1 floor up. My son lives a block away, and my other son lives about 5 blocks away. We're really a very close family, but the husbands are gone.
Right. Well, that, I guess that's another story.
That's another story.
Yeah. So
For a bottle of wine.
So I just want to ask, because you shared with me what your grandkids call you.
Oh,
What
yeah.
do your
Yeah. So my oldest daughter always called me mama. And so when she was pregnant, she said, I think that my child should call you grandmama. And when she was born, her name is Piper. When she was born, she couldn't say grandmama. She couldn't even say mama. So it just came out of her mouth as ama. And now that's what everybody calls me. All the friends. In fact, nobody even calls me my name. I'm just ama to the whole family and all the friends.
Well, maybe when we put this video on the NHPPA website, maybe we'll put in brackets AMA, just so
that would be great.
Just so everyone. Good. So now tell me what happened in 2016. So it seems like up until then you've had a good life, multiple careers. You're that woman that just goes forward and has a second family, and twins. What happened in 2016? I suspect you would have been in your, maybe in your 50s or close to that.
That's right. That's exactly right. Okay, so in 2016, I was diagnosed with high blood pressure. And interestingly enough, all my life I had low blood pressure. I used to faint from low blood pressure. But in 2016, I developed high blood pressure. And that actually came in concert with something else, which it's not really germane to the whole story, but I had appendicitis and I didn't know it for 2 weeks. And my appendix ruptured. I went into total sepsis. It was really terrible. And that was when I developed high blood pressure. So is there some cause and effect there? I don't know. But anyway, that's what I was stuck with, high blood pressure. And my doctor at the time, who had been my doctor for over 30 years, I had a great relationship with her, prescribed a series of blood pressure meds because all of them come with a set of side effects and they affect different people in different ways. So it's trial and error. And I think I went through about 3 or 4 different meds, and each one of those takes about 6 weeks because even if you have side effects at first, sometimes they dissipate over a little bit of time.
What type of side effects did you have with
the worst one I had was from a drug called Ramipril, and that gave me a terrible cough. I mean, what a weird thing, that there is a drug out there that treats blood pressure but also gives you a cough. Like, it's bizarre the way pharmaceuticals are created. Anyway, that cough was really annoying. It was constant. So that was the worst one. I think another one gave me really bad swelling. Another one made me dizzy.
Dizzy is scary because isn't that
exactly.
How would you be able to distinguish if that was not the high blood pressure versus?
Exactly. Well, that's a good question. During this entire time, I did monitor my own blood pressure at home because I wanted to know the effectiveness of these pharmaceuticals. And so I bought a blood pressure monitor and took my blood pressure about 3 times a day, every day for quite a long time.
While you were testing the different pharmaceuticals with your doctor that you had for a long time.
Yes. And all of the pharmaceuticals were effective in controlling my blood pressure, no problem. But okay, I got rid of one problem and now I have other problems, which I think a lot of people experience with pharmaceuticals. But I was willing to put up with that because
of course.
I just thought that's the way life is. And all my life, I have gone the standard Western medicine pharmaceutical route. That's the way I was brought up, and that's the way I brought up my kids too. So I didn't really think much of it until. Shall we move into the next part of the story?
Yeah, because you're like, I feel like I was very, very similar with you, where, I mean, I didn't know that there was even another option other
Right.
than what was there. And so if there's a side effect, well, at least like you were smart because you were going through the different drug courses to try to find the one that would make the best, have the best balance in your life. That makes sense.
Exactly. It's a give and take, right?
Yeah. So what happened then? So you did end up finding a drug that you could tolerate effectively.
Yeah, it was the least worst drug. Yeah, I ended up on a drug called amlodipine, and it was effective, and I could get a generic version of it. So also because I was self-employed, I didn't have a pharmaceutical plan that paid for my drugs, so I had to pay for them. Luckily, the generic one wasn't very expensive. I think I was paying about $45 or $50 a month. Maybe it was a little bit more, but it wasn't terrible. I mean, some people pay thousands of dollars a month for their drugs. So yeah, I stayed on that drug for about, I want to say a couple years, somewhere between no, it was longer than that. Hang on. 2016 to about 2022. Yeah. That's how long I was on that drug for.
So what happened when, like, there was something happened with your doctor? What was that about? Because you had had this doctor for close to 30 years or 30 years.
Might have even been more than 30 years. I got to think about that. Anyway, my doctor retired, and no one took over her practice. This is one of the problems with the current system, is that in BC anyway, there are not enough doctors. And when my doctor retired, I could not get a new doctor. And I went on lists where supposedly you're going to get phone calls from doctors who are accepting new patients. That never happened. I, at first, would try to get my prescriptions filled virtually. No. At first, I tried walk-in clinics so I didn't have a doctor anymore. So what am I going to do? Well, the only option was a walk-in clinic.
I think I did something similar at some stage. So what was that like at the walk-in clinic?
Yeah, so that was terrible. First of all, they would not take appointments. Walk-in means literally you walk in and you hope that if you sit there long enough, you'll get a turn to go see a doctor, mind you, that you don't know, that you have never seen. But if you're lucky enough, you're going to get 5 minutes with a strange doctor who I'm not saying anything bad about these doctors. They're doing their best, but the system is set up so that you're going to get the minimum amount of time with a doctor that has no idea what your medical history is and doesn't have the time to figure it out. So that was the first little step towards me becoming my own doctor. I had to figure out what was important to tell that doctor in that 5 minutes if I was lucky enough to get in. Because sometimes, this is unbelievable. Sometimes I would sit there for hours only to be told, we're not taking any more patients today, go home. And at that time, I was a working person. So you can imagine the inconvenience. And then I still did not walk away with a prescription. And at that point, I was really dependent on this drug. And really, I felt like my life literally depended on this drug.
So you had to take the day. So you had to take the day off of work.
Yep. And then if I was lucky enough, I'd see the doctor.
And then you would go and sit.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then
it's mind blowing.
But you had already started kind of taking your own blood pressure previously. So you're wired that way to kind of to go forward with your own body. Like you're figuring things out and the effects that things are having. So you would go with this information if you did get in, correct?
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. So basically, all I was doing was getting this doctor to renew my prescription. That was it. That was absolutely it. And then that became that became not an option because the walk-in clinic that I was going to closed down. This is mind-blowing. When I tell you this story, you know, I think about it. As you're going through it, it's just frustrating and you don't really think about it. But now that I'm talking to you, it's mind-blowing that the medical system is set up so that you have to follow this system that does not work and you have no alternative. So then
did you ever stand outside waiting for the doors to open in the cold? I remember doing that.
No, I didn't do that.
I remember doing that at a Medi Center. I'm just thinking about that now.
Yeah.
Actually, with my son, it would have been, and that would have been back in the 90s,
It's
waiting for the
worth
Medi Center
it.
to open up.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Well, you know, fast forward to where we are now, people can't even do that anymore. So where do they go? They go to the emergency room because they don't have any alternative, which is why the emergency rooms are so overcrowded with people that need stitches and, you know, things that aren't really emergencies that could be handled at a place like a walk-in clinic or a GP, but there's just nowhere else to go.
So what happened after? So your town, because you're in a smaller town.
Yes, I'm in a
outside
small
of Vancouver,
town. Yeah.
and so your Medi Center closes down. Your doctor is gone. You can't find anyone, and you have high blood pressure medication that you have to get the prescription filled, and you're still working.
Yes, and I'm still working, and I have to get that prescription renewed every 3 months because they will only give you a prescription for 3 months because obviously that's how they make their money. So would they give me, I mean, okay, on the medical side, you could argue, well, I don't want to give you a prescription for a year because what if you're not doing well? I need to monitor you to make sure that you're doing okay. If that actually happened, but that isn't what happened. That never happened. Nobody ever monitored me except me.
But your first doctor did. Your primary doctor
Physician.
for 30 years did do that. But once you stepped out of that into the next stage, that component of care and tracking was gone.
Right.
So then what did you do after that Medi Center?
Right.
closed?
So after that, I discovered, I don't think I just discovered it. I think it came out around this time, the TELUS app. It had a name. I can't remember what it was now. Something like My Health, something like that. The TELUS Health app or something like that. Anyway,
like on your smartphone?
Yes, on your smartphone.
So it was one of those applications on your smartphone.
Yeah. So you download this app, which is free, and then you set up your profile, which doesn't have medical information. It's just normal information about your account, name, address, and so forth. And then you can pick an appointment. So you look at the calendar. At first you could pick there was lots of appointments to choose from. So you would select a date and time that the TELUS employed doctor would call you and FaceTime you on your phone. And those doctors,
so you have your phone, you have the app that you've just you've just put in, your name and address and cursory
Yeah, you set
information.
up your account, and then when you want to choose an appointment, you pick a time and date, and then you do a little write-up for why you want to see the doctor.
How many spaces, how many characters did you have for the write-up?
Well, I never used more than, I don't know, about 50, because I just said renew BP meds. That's all I ever said. I mean, I guess if you had a lot of medical problems, you might run into that character limit, but I never faced that problem. But on the appointed date and time, you would get a phone call, and it would be a random doctor. Who knows who you're going to get? And most of them were very nice, and they would ask you a few questions to verify your identity. Oh, this is crazy too. I mean, you can see that there is a huge opportunity for all kinds of fraud and I don't know what in that system.
How is that?
Because nobody asks for your ID. There's nothing to really prove that I'm who I say I am. I set up an account. I put in a birth date. I mean, I guess I've got my health number. You got to put your health number in there. But, I haven't spent a lot of time thinking about this, but I just think it's not a very good system. What if I had some sort of dependency on opioids? That just seems like a kind of a lax system. But that's not my story. So forget that. You call in, you get a doctor, you don't know who, and it would always be the same thing. Never more than 5 minutes. They would verify my identity, ask me my name and my address and that sort of thing. And then they'd say, okay, you're here for renew your blood pressure meds. Okay, what are you on right now? I would tell them. When was your last blood test? I would tell them.
Okay. Just 1 second. Did they not know what you were on?
No, they didn't know what I was on. They didn't know when my last blood test was, and they didn't know the results of my last blood test either. And then if my last blood test had been within 6 or 8 months, they would just renew my prescription. But if it wasn't, then I guess they had a little checklist, okay, then order a blood test. They would send a requisition to me to send to whatever walk-in clinic, not walk-in clinic, a place that takes your blood. Can't remember what those are called. Medical, I can't remember what they call, but you can walk in and they take your blood, and maybe you can do a urine sample and stuff. But I discovered early on that I could actually add tick boxes to that requisition, so to me, I thought this was the best thing since sliced bread, because I was loving it, because I didn't have to go wait at the walk-in clinic anymore. There was no downside to the doctor I was seeing, because there was no difference between a doctor that didn't know me in person and saw me for 5 minutes and a doctor I see on the phone who doesn't know me for 5 minutes. But I felt, well, I have a little more control here, because if they don't order the blood test I think I should have, I can just take it off. And so I felt kind of great doing it that way. And
how did you know what blood tests to tick off? Or are you?
Yeah, that's such a good question. So those requisitions you get for blood tests, it's a 1-pager and it's all acronyms.
Yes.
Well, I looked up every single one of those. And it's actually not very difficult now that we have, the power of the universe in our hands. You can just type in, blood test ADP or whatever it's called. And up comes a whole explanation of what it does, what it looks for, why you might need it, what numbers might tell you, oh, you might have this, that, or the other. So I looked up every one of them, and I decided which
everyone on the requisition form.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I don't remember them all now, but at the time, I went, oh yeah, that's interesting. I should check that. I checked my cholesterol because I just thought, you know what? I'm getting nothing out of this medical system. I'm left to my own devices. Well, I'm going to check my cholesterol. So I was loving it. But then what happened was, it was good for a while. And I learned the reason they want to give you a blood test every so often when you're on these meds is because, and they don't tell you this stuff, because those meds can over time harm your liver. So the one blood test that they wanted, I mean, they might have asked for a couple others, can't remember, but was to check your liver. So that, yeah, that's kind of, I see how it works now. They've got their checklist of, okay, person's on high blood pressure medicine. They're on this medicine. What are the bad side effects? Oh, can it hurt your liver? Every 6 months, make them do a blood test so you can do your job to make sure you don't prescribe this medicine if their liver is affected badly. So
is that like projecting a predetermined illness that is a result of a medication?
I would say yes, but I would word it differently. And what I would say is they're well aware of the dangers of the medicine. And as a doctor, their responsibility is to not continue to prescribe a medicine which is doing more harm than good.
Okay.
So if I look at it that way, it all kind of adds up. I see how they have their little checklist, and they just, as a computer programmer, I get exactly how that's written. I mean, I used to write databases that were, we called them SMEs, subject matter expert. So you're an expert in what you do, and I pick your brain like crazy, and I write a program that not only takes your knowledge and puts it into a program, but then I create a series of questions with your help, because you're the expert, not me. I create a series of questions that anybody can be asked. And based on their answer, then I know they need to go to A and do, whatever it says there. I see that that's what is going on with these doctors. They've got 5 minutes. They don't have time to go look things up, and they don't have time to become an expert in everything. Yet they're going to get a patient that they don't know what's coming at them, that they know nothing about. So obviously they must have a database just like that. So when I say I need a blood pressure refill for amlodipine, they look up amlodipine. It tells them exactly what they need to do. That's what I think goes on.
I wonder who creates those lists.
Probably somebody like me, a database programmer who works in tandem with a subject matter expert. In other words, a pharmacist, perhaps.
Right.
Or a researcher that knows more about how pharmaceuticals work with the human body. It's pretty interesting. Like, if you saw the movie 2001, this is so in my brain. When I saw 2001, at the beginning of the movie, I think it's Frank, the main character. He's just about to go on a spaceship, and he's in an airport, a spaceport, and he wants to see a doctor before he goes. And he gets into a little phone booth thing, and a screen comes up, and it's virtual, and he's talking to a machine as if he's a doctor. And this is all before iPhones. And I just remember being blown away watching that, thinking, I bet this really is the future. And here we are. This is the future. We are living 2001 in 2025. Yeah.
So what happened with the app experience? So you're actually then at a happy place because you're the person who loves analyzing. This is in your blood, and you also have this creative side to you that you embrace change, and you're quite bendy. So you're able to adapt. So then what happens with this TELUS app, doctor?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. I'm in control of my health. This is great. And I can add blood tests. So it's all great until the TELUS app becomes so successful, I guess because there is a real need, because there's fewer and fewer doctors, especially in BC, that it now becomes impossible to get an appointment for months. Okay, you see the problem. If I only have a 3-month supply of my meds, if it takes me more than 3 months to get an appointment, I'm in trouble. So fast forward to somewhere around COVID. Can't remember the exact year, but of course it got crazy busy around COVID. And I begged the doctor that I finally got to see to give me my 3-month prescription and then the ability to renew that 3-month prescription. They can do that once according to their rules. And I said, hey, it's COVID. It's going to be busy. I'm not going to be able to get an appointment. It took me 5 weeks to get this one with you or whatever it was. Please, please, please do this. And I was really worried because I thought, what am I going to do if I run out of my blood pressure medicine and I can't get more? You know, what's going through my head is, well, I'll start chopping them in half and I'll start just taking half my dose. And anyway, he gave me the 3-month renewal, the prescription and the renewal. But in the meantime, interestingly enough, two things happened in the meantime. I discovered natural health. I became interested in herbal remedies, or plant medicine is really more accurate. I didn't know about this thing called herbal remedies. I didn't even know the term herbalist. I just knew plant medicine. And also at this time, I was getting older and my pharmacare kicked in, and now my meds were free. So I just mentioned this because what's coming is I'm going to go into plant medicine and get off meds. But I just wanted to say that the very last prescription I got filled was free. Up until then, I paid. And as soon as it was free, I stopped getting it. Which is just
that's kind of
ironic.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah. So once I could see that I was going to be in a tough position, I just felt like I needed to find an alternative. And that's when I did my first little bit of research.
It was a tough position because you wouldn't.
I was scared
I wouldn't get another refill.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And I even I even talked to my pharmacist and I said, look, this is my problem. Can you help me? Can you just refill this for me without a prescription? Absolutely not. Can't do that.
So you're feeling you have this medication, you've been on it for a number of years now, and that's your lifeline.
Yeah.
But you now have exhausted avenues of actually getting refills.
Yeah. Yeah.
Even though you've been creative all the way along, you're now looking at the end where how am I gonna when this prescription ends and then I get refilled for another 3 months, what kind of challenges am I going to have to actually get, and then what's that going to do to my body?
Right. And don't forget, this was all around the time when COVID was going crazy. And even people with really good, I had a friend who was on a fantastic plan where her employer was paying, had like $1,000 in meds every month and her employer was paying it. I mean, she had a great plan. Even she was told, there's a shortage of medication. We're not giving you your full prescription. We'll give you, whatever it was, some partial fulfillment. So if people with great plans weren't going to be able to get their meds, what did that mean for people like me? So I was really scared. I really felt I had to find an alternative before, well, I don't know, how long does it take for high blood pressure to kill you? But, before that happened. So, so my first foray into herbal medicine was I was curious about a drug called ivermectin. And I thought, well, what's ivermectin made from? This is before I even realized that almost all pharmaceuticals start out as a derivative of a plant. So when I started looking into that, I realized, it's actually not that scientific. You don't have to be a pharmacist to figure out or to even learn, to get the information that something like ivermectin is based on a plant called wormwood. Okay, well, how do they do it? How do they make ivermectin out of wormwood? So that's what started me down that path, that question. And so I started reading a whole bunch of online information, and I found a school. You might even be going to visit these people on the island when you go. There's this, I'm trying to remember, I can only remember the guy's name, the Herbal Jedi. Does that sound familiar to you?
Well, I will write it down, and
Okay.
we'll try to go stop and see the Herbal Jedi.
Yeah. He's brilliant and very knowledgeable. His father is a herbalist. He's a herbalist, and they have a school on the island, Wild Rose College. Wild Rose College, is that right? You know what? I'll confirm that. But if you just Google the Herbal Jedi, he has 1 million videos. That's what started me. He has such great information to share, and they have all kinds of courses, and they want to teach people. They call it the people's medicine, and that was sort of my first step into that world and into learning. I took one of their really great courses. I've taken a few courses now from various sources, but that was the first course I took, and it took me, it's a self-guided course, so you could take it at your own pace. It took me about, I'm going to say 6 weeks to get through it. It's quite a lot of information. And I created a binder about this big, which I still refer to. And it taught me not only, how to make medicine. There's lots of different ways to make medicine and lots of different remedies to end up with. You could have a cream, or you can have a tincture, which is an alcohol extraction of plant constituents. So it taught me how to make medicine, how to do it safely. So I want to make sure I'm not A, using a plant that's could harm me. And B, I need to have safe practices in my kitchen. Just like, if you were canning tomatoes, you want to know what the rules are so that you don't give yourself botulism. It's the same kind of thing.
Right.
So I took that course, and of course, my main interest was blood pressure. Is there anything in the plant world that can help lower blood pressure? Well, it turns out there's quite a few things. For example, this is common knowledge. A lot of people know that if you're taking a blood pressure medication, you should not drink grapefruit juice or eat grapefruit. Now, why is that? Well, I'll tell you why. Because it lowers your blood pressure. So if you're on a blood pressure med and you take grapefruit juice, you might lower your blood pressure too much. I mean, isn't that not insane and I am one of those people who never questioned, why can't I have grapefruit juice? Okay. I just know.
So you knew that you couldn't have grapefruit juice.
Yeah. So I just avoided it. But it wasn't until I started questioning things that I went, oh, that's why they tell you not to drink grapefruit juice.
But
and
questioning things was birthed out of a real fear of not having access to a prescription.
Exactly right. Yes. So it turns out there's a lot of plants that help with high blood pressure. And I tried many of them. So when I say try, I think it's important for me to make this clear, because if anybody else listens to this, I wouldn't want them to be rash. I wouldn't want them to just take crazy chances with their health. I did a lot of research. I did a lot of learning. There's a website called PubMed where you can go and read scientific studies. I did that. And those are hard to slog through, let me tell you. But I didn't do this lightly. And I tried several different combinations of plants over a long period of time. So what I did was I would make myself a remedy, and then I would reduce my prescription medication by 25%. And I would take my remedy that I had made by whatever I thought was 25% of my eventual full dosage. And I did this very slowly so that I slowly decreased the pharmaceutical and increased the plant medicine until I could see that, hey, my blood pressure is still normal.
Because you were monitoring your
Yes.
blood pressure.
Yes.
So you were still doing, but you had been monitoring your blood pressure from the moment that you were diagnosed with high blood pressure, it sounds like.
Although for the years that I was on the amlodipine, I didn't do it as frequently. Once I knew it was working, I did it, maybe twice a week. But once I started fooling around with, self-medicating, I checked it at least 3 times a day, at least. Because, they call it the silent killer because you still feel okay, even if your blood pressure's up. It has to be really high before you start feeling symptoms, at least for me and for many people. So I just want to make it clear. It's not something you should do lightly. If you did want to go down that road, you might want to actually go under the care of a naturopath or any one of the many people I'm sure you have met and will meet that are experts in this. Not me. I don't consider myself an expert. I know there's a lot more to learn, but I have learned a lot I've been doing this now for about 3 years, and I've made at least 50 different medicines. I have healed so many ailments. It's shocking how effective it is. It's every time I'm still shocked. Like, wow, that worked.
So what happened because you were here?
Okay,
Let's finish that story.
Okay,
so
sorry, I digress.
No, yeah. Because I just want to get, because we're here, we're kind of like half and half, and you're taking your blood pressure 3 times a day, and then what happens?
Okay, so then I started, accumulating more plant medicine, less pharmaceutical. And as I did this, I didn't do it, day by day. If I was going to decrease the pharmaceutical and increase the plant, I did it for a week. And then I would do a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more until the day finally came when I just got rid of the pharmaceutical altogether. I mean, I actually still have, I don't know, probably 2 or 3 months. No, 2 months, probably about 2 months. I don't know. I still have a bottle of medication
from that last prescription refill,
which I never used.
That you didn't pay for because you finally got to
the free one.
The free one, yeah.
I still have the free one.
You still got the freebie.
Yeah. And I've been on that now for, it's been at least 2 years where I have not taken any pharmaceuticals at all. And I've only been taking my own remedies. And my blood pressure has remained stable. It's usually around 134 over 78. It's interesting, when you get old, your pulse goes down and the bottom number goes down. So I'm happy with that number. It was not any lower when I was on my pharmaceutical, and I think that's acceptable. There's a whole argument to be made about what is a healthy blood pressure anyway, but that's another story. So I'm happy with that.
What happened with when you finally kind of slowly went off?
Oh yeah.
Did you have any other because when you had initially went on the first couple of rounds of different types of blood pressure medication, you had side effects. This was the one that at the time you didn't really have anything. What happened when you finally did go off of it and then you had the herbal replacement?
Good question. I used to get up in the night 3 or 4 times to pee. And when I was off the pharmaceutical, I started sleeping through the night. Amazing. Sleeping through the night. I mean, you feel so much better in every way just getting a full night's sleep. And it was then that I realized, now when I look back, it seems so obvious, but that's when I realized, there's a diuretic in the amlodipine. And that makes sense because when you have high blood pressure, often they will prescribe a diuretic in tandem with the high blood pressure med, because just having less fluid helps to lower your blood pressure. But I didn't realize that that was a symptom of the drug. I thought it was a symptom of getting old. And I just accepted it. Yeah. So, no, now I sleep through the night. Unless I've been, consuming a lot of liquid late at night. So yeah, that was a huge eye opener. And there was probably other things too, which were subtle and maybe I didn't notice, but that was the one I really noticed.
Well, being able to go from, being what my mom used to call it, a night owl. She used to say, "Oh, I'm just a night owl." It's like going from a night owl to actually, Sleeping Beauty. That would be a nice change.
So nice. Sleep is the answer to so many things. Getting a good night's sleep. I now have lots of herbal remedies for people who suffer from that, but I'm not one of them. Yeah, like passion flower. I mean, it's fascinating once you start going down this path. I have remedies. I have this one remedy. I call it green cream because it's green and it's a cream. It is good. It is amazing. It's amazing for so many skin problems, including eczema, which is actually a symptom of a immune system. Eczema comes from inside. It's not an external problem with your skin. It comes from inside. So a cream that could actually help that is hard to find. But this green cream, my granddaughter has eczema. It's amazing. I put it on her at night. If she has a little hot spot, it's gone in the morning. But it's good for all kinds of things. Well, I won't go into all the gross things that people can have, but I just want to say, I have so much respect for the people who came before me and figured this stuff out. I would never be able to figure it out. But because I have an excellent library from amazing people that have come before me, and I am a voracious reader, and I'm a very good student, I now know where to look. And actually, it's not very different from when I was a systems analyst and a computer programmer. You don't need to memorize anything. You just need to know where to look it up. And so now I know where to look things up. And I consult many sources. And when I say sources, I mean many authors of my books. And sometimes a plant medicine will work for one person and it doesn't work for another person. I've learned it's very personal. But it's shocking how many times I have been able to help the people in my life. I don't sell it. I don't treat anybody. I don't treat strangers. It's only my family and friends. And they come to me and they'll go, I got this thing. And I'll go, well, let me see what I can do. And I'll go whip something up. And I have this really cool book that I write in. I purposely bought a leather bound. It looks like a witch's book, and I write all of my recipes in there, and I'm up to a 50 something now. And it's very empowering. So that's where I am now.
Where do you get your herbs? Because the question is, what happens if the herbs are no longer accessible for you? And do you go into your backyard and just pick them, or where do you get what you use in your green cream, as an example?
Such an excellent question. Well, right now I have 3 sources that I think deliver truly organic or wild crafted, ethically sourced herbs. One of them I use 90% of the time because it's local. Now, not to say that the herbs themselves are local, but the business is local, and they import herbs from all over the world, depending on what it is. And they mail out of their warehouse in Vancouver. So that's close for me. Plus, I think the quality of what they sell is top notch. that's where I get them now. In answer to sort of part B of your question, which is an excellent question, if I couldn't get those, I'm left with, and believe me, I've thought about this, I'm left with foraging or growing my own. So foraging, that is a whole nother level of knowledge. And I'm just getting into that now, where when I go outside, I'll go, oh, it drives my kids crazy. Because I'll go, you see that thing there? That's medicinal. And it drives them insane. Every time I'll go, hey, look at that tree. They'll go, I know, it's medicinal, right, Mom? But I'm starting to learn to recognize plants now. But I can't just forage a plant that I see and know, for a couple of reasons. One, I don't know if pesticides have been sprayed on it. And if it's anywhere near crown land, a park, even the side of the street, it probably has been sprayed with pesticide. So why would I want to concentrate what's in a plant into medicine that has poison in it? I wouldn't. So that leaves me with, well, do I know anybody that lives near a forest? No. Could I just go in the forest? No, because I don't even know what's on that plant. Does the government? Well, yeah, the government does. They spray for gypsy moths and all kinds of things. They literally spray poison on all of us to get rid of the gypsy moth. So I can't do that, which leaves me with growing my own. That's a problem, because you have to grow tons of a plant in order to get enough to dry it down and make, say, a liter of medicine. I usually make about 750 mils at a time. So that's not really practical. I live in a condo. Now, I do have a friend that has a house, and we have talked about this. We've talked about starting a herbal garden, but it's a huge undertaking. I'm a plant killer. I'm not good at that. It's a whole nother level of study that I would have to get into, which I might have to. If you guys aren't successful, I might have to. But so far, I haven't learned that stuff yet. But I guess I would have to. Yeah. It's like going back to, the 1800s. I mean, we're just going backwards in terms of healthcare. I'd have to
backwards
go back.
Backwards, but yet forwards.
Better. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it?
So what if you were back to Kathy when after doctor retired, after MediCenter closed down, after the phone app just kind of basically imploded onto itself because everyone discovered it and was using it at the same time. If you went back to that self, and had you not had the seed planted inside of you to go explore other options, which led you to this path, where do you think Kathy would be today?
That's such a good question. I guess I'd be sicker. Yeah, I'd probably be sicker. And I mean, when I say sicker, I don't mean to say, oh, I'm sick. I do have high blood pressure. I do have to manage it. So that's why I say sicker. That's my sickness, if you want to call it that. But I guess there would be other problems that would have resulted from prolonged, untreated high blood pressure, because undoubtedly I would not have been able to get the meds I needed. And I would be, man, that's just so not my nature. It's hard for me to imagine, because I'm just not the kind of person that just takes it. I would have probably done something. I don't know. maybe chained myself to the pharmacy, to the pharmacy counter. I mean, I'm not above crazy protesting.
But there's other people that aren't that system analyst and creative painter that would be able to get there.
I guess they must be willing to. Yeah. I think this
like, where would they be? So where would, if Kathy was not the system analyst,
right,
and the creative painter that was able to like just cure, I don't, is it tenacious? Like it's just stubbornness, whatever it is.
Yeah.
The will. Where would that person be?
Yeah. I think what that person would have to do is you have to just surrender yourself to the system that is. So they would be standing in long lines, hoping to get into some maybe emergency room. Maybe they go to the emergency room every 3 months. I don't know. Or maybe they drive far away to a place where there's a walk-in clinic that they can get seen. Or maybe they get, I don't know, maybe they get their friend who has a doctor to fake. Really, I don't know. What does somebody do that just uses the system as is? That's a good question. Maybe they're having their meds. You know, I wouldn't be surprised, especially elderly people. I would not be surprised at all if that's exactly what they're doing. They're having their meds or quartering their meds. Like, how much can I not take and still be okay?
Right.
That's probably what's going on. I don't know, though. I can't say for sure. But what are they doing? Good question.
I think there's a few people that are listening right now to you share that are really struggling in that loop, in that vortex. So I part of what I think what you're bringing forward today, Kathy, is just a little bit of a nudge that will hopefully get people to look at some other options. So as you know, we're going across Canada, and we're bringing forward the Charter of Health Freedom to Ottawa in hopes that it will be enacted into law that will separate the pharmaceutical from the drug model. And we want to know, Kathy Van Gogh, one of my favorite artists.
Mine too.
I almost wore my Starry Night shirt.
I wore my Klimt button.
Oh, okay. Oh, I like Klimt as well. There you go. That's why I knew there was a connection.
I have so much Van Gogh stuff. I thought,
I'll do Klimt. Yeah. Well, very good. So Kathy, we digress. So Kathy, what would be your message to Ottawa?
Well, I'm not as nice as you are. And I'm not as nice as most of the people you will probably come into contact with. So my message is not that nice. My message is, you can't even handle the system you've built, and you're forcing people to try to fit into a broken system. And not only are you doing that, you're trying to take away their opportunity to have any alternative. So, number one, fix the system. If you believe in it so wholeheartedly, then get it together. Fix the system for people who actually want to be part of it. And two, how dare you try to fool people? It's not even a good lie when you try to put natural health products in the same category as pharmaceuticals that make billions and billions of dollars. You're trying to impose the same sort of fees and fines on an industry where many people make less than $50,000 a year doing it. I mean, I bet there are more natural health product businesses that have failed than there are those that have been successful. And not because natural health products aren't great, but because it's a really tough market. And now you want to make it even tougher. It's absolutely obscene. That's my message. Not very nice.
But perhaps the truth.
For me, anyway. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Kathy.
My pleasure. Thank you. Thank you, Teresa and Sean. I am so grateful for what you guys are doing and for everybody that is supporting you in this venture. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Kathy. That's very, very gracious of you to say. And on behalf of the world's greatest health show, I would like to personally thank you for sharing your story.
Thanks, Teresa. My pleasure.
I look forward to interviewing you next time.
Yeah, on the Hooray We Did It tour.
That sounds good. Until next time.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Good evening. Welcome to the world's greatest health show. My name is Sean Buckley with the Natural Health Product Protection Association, and I'm very pleased to be in Kamloops this evening at Nutters, who is hosting us. And we've got a big crowd here. It's almost standing room only. And very pleased that you would come in and participate, and also shout out to those that will be watching this online as it's broadcast on the world's greatest health show. Now, I want to kind of upset you tonight. So, and I'm going to ask you to keep an open mind, because I might shake your paradigm a little bit. And when I say I want you to have an open mind, do you understand that the terminology open mind, closed mind, change your mind, it's actually real. So what happens to us is we get a belief system. And once we're comfortable with it, we don't want to change it. And so we're actually resistant to any information that conflicts with our belief system. And when you change your mind, when you hear information that changes your mind, and we've all had this experience in our personal lives where, let's say, we think somebody that we cared about did something that hurt us, and we're all mad and we're all in a fluff and we're all hurt, and then later on we find out, no, that really wasn't correct. Has that happened to you? It's happened to me. And then all of a sudden your mind changes. You're no longer mad at them. You're rewiring your mind. When your mind changes, before you have a belief about what happened that you can recall because your brain is wired to recall it. You actually change your mind. And when the system gets us to believe certain things and to get comfortable with certain things, that's to actually prevent us from having an open mind where we will receive information and then decide whether or not we want to change our mind. And it's really curious, because why would we be afraid of information? Why would we be afraid of changing our mind? But we've got this belief in Canada that we've got this great healthcare system. I know, we're struggling right now, but what a beautiful thing, right? The government pays for it. I think you get kicked out of the country if you don't support it. It's become sacrosanct for us. And I want us to talk about our system, and with a particular emphasis on chemical drugs and the drug model. Because sometimes you have to take a step back and think of things a little differently. And so the drug model, you might not have even heard the term before, but it's essential for you to understand this. So, and before I go any further, it just occurred to me that I should speak about something that President Eisenhower shared when he was leaving office. So for those of you who need a history lesson, he was a general in World War II, and then he became president of the United States. And when he was leaving office, he basically gave a warning. And part of that warning is you have to understand, nothing happens by accident. If the government's doing something, even if it looks like they're reacting to a crisis, even if it looks like they're reacting to public, reaction or demands for things, understand that nothing happens by accident. And so as we talk about the drug model, as we talk about our healthcare system, I want you to keep in mind that it's likely deliberate. Well, in fact, it is deliberate. You're totally going to be there with me. So the first thing we do in our drug model is we put into law a definition of drugs. So if you look at Section 2 of the Food and Drug Act, we have definitions, and we define drug. And we define drugs so broadly, and this is not by accident, we define drugs so broadly that it includes anything used to prevent illness, anything used to stay healthy, anything used to treat illness. So I'm getting distracted. This guy looks dehydrated. Can somebody get him some water? Oh, I just made water a drug. Thank goodness I didn't give him water. I would have broken a whole list of federal laws, and I'm not kidding you. So water is a drug if it's going to be used to prevent or treat dehydration. This is a fact. So our basic foods become drugs if we're going to use them to prevent illness or to treat illness. Now that's interesting, because when this definition came into play, we were just getting phased out of where almost all of our treatments were really in our food supply. So that's kind of interesting, isn't it? So anything, even our vital nutrients, are a drug. The second thing you do in the drug model, and this is every Western nation, it's not just Canada. They all came up with this brilliant idea at the same time, and it's almost like in lockstep. The Western world has moved where we've gotten rid of traditional healers at the turn of the century, and basically completely got rid of them, and they've just come back in the last 30 years. So, I don't even think I heard the term naturopathic doctor or homeopath till I was in my 30s. So when I see some people nodding, they know what I'm talking about. So another thing in this drug model is, so the second thing you do is you put in a requirement that you can't sell a drug without a license. Well, let's just think about what that means. That means that every drug is illegal. Every drug's illegal because you can't sell one without Health Canada's pre-approval in the form of a license. That means they're all illegal, but Health Canada will grant us temporary exemptions in the form of a license. Now, some of us might be okay with that for synthetic chemicals, but when we're talking about essential nutrients that we actually need to survive, that's a little interesting, isn't it? It's really interesting. So we're in this world where the only things we're allowed to use to either prevent illness or treat illness are things approved of by Big Brother. Literally, it's the government, right? So the third part of the drug model is that if you want to get approval to treat serious health conditions, like anything but the most minor of conditions, you have to go through what's called the new drug approval process. I could cite the regulation for you, C.08, 0.001, and following for a while of the drug regulations. You have to go through this process. The average cost about 10 years ago was $1 billion. On a serious application, the application fee itself is $250,000. And this is by design. They've made it so expensive and so complicated so that the only drugs, so everyone in this room, for your entire life, every single drug that's got approved to treat a serious health condition has been a synthetic chemical with a patent except for Primera. Every single one. Now, do you think that's an accident? Back, remember President Eisenhower. We've deliberately structured our drug laws so that we've arrived at the point where it's only legal to treat ourselves with synthetic chemicals that had a patent. I hope you're thinking, wait a second, I'm a little uneasy about this. You don't get good health outcomes that way. And the game is a little even more interesting than that. So, a new drug will come on the market, it'll have a patent. There'll be research published about it. We'll talk about that a little later. And the drug reps will start pushing it, the medical schools will be talking about it, and doctors will start using it, even though that drug may not be more effective or may not be safer than the drugs that are already on the market. We never do a comparison. When Health Canada approves drugs, they never do a comparison. All they look at is it safe, and that's a relative term when we consider that the third leading cause of death in Canada are chemical drugs taken as directed. Right? Well, watch, on the online health show, we had Professor Alan Castles from University of Victoria share that with us. Now, I already knew that. So, well, you'd know that too, because it's in the mainstream media every week, because it's such a serious problem. That's right? Oh, no, I'm just kidding. So they'll never go anywhere near that. But no, the third leading cause of death in pretty well every Western nation is synthetic chemical drugs taken as directed. Now, they're also tied into one of the other top 10 leading causes of death, which is highly preventable medical errors. So, you know, they're not just in the top 3. They participate in another 1 or 2. So, but in the drug approval world, you got to prove it's safe. But again, that's a pretty weird, almost Orwellian term when we're talking about synthetic chemical drugs. And then are they effective? Which really, usually the clinical trials are designed just to show symptom reductions for very short periods of time. Most clinical trials they want to be under 3 months because the placebo effect runs for about 3 months. And they want to maximize that too. I'm going to share a story with you about drug approval that's just going to shock you. So, you know, we've got this model where we're locked into the only legal treatments are these synthetic chemical drugs that are highly dangerous for us, and that most of all are designed not to actually cure things, but to treat the symptoms of illness. It's an allopathic model. This is by design. Well, do you get good health outcomes by treating serious health conditions with synthetic chemicals? You know, if we abolished all our drug policy, all our drug laws, and we asked, I think there's 8 billion of us on the planet, we asked 8 billion people, tell Canada how we can get the best health outcomes to treat serious health conditions. Not a single person's going to come back to us and say, I got it. I got it. Just make it illegal to treat them with anything but synthetic chemicals that don't exist yet. Because that's what we do. So what happens is our existing ones, when the patent runs out, a lot of them eventually get phased out. They're called orphan drugs. Everyone's heard that term. And even if they stay on the market, new ones are being pushed. I mean, let's just talk about blood thinners. We've all heard about warfarin, right? But, you know, we also know it's used for rat poison, but it's a blood thinner. And it carries risks. People often have to go to emergency department because their blood is too thin and they're bleeding out, and they get a shot of vitamin K, and usually they're okay. So why are we using new ones? I mean, I remember when they took natokinase off the market, Pradaxa was new. It was a new blood thinner, and they didn't have an antidote at the time. And so emergency room doctors were having to have the horrible experience of having people showing up that were bleeding out, and there was nothing they could do. Well, why weren't we using warfarin? Better yet, why weren't we using natokinase? Like, there's other alternatives. And we could go on and on, but you and I, by and large, if we go to let's say we have to go to the hospital for an emergency tonight, we're going to be treated with chemicals that didn't exist when we were born. And by and large, when our kids are our age and need to engage the medical system, they're going to be treated with chemicals that didn't exist when they were born. And that's our model. And it's been our model for almost 100 years. So let's just turn. Remember, I told you I was going to share with you, a drug approval story. So I want to put this in the context of censorship, because it's something that this tour is trying to break, is the censorship. Because most of you probably don't understand that almost all health information, almost 100% of health information about treatments is censored by Health Canada. So remember, I told you you have to get pre-approval in the form of a license. Well, Health Canada takes the position that if you get a drug approved for a condition, all you can say is what the approval's for. So I'm going to use antidepressants as an example. So let's say you want to get an antidepressant approved to treat depression. And it's approved. All you're allowed to say is, this is an antidepressant. You can't say anything else. I'm in a court case. It's a federal court case. It's involving Health Canada. And Health Canada's brought in an expert, an outside expert. This guy was a psychiatrist that all he did was he ran a company that got psychiatric drugs approved by Health Canada. That's what he did for a living. And in my opinion, he was just this total hack, and I had to spend days at him so that, you know, when we were finally arguing in front of the judge would go, I can't take this guy seriously. So I'm at him for days. And at one point, he starts saying some things to me that, you know, we kind of have an inner voice, like, and I'm thinking, just wait, is he actually saying this? And does he not remember this is being recorded and he's under oath? Like, and now we have a transcript of it. But, you know, now when I look back at it, well, this is the way it works. Like, why wouldn't he talk about it? And what he was talking about is he started complaining to me about how hard it is to get new antidepressants approved by Health Canada. And he says, you know, I got to give Health Canada 2 double-blind clinical trials showing the drug works. And when he says that, I have to give 2 double-blind clinical trials showing that the drug works. What he means is I've got to give 2 double-blind clinical trials with like super healthy people that we've handpicked for a short period of time to, you know, maximize the placebo effect and to minimize the safety signals, and where we're really just measuring some form of symptom reduction, and the whole thing's structured to show a statistical separation between the sugar pill and the drug. That's what he means when he says shows the drug works. So he says, I got to give Health Canada 2 of those. And he says, wait, so I run 8. I run 8 right out of the gate. I run 8 double-blind clinical trials to get the 2. So now the other 6, so he's just learned over time. He's got to run 8 on average to get 2. So he just starts with 8. He might have to run more, but he's learned if I run 8, I'm likely going to end up with 2 that are acceptable to give to Health Canada. Now the other 6 could be inconclusive. They could show that the sugar pill works better than the drug. They could show the drug works better than the sugar pill, but maybe the safety data is a little embarrassing. He doesn't have to give those 6 to Health Canada. Lord knows why. But that's not the shocking part. I'm just getting to the good part. It's illegal for the drug company to share the 6 failed clinical trials with you. Oh, surprise. No, all they can say is it's an antidepressant. You can't say anything except the approved label claim. So people could be complaining to the drug company, oh, my child died, my spouse died, my sister died, or disability or serious injury. It's illegal for the drug company to share that with you. Oh, well, this is our model, right? So now it doesn't mean the researchers can't publish the data. And they do. We've got medical journals everywhere, and they're publishing research. By gosh, a lot of it funded by the chemical drug industry. Who knew? No, I don't know why, but they tend to publish the studies that show the drug works. So, no, I don't know why. Maybe, you know, somebody will tell me someday. So, but the researchers can publish it. It's just the company can't. Anyone involved in the business, anyone involved in the manufacture, sale, distribution. So the people that tend to know are the manufacturers and practitioners, and they can't share it with you. Now, if you have, let's say, a child that they want to put on that antidepressant, do you think you might make better health decisions if the law was that all health information needs to be provided instead of 100% censorship, all information? That's what the law needs to be. Like we have it 100% backwards. Now, why do you suppose we have 100% censorship of health information?
So people buy this stuff.
Well, I think it's to maintain confidence in the government-funded healthcare system. Like we've got a really interesting thing. Like let's take a step back. It's almost like we have a triad. So we have the federal government saying, designing it so that the only legal treatments are synthetic chemicals. And then we've got the federal government basically setting health policy for the provinces. So what happens is, and it started with Trudeau Sr. in the early 70s, Pierre Trudeau, is so he just started taxing Canada and collecting all this money, And then even though health is in provincial jurisdiction, he said, well, I'm going to give you bags of cash, but you have to follow the Canada Health Act. So the federal government basically is dictating health policy to the provinces. But the only legal treatments are the chemical drugs that the federal government has designed the system to approve. So all our provincial healthcare systems, the only treatments we're offered, because they're the only legal treatments, are synthetic chemical drugs. Do you see the game here? And then the provinces play ball because they passed laws. I mean, we basically ran naturopaths and homeopaths out of business for about 80 years. And they passed laws giving doctors the medical monopoly. And that's alive and well. Like I appreciate we're in BC and that, we've got naturopaths have a scope of practice and traditional Chinese practitioners have a scope of practice, but it still privileges medical doctors in a really significant way. And it's almost like we've been taught to worship them. And nobody else can use the word doctor. Naturopaths, for some reason, are able to. It's funny, for this health show, which you got to watch during the week, like it's truly going to blow your mind. I've been interviewing, all practitioners, naturopaths, medical doctors, homeopaths, and traditional Chinese. I call them doctors. But when I call them that, no, practitioner, they're afraid of getting into trouble if even I call them doctor.